Earlier this year, my girlfriend said to me, "Hey, Dark, it has been 20 years since Lord of the Rings came out." And I said to her, "No, it hasn't." I saw her soon-to-be tearful, beautiful gray eyes narrow in suspicion at this unnecessary antagonism. And behind the cool glint that settled therein and suffocated her anger, I could sense a question that I'd heard many times before. Why do you always say I'm wrong? Why do you always have to contradict me? Put me down. But she swallowed it down with a sweet smile and said in her best Skeletor, "What?" Now, if I was even a little bit of a redemptible human being, then that sweet smile would have utterly annihilated any ambitions I might have had to embarrass her. Could I have trimmed away but the tiniest amount of my narcissism, then I would have collapsed at her feet and wept for forgiveness for all my past errors and for this most current trespass against her dignity. That sweet smile, which was her last bastion against a face full of tears. If I had but a heart, I would have given my life never to see it again. But that's not who I am. So I returned her smile, not sweetly, but smugly, relishing my victory, and said, "Heh, you know you're as cute as an Eevee, but I think the better Pokemon to represent you is Slowpoke. 'Cause you're slow and dumb." Now, if I thought I'd heard too often her refrain of, "Why do you always say I'm wrong?" then she had heard at least 3 times as often my refrain of, "Goodness, you are stupid and dumb." In fact, that was usually the predecessor to one of her outbursts of, "Why do you always say I'm wrong?" It was like our own little shared playlist on Spotify. This time she smiled on. She was being awfully forgiving. She must have had something special in mind. Such smiles witnessed to me the Herculean strength of her cheek muscles, which so easily defied the tremendous weight of the many sadnesses I had heaped upon her. The cracks of her lips ironed out and smoothed over the memories of the times I mordantly called her a moron. Her dimples, like dents on a Ferrari, were the remnants and reminders of her beauty long ignored. Of course, I was wrong to call her a moron. Moron comes from the ancient Greek moria, which means folly or foolishness. When Gandalf took the Fellowship into the mines of Moria, it was an act of moria, an act of foolishness. My girlfriend is no fool. She's very wise. She's only ignorant on certain topics, such as when Lord of the Rings came out. And nerd trivia has never constituted true wisdom. So I tell you that I was wrong to call her a moron. I would have been more correct to call her an idiot. Idiot comes from ancient Greek too, from idiotes. Idiotes is the noun that describes one who refrains from public interaction or discussion, particularly on political matters. There's nothing wrong with that, at least on paper, if it's done by choice. But if it's done by chance, if you are simply being left out of the public sphere, it simply means that your opinions are completely irrelevant, unnecessary, because you're just an ordinary human being who has nothing of value to say. And so idiotes came to describe plebeians, farmers, other people who are not particularly politically relevant. This, of course, descended into an insult, because there is nothing more insulting to those who believe themselves to be extraordinary as to call them simply ordinary.
Now I've got to go back to playing with the ordinary people. And it turns out you're ordinary, just like all of them.
But used simply as a description of those who are ordinary, such as, for example, my girlfriend, then you are simply calling them ordinary without any other secondary meaning. And indeed, as far as my girlfriend and Lord of the Rings is concerned, she is very much an idiot, an ordinary person. She has ordinary views on the topic, which is to say that, the movies were cool. Haven't read the books, but I'm sure they're very interesting as well, even if they're very, very long. And so with all this in mind, I turned to her and her sweetly smiling eyes and said, "Well, let me explain. Lord of the Rings is a single novel written in 6 books that were paired for the purposes of publication in 3 volumes. The first, of course, was called The Fellowship of the Ring. The second was called The Two Towers, And the third, The Return of the King. The Return of the King also contains lengthy appendices, which are certainly worth reading if you have any interest in the mythology of Middle-earth. And she looked at me and said, 20 years ago. And I said, no. You really are very slow, aren't you, you idiot. What I'm telling you is, that's when the movies came out. But the books were released, in the winter of 54. When I was but a young buck, hoping to get my start in the prospecting business. No, I don't know why I suddenly started doing that voice. I learned her that the 3 volumes of Lord of the Rings came out over the course of 54 and 55, sort of like December of each, so roughly a year's period. Which means that they're almost 70 years old at this point, a whole 50 years off from the 20 years that she'd previously said. And so I was rubbing that in her face, rubbing her sweet smile off with it. She at last managed to bite out what she'd really wanted all along, which was simply to watch Lord of the Rings with me. Extended editions? I said quickly. Yeah, sure, she said. Pressing my advantage over her, I puffed up my chest and derisively looked down at her, although we're roughly the same height, so it wasn't really much of a looking down at all. And I said, "Ha! Don't you know the movies aren't even that good compared to the books? Why, the movies do a terrible injustice to the Hobbit characters. Sam, Frodo, Merry, the other one, by making them too childish for my tastes and way too much comic relief." And I'm doing a voice, but that actually is my opinion. I think, for example, Sam, okay. Never in a million years would Sam ever say, "What? Frodo told me to leave? Oh, well, guess I'll just walk back to Hobbiton." No, he'd stay with Frodo all the way through to the end. And that little change in the Return of the King movie from the Two Towers book on the stairs of Cirith Ungol is one of the greatest flaws in that entire series. It just breaks Sam's character entirely. So, especially after rereading the books recently, the movies just seem so lackluster in comparison. You can pause each of the movies in that trilogy at any frame, and I will say that is a gorgeous adaptation of Lord of the Rings. Wow, that must have taken a million years of effort, and hats off to all of the guys behind the scenes at Wetaworks and all the production companies in being able to build Middle-earth down to like a single chain on a dwarven chainmail or whatever, right? But as soon as you press play, like the lines are off, the acting is off, I don't know, it's just hard to watch. So I'm explaining all this to her, and her eyes are glazing over the way all women's eyes glaze over whenever I talk to them. And, and I'm talking about a single link in the chainmail and all this stuff, and she suddenly turns to me with a sinister gaze and says, "You've never called me an idiot before." And I said, "Well, you see, in ancient Greek..." But she interrupted me and said, "You know I don't care about the ancient Greek. I care about us. I care about the fact that you call me a moron whenever you want to, and you think you can get away with it with all these stupid excuses. You think I'm just going to smile and let you call me these names just because you know ancient Greek and I don't? What, just because you're smarter than me, I should kneel and worship you, and every time you call me something worse than before, I should smile and laugh it off, or like wash your feet or something? If you hate me because I don't understand the things you say, then just say it, all right? Don't call me a moron. Don't call me an idiot. God, I'm sick of you. I'm sick of feeling like this for you." Like I said, she's very wise. She must have realized that I hosted in my sinful heart a great envy against her that was festering and erupting in ways that I could no longer control. I'd found myself wishing her harm and ill in all the amazing and great things she was doing, in all of her noble and loving friendships, and for all her dreams and ambitions. Secretly, in my heart, I would whisper that I would destroy her before she ever achieved them. After all, if she became the best possible version of herself, then who could I guarantee to kneel for me? Indeed, to wash my feet for me, to make me the hero of her life and not the heroine of her own, to service my narcissism for me. In fact, I held for her no love at all, but simply an immense ingratitude, a selfishness and vanity that said, "I love you," not to her, but to the me within her, latched on like a parasite, trying to consume her from within through lies and manipulation. I said none of this to her, but simply put up a defensive front. I'm not going to share the whole conversation with you, but suffice to say that she saw right through the act and decided to cut off all contact with me whatsoever. And at that point, we both mutually decided that we would break up. So yeah, that was the end of that relationship. The point is that the fallout of this conversation led me, like I said, to rereading Lord of the Rings. Now, I love words. I love words. I don't know why I said that twice, but I do really enjoy reading. I enjoy writing. I enjoy poetry. I enjoy puns. I enjoy anything that has anything to do with the history of language, the way we've used it to express ourselves, the way that it expresses a culture and its beliefs. Orwell's 1984 probably captures this in the best possible way. That is by demonstrating what happens when that is denied. It insists that you are only the sum of the words that you can think and say. And the only words we have are inherited from other people, so that we can safely say from that syllogism that you are only the sum of many other people's ideas, people that came before you. And if all you do is cut out the roots of the language, cut out the roots of the culture, then you have nothing supporting you whatsoever, and everything collapses at that point. Except, of course, this is the gimmick of 1984, except for power, right? And the people who have power can suddenly substitute all those things that you used to rely on with their own alternative way of being, their own alternative facts, their own alternative language, newspeak, right? So that's 1984 in a nutshell. It's a very astute observation, and it comes from, fundamentally, an understanding of language in this manner as something that is intertwined with culture intimately right from the very beginning of human culture. And so it's like a treasure trove of everything that people have valued since the dawn of consciousness. Very, very cool. I would recommend to you a book called Poetic Diction that also speaks about this, but makes it very life-changing, like tremendously revelatory in the way it treats language and consciousness and how the two of them are interrelated. Poetic Diction by, in fact, a friend of J.R.R. Tolkien's, Owen Barfield. Check it out, and perhaps you'll have a better understanding of what exactly I'm trying to say here. One of those revelatory things that I'm going to keep on returning to in this video, so it's worth mentioning, is that language is only ever a metaphor. Every word that we use is inevitably going to return to a physical action that we do. My favorite example of this, or one of them anyway, is conspire, which literally means to breathe together, conspire. Breathing each other in, we might say, so that even within the exclusory aspects of the intimacy that is described by breathing together, right, breathing each other, there is also almost like a sexual give and take present within that word that naturally presents to us that something new is about to erupt from this conspiring, which is why I think it ultimately took on the revolutionary tones that that word takes, right? You conspire in order to overthrow, you conspire in order to revolt and destroy, so that from those conspirings, you can create a new order of your own. But I'm going to skip through that sort of philosophical stuff and simply instead say that Lord of the Rings, what is special about Lord of the Rings is it takes all of these ideas, these philosophical ideas, and doesn't just present them the way Barfield does in Poetic Diction as a hypothesis, but rather makes it literal, makes it a version of truth that is spelled out in the mythology and in the history and in the narrative of an entire world and of the people that live within. Andrew Clavin says that fiction is a lie that tells the truth. And that's exactly what Lord of the Rings does. It finds a very valuable truth and spells it out through a very complex and deep lie. To me, that is the second most interesting thing about Lord of the Rings, is the way that Tolkien is so nostalgic about lost cultures, about what we can mine out from our past and from the things that were treasured once upon a time, the ideas that were so important to shaping who we are today. So much so that they were stored in the fail-safe memory of our languages. Memory, of course, is also very well intertwined with language on account of nearly most of the ancient poetry that we have, like the ancient mythologies, were all passed down through oral tradition and so had to be memorized. And that, of course, is also played with in Lord of the Rings, with a lot of the songs, poetry in Lord of the Rings being also recited by characters entirely from memory. And to bring up ancient mythologies is important, because Tolkien is really revisiting a lot of the ancient mythologies of his homeland, of England, of Britain. And of course, it's topical to this particular video, because we're going to be talking about King Arthur, of course. But to return to the point of memory for a second, and to sort of celebrate that, I've been practicing on my memory as well. Most recently, I memorized a quote from Thomas Sowell that I then put into a meme, which you might know. It's the original meme is sort of like a 1950s or 60s era comic that says, "Patsy, what's wrong?" And Patsy comes striding in from the edge of the panel and she's saying, "Men." What I did was I erased "men" and then I replaced it with the following Thomas Sowell quote, which, like I said, I have now memorized. Let's see how much of this I can do in one go. "The government cannot simply decree higher pay for low-wage workers without having to worry about unfortunate repercussions. The preponderance of evidence indicates that labor is not exempt from the basic economic principle that artificially high prices cause surpluses. In the case of surplus human beings, this can be a special tragedy if they are from low-wage, unskilled, or minority backgrounds, and urgently need to get on the job ladder." There you go. So Patsy comes striding in and she says all that. And so I think that's a really good answer to Patsy, what's wrong? It's government exploitation of the poor. Good point, Patsy. I think you really got your finger on the problem here. So yeah, if Thomas Sowell's works ever get censored or go out of print, then I'm more than ready to continue his legacy through the oral tradition, baby. And I did just flip my collar as I was saying that. So there you go. Anyway, that's all tangential. The thing I really wanted to say is I've also memorized some of these poems from Lord of the Rings. The very first one that I memorized, if I still have this from like months and months ago. "Gil-galad was an elven king. Of him the harpers sadly sing. The last whose realm was fair and free between the mountains and the sea. His sword was long, his lance was keen, his shining helm afar was seen. The countless stars of heaven's field were mirrored on his silver shield. But long ago he went away, and where he dwelleth none can say. For into darkness fell his star, in Mordor where the shadows are." Dun dun dun. That's a nice segue from my second favorite point, which is the language stuff, to my first favorite point. And Tolkien is really a master of this, that he can so comfortably marry this manipulation and this understanding of language to a story that is full of beauty and virtue and courage, right? The story of Gil-galad, who ruled virtuously, who ruled nobly over the elves, and yet loses his life in battle against Sauron in the Second Age, ultimately to triumph over that evil, right? Tolkien understands there's no point in using language to cementify, is that a word? To memorialize anything if it isn't beautiful things, if it isn't things worth treasuring, if it isn't nobility and heroism as captured through real people who have done real things. Now, obviously, Gil-galad isn't a real person, but within the world that Bilbo inhabits, the reason why Bilbo translated this elvish poem, the reason this elvish poem exists at all is because within that world, Gil-galad is real and he did sacrifice his life against Sauron. This leads to a fundamental flaw with any fantasy, but especially prominence in Lord of the Rings. And it's that people become too focused on Gil-galad and not on the nobility and the heroism that he is standing in for in this fictional world, right? Gil-galad is a lie that points to the truth of nobility and heroism, but when people take the lie more seriously than the truth, then you've, I wouldn't say failed, but as a reader, then you've committed a grave sin. It is in fact something like lying to say that the truths that are found in this book are only valuable within the fantasy world and not in the real world itself, right? That a fairy tale, for instance, though it talks about courage and generosity and many other virtues besides, is only beneficial to children because, morality doesn't work like that in real life. That's a lie, just because you want to pretend that perhaps for your own sake, right, for your own benefits, that goodness and justice, we live in a morally gray world where things are not so clear cut. Well, perhaps you may use that to get away with whatever crimes you're willing to commit. But the fact of the matter is, there are very obvious laws of morality, and whether we follow them in all cases, or whether we simply consign it to fairy tales and fantasies and wishful thinking religions, is up to you. It's up to you whether you want to be someone that is worth remembering in the stories that we tell, or not.
I was very moved in the summer of 2020 in the wake of the BLM George Floyd protests that spilled from America to Britain and other countries. I was very moved by the fact that the morning after the Cenotaph and other national memorials, including the statue to Winston Churchill in Parliament Square, were vandalised, assaulted, graffitied over, that a group of young men and women voluntarily came out the next morning and started scrubbing the graffiti off. Now, one person who obviously supported the graffitiing said, "Oh, look at you, your precious memorials. You can't even allow this BLM graffiti to be up even for a day because of your precious memorials." And the taunting tone in that struck me.
Yes.
Because, of course, they are precious. The monuments to the dead of the two world wars are very precious to the British people because they commemorate our ancestors. They commemorate the people who gave their lives so that we can be free. Assaulting the statue of Winston Churchill, again, seems to hit right at the heart of us. Perhaps this is, and we'll get on to this, perhaps that's the point, but it seems clear that for the British public, this is the heart of us. Churchill is somehow at the very centre of our sense of ourselves as a people, and as a people who did good in the world.
Precisely, yes.
What that means is that, by and large, I've gotten really tired of all the, trivia bullshit, where it's like, did you know that Elrond has been around since the First Age, and he is the twin brother of the founder of Numenor, what's his name? Well, so you see my point, right? I don't care about this stuff, because that's not what's important. What is important is this beautiful display of truth, of love and loyalty and charity and justice, and the lengths to which we must go in order to preserve them, no matter how much we think that it is hopeless to do so. All that is recounted of the great battles between evil and good in the first and second ages of Middle-earth is meaningless compared to that small scene on the stairs of Cirith Ungol, where Sam and Frodo fall asleep and Gollum stumbles upon them, and he sees in them a world that he has long, long forgotten. I'm going to read that passage. Screw it. I'm going to read that passage. 1 second. All right, I have my copy of The Two Towers here in front of me. And Sam and Frodo are talking about Gollum, actually. I don't make no mistake. I don't doubt he'd hand me over to the orcs as gladly as kiss his hand. But I was forgetting. His precious. No, I suppose the whole time it's been the precious for poor Smeagol. That's the one idea in all his little schemes, if he has any. But how bringing us up here will help him in that is more than I can guess. Very likely he can't guess himself, said Frodo. And I don't think he's got just one plain scheme in his muddled head. I think he really is in part trying to save the precious from the enemy, as long as he can. For that would be the last disaster for himself too, if the enemy got it. And in the other part, perhaps, he's just biding his time and waiting on chance. Yes, Slinker and Stinker, as I've said before, said Sam. But the nearer they get to the enemy's land, the more like Stinker Slinker'll get. Mark my words, if ever we get to the pass, he won't let us really take the precious thing over the border without making some kind of trouble. We haven't got there yet, said Frodo. No, but we'd better keep our eyes skinned till we do. If we're caught napping, Stinker will come out on top pretty quick. Not but what it will be safe for you to have a wink now, master. Safe if you lay close to me. I'd be dearly glad to see you have a sleep. I'd keep watch over you. And anyway, if you lay near with my arm round you, no one would come pawing you without your Sam knowing it. Sleep, said Frodo, and sighed, as if out of a desert he had seen a mirage of cool green. Yes, even here I could sleep. Sleep then, master. Lay your head in my lap. And so Gollum found them, hours later, when he returned, crawling and creeping down the path out of the gloom ahead. Sam sat propped against the stone, his head dropping sideways and his breathing heavy. In his lap lay Frodo's head, drowned deep in sleep. Upon his white forehead lay one of Sam's brown hands, and the other lay softly upon his master's breast. Peace was in both their faces. Gollum looked at them. A strange expression passed over his lean, hungry face. The gleam faded from his eyes, and they went dim and grey, old and tired. A spasm of pain seemed to twist him, and he turned away, peering back up towards the pass, shaking his head, as if engaged in some interior debate. Then he came back, and slowly putting out a trembling hand, very cautiously he touched Frodo's knee, but almost the touch was a caress. For a fleeting moment, could one of the sleepers have seen him, they would have thought that they beheld an old, weary hobbit, shrunken by the years that had carried him far beyond his time, beyond friends and kin and the fields and streams of youth. An old, starved, pitiable thing. But at that touch, Frodo stirred and cried out softly in his sleep, and immediately Sam was wide awake. The first thing he saw was Gollum, pawing at Master, as he thought. "Hey, you!" he said roughly. "What are you up to?"
Nothing,
said Gollum softly.
nice master.
"I dare say," said Sam. "But where have you been off to? Sneaking off and sneaking back, you old villain." Gollum withdrew himself, and a green glint flickered under his heavy lids. Almost spider-like he looked now, crouched back on his bent limbs, with his protruding eyes. The fleeting moments had passed, beyond recall.
Sneaking,
he hissed.
Hobbits always so polite, yes. Oh, nice hobbits. Smeagol brings them up secret ways that nobody else could find. Tired he is. Thirsty he is, yes, thirsty. And he guides them, and he searches for paths, and they say sneak. Very nice, friends. Oh yes, my precious. Very nice.
Sam felt a bit remorseful, though not more trustful. "Sorry," he said. "I am sorry, but you startled me out of my sleep, and I shouldn't have been sleeping, and that made me a bit sharp. But Mr. Frodo, he's that tired. I asked him to have a wink, and... well, that's how it is. Sorry. But where have you been?"
Sneaking.
And the green glint did not leave his eyes. Powerful stuff, right? Beautiful characterization of Gollum. The entire tragedy of that poor life and everything it has lost is spelled out in just a few paragraphs. And, like, forget the fact that the ring caused it. Forget the fact that Smeagol just came back from talking to a giant spider, right? Just forget all that stuff and just get into the mind of these characters and what they have so longed for their entire lives and has been constantly denied and has poisoned them against anything that they have thought could redeem them. In letting go of this higher order story about all the fucking elves and talking trees and wizards and shit, you find something even more worth your attention than just the lineage of kings and stewards from Isildur down to Aragorn. Even if that is necessary to then tell the story of Gollum's corruption and destruction. You let the metaphor become real by stripping away the protective casings that allow the metaphor to exist. It's like a chocolate wrapper, you wouldn't buy a Kit Kat just sort of melting on a counter somewhere. But also you wouldn't eat the wrapper itself, right? You dispose of the wrapper first and then you eat the chocolate. And I think the Catholics especially really understand this. Tolkien, of course, was a Catholic himself. The Catholics really understand this because they do this all the time with the Eucharist. Because obviously it is a symbol, right? This is what the Protestants are so retarded about, is that they think it's just a symbol. And it's like, of course it's a symbol. But the whole point of a symbol is that it is the thing that it symbolizes, right? Otherwise poetry wouldn't work. When I say my heart is an autumn breeze that pushes on the sails of your lips or whatever, I don't fucking know. The Protestant response is, oh, well, this is all metaphor to say, like roughly he is in love, but it's not really that. And then the Catholics say, no, his heart is the autumn breeze that is pushing against the sails of her, is that what I said? That's retarded, but whatever, against the sails of her lips. The whole problem of explaining who I am to you is that it becomes circular when I use words like I love you and you are beautiful, because love and beauty themselves are abstract. And so I would then have to say, well, love means this and beauty means this. But at this point, you're just using a logical syllogism to describe what you feel towards this other person. And there's nothing less romantic to begin with. But also, there is nothing that captures the state of my soul, the way it longs for her, the way it cries out and says, hold me, baby, squeeze me, etc. There's a whole 60s song there that I don't want to get into. But you get the idea. And so I have to resort to something else. I have to resort to my sensorial experiences, which are the only original thing to me, right? I was talking about this before. Words, of course, store the collected wisdom. But when I want to share who I am, it is not enough to resort to collected wisdom. I have to originate those feelings entirely. And the only recourse I have at that point is to my own sensorial experiences, is to images that capture the feeling of what I mean, and not just abstract high-level words like L-O-V-E and B-E-A-U-T-Y that hide, or at best only suggest what I roughly mean. When I then say that my heart is the autumn breeze. Fucking I have to change this because it actually breaks my soul that I made a metaphor this bad. 1 second, please. Your lips, there you go. Let's start with the lips. Your lips are the autumn breeze that fill the sails of my heart. There you go. How's that? Get Sinatra to sing that, bitches. Your lips are the autumn breeze that fill the sails of my heart. Ah, now we understand what these words L-O-V-E and B-E-A-U-T-Y mean. One lonely heart, lost in the vast ocean with no kinetic energy whatsoever, and then suddenly the sails pick up in a violent gust, a wind, in fact a breath, from those shapely and gorgeous lips that save your life and bring you to the lands of plenty, etc. You know, the poem would continue, but the image that is presented there is almost divine. It is fantastical, in fact, to bring it all back to Tolkien, of course. And within that fantasy, though it is ridiculous because hearts do not float on the open sea, nor do they have sails, nor do lips produce an autumn breeze, nor can they be the autumn breeze, it is in fact the only way that I could ever possibly describe what it's like to love this person's lips. And in telling you this outrageous lie, I have told you a deeper truth than you could ever possibly figure out, just in the way that I said, I love her lips. That's just too cold, too scientific, as it were, too abstract to help you understand what I mean, what I feel, what I'm experiencing, what thrills me all the way through when I see your lips, or her lips, as it were. Not necessarily yours, dear listener. The only way, perhaps, to communicate the inner life of a human being is through nonsensical, subjective images, right? When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that is amore, you see. And the end product, I guess I'll get into this more later, but the end point of that, the logical end point of that, is that you reach a complete extreme of these nonsensical imagery, which is when we return to mythology, which is when we return, like I said, to divinity, to images that are superhuman or extra-human, like the talking trees. It turns out that our souls are not meant to be abstracted in that way, which means that language has a suddenly very strenuous task. Like a photograph, it at once captures something beautiful and at the same time kills it. On the one hand, it gives it up for remembrance and says this was worth valuing, and it shall be into the future, and at the other hand it says, but you shall never experience it the same way again. I come up with this phrase that we breathed together the demise of Caesar, or any other such person. We breathed together, we conspired for it, and suddenly there is a rush of immediacy to it. I understand exactly what you mean. Brutus was breathing Cassius, and Cassius breathing Brutus, breathing into each other this vile act. But now we simply say conspire, and that image has died.
There was a poem, it was something that was... somebody had taken trouble in the past to write, to communicate something, and it was absolutely unique. If it hadn't existed, you couldn't have invented it any more than you could have thought of your closest friend if you'd never met that friend.
Yeah.
And it was also embodied in the very words that it was in. If you paraphrased it, it just became a handful of dust. And it was utterly implicit. You know, as soon as you made it explicit, you ruined it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it? You got a lot of clever people together in a seminar room, and you turned this unique, embodied, implicit thing into something general, abstract, and explicit.
Yeah.
And to cut a long story short, it struck me that there was a problem with our thinking in very much like brains in vats about things out there that were objects that didn't have any kind of embodied reality for us.
Yeah.
And that interested me in what was going on in our brains.
Yeah.
But often, when you make something explicit, you utterly change its nature. You can see this with sex. You can see it with religion. You
Yeah.
can see it with jokes. You can see it with poems.
Yeah.
You know, and that when you disembody something, you utterly change its reality for us and how we relate to it.
Yeah.
And that when you abstract and generalize something, you've completely lost what was unique and special about it.
Yeah.
You're doing a rather paradoxical thing, is you're destroying the thing that you're trying to examine in the
Yes.
process of examining it.
Yeah.
And very often, I think, what we as a society have been tending to do in the last 150 years is increasingly to denature the world by our way of talking about it abstractly, mechanically, reductively. And that we have not attended to, because it's harder to see, what has been lost. What it is doing is sort of managing things, but it's making them no longer really present to us. It represents the world, and that word is fantastic, because if you just think about it, what it means is it's no longer present to you.
Yes.
It has been made present to you artificially, again, after the event.
Yes.
Now, if we live in a world that is constantly represented on a screen, wherever it might be, and it doesn't have to be on a screen, we're representing reality all the time to ourselves.
Yeah.
We're going, oh, it's one of those.
Yeah.
But if we could get back to the freshness of experience, which is what many of the meditation techniques, mindfulness,
Yeah.
and the principles of Oriental wisdom are about,
Yeah.
being present, it's a shattering experience.
Yeah.
Because the world becomes alive again.
Yeah.
And becomes marvelous again.
That's the curse of language, but it's also the blessing of language, because it means that at every point we have to say, what do these words mean? Why was this picture important to me? And can I revivify this attachment, this sincerity of feeling, this depth of understanding that drove me to take this picture? Not for the sake of the picture, right? Not because I love the picture itself, but because I love the thing that was captured on it. Can I bring it back to life? Like I said, our souls are not simply input and output devices that allow us to abstract the world outside, that we then rationally deconstruct in the pursuit of scientific knowledge or whatever other intangible, but rather, Sondern, as the Germans say. It is a subjective process that I've here dismissed as simply input and output that is the entirety of the soul. In fact, quite the opposite. Perhaps our souls are the things that refuse to abstract things in that way, but have to wrestle with the immediate that sees another human being exactly as another human being and not just as a generalized assortment of genetics, right, as a racist might, or a generalized product of beliefs as a politician might. The true poet is someone who has to wrestle with each human being. And I think that's what it means to love them in the way that Christ intended. Not simply to like them as they are, but instead to find within them the antithesis of a them, but rather the I that is contained within. When I'm talking about a photograph, I'm not using that simply as a metaphor for words, but I think that is exactly what we do with the natural world when we draw upon it for our sensorial experiences, which we then project out with our own subjective emotions. We see in nature not necessarily the correct way to live or anything like that, but rather, Sondern, the original mirror of our subconscious, right? Something that Freud would eventually abstract away into his office, right? Into his therapy room. We see rather the original vehicle for telling stories through metaphor by revealing to us what we think and what we believe. We, ensouled beings, are merely doing to the world what we always do to other ensouled beings. The only difference is that now we seem to believe there is no such thing as a soul for the external material world, for the natural world, as it were. We only seem to glimmer at souls within other human beings, and of course extend the courtesy to our pets if they happen to be smart enough. But as soon as you drop that distinction you return once again into the mythological world, where I am not the process by which the tree is ensouled, right? I'm not pretending that the tree has a soul. I'm not giving the tree a soul, but I'm simply refusing to let a tree disappear within my mind into the fog of materialism that simply says this is what this thing is made of, and instead saying, here is an independent entity. Can I develop a relationship with it, an I-you relationship with it, right? Can I see within it an independent I? From that point of view, you can see how much easier it is to restructure the world into the mythological framework that we now have mostly dismissed as simply stories of old, right? The Greeks, the Norse, the Celtic mythologies, the Hindus, the Aztecs, etc. This has been the stable understanding of reality for all of human existence up until the Enlightenment. And when we return to that point of view, it's not so much that we're sympathizing with the past so we can say, oh, I understand where they're coming from, but rather, Zondern, we ourselves are learning to see the world in a way that perhaps will be more stable for us in the long run than simply deconstructing everything to its material causes and its material constituents, which I believe is unhealthy because all it will lead us to is a sort of Lovecraftian emptiness that simply says, there's nothing here. We're just here to observe and make nothing of it. And that's no good. That's no good. That's the path to despair and suicide, if you actually fully believe it, which most people don't because they're not stupid. Even if you believe it, what'll eventually happen is people will just take advantage of the fact that you are empty and without guidance, like Orwell figured out in 1984, and they'll just fill that vacuum with their own power structures in order to exploit you, in order to take advantage of you. Or even worse, you will find that without the ability to recognize that there is a different consciousness inhabiting things outside of you, everything gets subsumed within yourself. Everything becomes simply an expression of your own subjective creations. And so you lose this idea that other people have their own worlds within them, have their own consciousnesses within them. There's a great line in Lolita that I read recently and is what inspired that psychodrama at the start of this video. Let me find it for you. 1 second. I simply did not know a thing about my darling's mind, and that quite possibly, behind the awful juvenile cliches, there was in her a garden, and a twilight, and a palace gate, dim and adorable regions which happened to be lucidly and absolutely forbidden to me. Yeah, perhaps. Do you think? It's almost like she's another human being. And so the great sin of Humbert Humbert, besides, raping a kid, is that he solipsizes another human being into simply another facet of his desires, right? Reduces her to nothing but flesh. And that's what happens when you deny that the world outside yourself could have its own subjective point of view, something that is contained within itself that you can never fully grasp. And so it's the flip side, really, of Orwell. One is that power is being exercised upon you, who has denied any sense of a subjective self, and thus lost the authority to say, this is who I am, this is what makes me independent from the rest of the world. Or else you are the authoritarian figure who has stolen the agency from other people, from other subjective points of view, and simply say that you are the only person worth existing. Either you get folded into everything, or else everything gets folded into you. And the reason I describe this as Lovecraftian is because that's what all Lovecraftian stories are about. Either you are so insignificantly tiny in the realm of the cosmos that you don't belong to anything at all. You do not even have the right to claim anything in the cosmos at all, let alone a point of view, let alone an entire world living within yourself that nobody can deny and that you are sovereign over. Which, by the way, is why so many Lovecraftian characters also go mad, because they lose that sovereignty, right? Else you are the one allied with all of these various evils, cosmic evils, and you have the power to sublimate the rest of the cosmos upon you, right? This basic idea of Lolita, which is one man controlling another human being, all the more evil because it's just a child, is taken to the limits of the cosmic imagination by simply saying, oh, everyone is subject to this basic principle of power. Obviously, that's dangerous because that's the authoritarian principle. And moreover, it treats humans as simply instrumental to your desires, right? They are nothing more than flesh. They are nothing more than something that you can use and exploit for your benefit. And if that means human sacrifice so that you can unleash the demon god Zalbor, or it simply means that you can sexually and physically abuse and traumatize a child whenever you please. It's the same story, just on ostensibly different scales. But I think even that is only a superficial difference. Because you are destroying the world in both cases, but one is only in a material way that says, oh, well, we're all stardust and we don't actually belong to anything and, ashes to ashes and all that. But the other world that is being destroyed is one that makes beauty and value and the dim palace gates and all that. You're destroying that world, which is unique among all of existence and cannot be found anywhere except in this child. And that to me is a much greater loss.
You can kiss the face before you, like as you kiss the bishop's ring, or whatever. Or you can kiss the other in her face. The kiss is a kind of summons. Very good example of this, we've referred to Dante before, but the very obvious example is that of Paolo and Francesca in the fifth book of the Inferno, where she says, reading this naughty book together, and she reads of the smile of Guinevere kissed by such a man. And then she thinks of her own smile, and suddenly Paolo, is upon her, and it's his mouth pressed onto hers. La bocca mi baciò tutta tremante, his mouth trembling against hers, and she falls into a different condition. She becomes flesh suddenly, having thought about a smile. I've got a picture of that. It's a really nice 19th century picture by Casoli. And I think most people know this story, beautifully presented, of course, by Tchaikovsky in a tone poem, by Rachmaninoff in an opera, and so on. So she falls and becomes flesh. And kisses are like that. They are also on the verge between being relations between flesh and relations between subjects. The I of the one person meeting the you of the other. Sartre says that in the erotic caress, we are incarnating the other person into her flesh. We are, as it were, making that subjective point of view part of what we touch, and yet it can't be part of what we touch because it belongs to the nothingness of the self. But this means that there's an intentionality about kisses too. There can be mistaken kisses. Lucretia, when she kisses the man who comes suddenly back from the battlefield thinking it's Tarquin, thinking it's her husband, suddenly discovers that he's Tarquin, the rapist. That was a mistaken kiss she gave him, and so on. So there's always, in these things like smiling and kissing and touching and so on, there's always this anxiety that what we intend as a relation between subjects, between I and you, might suddenly fall into a relation between objects. And I think most of us are aware of this now because of the growing culture of pornography and so on all around us, that somehow we're being invited to see these relations merely as relations of things and objects, and the fall into the world of things from the world of the I and the you.
The flip side, what comes to happen when you accept that there are subjects outside yourself, and not just objects, not just material realities, but a point of view everywhere outside of yourself. Not only is there not an emptiness to these things, if we can actually read metaphors of our minds from these natural phenomena, then it's almost like, I don't know, just to guess, these things were also created by a mind like ours. Not necessarily a rational mind, not necessarily a comprehensible mind, but a poetic mind that has written metaphors into these things so that we can read of them. The point is, to put a capstone on all this poetry discussion, is that at the same time as we are trying to communicate our emotions, the moment we try and use normal words, like love and beauty, we immediately hit the wall of abstraction that prevents us from connecting to our actual emotions. And so we have to build from the ground up some kind of embodied experience that allows me to communicate with you what it feels like, not just what it is, these things called love and beauty, but what it feels like to be possessed by these things. And the only way we can do that is by ensouling, giving souls to the material world that we see around us. And not just making metaphors out of them, but making them come to life as indeed is implied by the word ensouled. In order to really understand what these abstract words and ideas and emotions mean, we have to completely strip ourselves of abstractness and return ourselves to, shall we say, a primal perspective on the world that forbids us from using these big words, to return us to the unabstractness of our souls, that has no choice except to look at each individual thing as an individual and not just a thing. That is the invitation of all language, and it is answered by poetry, yes, but more importantly by Jesus, which is why I've been banging on about the Eucharist. See, because return to where I was condemning the Protestants because they were saying, oh, it's a symbol, it's a metaphor, don't be so serious about it. And it's like, yes, of course it's a symbol, of course it's a metaphor, that's the whole point. They are one and the same thing. There is no expression of Jesus more profound and complete, which is why it is Jesus' body, don't you see? If all you have is the abstraction, if all you have is wafer, then all you're doing is eating bread. If you want to eat bread, but don't say, well, it sort of seems to suggest that this is roughly what eating Jesus' body is like. Either be serious about it and say, this is the body of Jesus, the way the poets do, right? Or else simply admit that you have some sort of reluctance, recalcitrance, towards actually eating the body of Christ. Which is fine, it's perfectly understandable why that would be such a bizarre thing to do. Even in the Bible itself, people squirm away from it. They go, what the hell is this man saying? I'm not gonna partake of his flesh, especially if he's the Son of God. That's ridiculous. Now, something that I think is really weird, and this goes back to when I originally raised the topic of the Eucharist with Gollum, right? And the what did I say? The line of kings and stewards from Isildur to Aragorn. The reason why you need the second in order to tell the story of the first is that, of course, it's like a jewel on a crown, right? You need to be able to set the core of the story into something that actually contextualizes it and makes it important. If you can't do that, then, it's more like a lump of coal than a diamond, really. It needs structure, it needs pressure, it needs shape, and it needs to be chiseled in just the right way in order to make it sparkle correctly. What happens when the Eucharist is not set in the same way is that people have this similar revulsion as to the other followers of Jesus who chose not to follow Christ after that statement. And so this Protestant insistence that it's not actually Christ's body is almost a self-fulfilling principle because they don't follow that sort of richer mass, because they don't set the Eucharist as though it were the body of Christ within the structure of mass. To them, it never takes on the form of the body of Christ. And so if they never see the body of Christ within the Eucharist, of course, they will never find any reason to treat it as though it were the body of Christ. It's like if they only ever saw the wrapper of the Kit Kat and they said, that's not chocolate, that's plastic. What are you talking about? And it's like, no, just unveil it, you idiot. Just take it off, tear it off. Come on, what are you doing? But they refuse to. It's like, no, that's come on, let's go look for actual chocolate. That is funny to me, but also it is kind of tragic to realize that. And I don't think it's possible to believe one and then not believe the other, simply because everything in that traditional mass, right, the use of incense, the use of lighting and of rigor and of uttering prayers, all of that calls to the sensual experience of you are in the presence of Christ, right, of that story. It's just a matter of perception, right? It's just a matter of, do you choose to unveil what is there by taking on a different perspective, one that realizes our spiritual worlds are directly linked to our sensual experiences, that has to equate what we eat, for example, with the spiritual truths of which we partake and which we ingress unto ourselves. I don't think ingress is a verb, but whatever. In fact, that's exactly what Jesus came to do. The Word became flesh. It's right there. That's what that means. It's that he made the symbolic into the literal. He had a busy life, didn't he? First of all, he defeated death and sin for all mankind. And then he usurped Satan as the prince of this planet. And then he enriches our spiritual life by granting it the Word. So yeah, like how much can one man do? How much can one man do in a single lifetime? I guess technically he had 2 lifetimes, but that's, splitting hairs. I wouldn't be too concerned about that. He did it all before he was 35, so I think that's still pretty impressive. Forbes top 40 under 40 or whatever. Like, Jesus should be like number 1 for the rest of human existence, in my personal opinion. Very impressive figure, that Jesus feller. So yes, world-redeeming love. and the power of poetry and metaphor, and the magic stored within ancient mythologies, where does all of this bring us? To Richard Wagner, a character that I would not have very much to say anything about, except that I recently read a book by Sir Roger Scruton called Understanding Music, which has 2 chapters on Richard Wagner. The first is sort of like a biographical or political overview of Wagner's life, and the second of which called A First Shot at the Ring, a very short analysis, all things considered, of Wagner's epic cycle of 4 operas about the Germanic myths, which are a little bit different from the Norse myths, but by and large the same. Thor is in it, but he's called Donna. Freya, Frigg. Loki is in it, but he's called Loga. Valhalla is in it. Niflheim is in it, but it's called Nibelheim. Jotunheim is in it, but it's called Riesenheim. That one might be wrong. I haven't actually done my research on that particular one. But I mean, it's the land of the giants in both cases, so I think we're safe on that count. Anyway, you get the idea. They're basically the same mythology. But I want to read to you from the earlier chapter, and specifically the second half of that first chapter, because the first half is almost entirely discussing Wagner's anti-Semitism, which is now well famous, considering that the Nazis sort of used it to justify co-opting Wagner's music into their, nationalistic fervor. Now, because of this stain on Wagner's name, there's been a general claim that Wagner ought not be listened to, lest he be blamed for any anti-Semitic attacks or anything. I don't know. I just wanted to rhyme. Scruton dismisses those arguments and says basically that if the Nazis or if any other group of people had never actually identified Wagner's music as anti-Semitic, then there is nothing in the music itself to describe that anti-Semitism. And so he disregards the general dismissal of Wagner's music as something like jealousy, right? An easy way to dismiss something that is saying something profound and important, so that you don't have to put in the effort, the critical effort, in order to understand it. And that's sort of the first half of this chapter called The Trial of Richard Wagner. The second half starts with a summary of Nietzsche's arguments against Wagner, which are not about the anti-Semitism at all. And so I'm just going to read this entire second half of the chapter because it talks about, in a much more eloquent way than I could ever, about what it means for art to bring back these mythological ideas, not for the sake of the mythology, right? Not for the sake of letting you escape into this other fantastical world so that nothing in there is relevant to your life in here, but rather to enrich your life in here with such a profound truth that it could not actually be properly represented in this world because of all the other reasons I already talked about with poetry and such. So I'm just going to read the entire chapter, and at the end of the chapter, perhaps we'll return to more familiar waters, and you'll understand why I decided to embark on this journey to begin with. All right. Nietzsche was less bothered by the anti-Semitism than by the hero worship. I'm used to reading this with Scruton's voice in my head, and I do the same, except I don't have a very good Scruton. He's just too old, the croak, it's just too strong, and it would kill my throat in the long run. And besides, he's got a very strange British accent. He grew up lower class, and then he became sort of, educated, so to speak. And so, he doesn't have a posh voice, but he doesn't have, one of those characteristic unposh voices, if you know what I mean. So he's a hard voice to do, and so I won't. In any case, I kind of want to sprint through these readings, so I'm just going to do my voice. Nietzsche was less bothered by the anti-Semitism than by the hero worship. And this not for the reasons that trouble modern critics who cannot abide romantic heroes in any form, but because, in Nietzsche's view, the heroic in Wagner is a sham. Rather than accept Wagner's characters in the terms suggested by the drama, terms in which Wagner himself, as a disciple of Feuerbach, did not believe, we should, Nietzsche advises, translate them into reality, into the modern, let us be even crueler, into the bourgeois. And what then? We find ourselves among the metropolitan problems of Parisian decadence, always 5 steps from the hospital. Whether or not we accept Nietzsche's structures, we should recognize that they are genuine criticism. Nietzsche does not condemn the art by finding faults with the man. He purports to discern a profound artistic failing in the works themselves, a failing that undermines their clamorous appeal for our attention. And if he is right in this, then we should all treat Wagner with reserve, a reserve that would be fatal to the artistic intention. Nietzsche is asking us to see through Wagner's characters with their vast fields of heroic action to the repertoire of real emotions from which their deeds derive. What we then find, Nietzsche believes, is not heroic fortitude, generous love, or world-redeeming renunciation, but attention-seeking neurosis and a life-denying inability to accept the world as it is. Nietzsche is inviting us to see Wagner's characters as one-dimensional people lifted free from the bourgeois reality of cost and benefit, to enjoy a spurious sovereignty over their fate in fairyland. But Wagner's dramas are not fairy tales. Nothing is more impressive in them than the grim realism with which wholly intelligible motives are carried through to their crisis. At the same time, these motives are placed in a prehistorical, mythical, or medieval setting. Wagner's purpose was not to fill the stage with fantasies, but to create the kind of distance between audience and drama that would endow the drama with a universal significance. Hence his preoccupation with myths and legends, i.e. stories which depart from realism only in order to convey universal truths about the human condition. And on this page I've written a note, this is all a setup to Lord of the Rings. When Wagner applied himself to the study of the surviving literature of the early Germanic tribes, and to the poetry of medieval Germany, it was not to identify exemplary people and historical events, but to acquaint himself with a culture in which the real had been through and through penetrated by the ideal. A culture in which people did not merely do things, but also lived up to things. He discovered myth not as a collection of fables and beliefs, nor as a primitive religion, but as a distinct category of human thought, as open to us, Wagner thought, in a world of scientific skepticism, as it was open to the inhabitants of ancient Greece or Iceland. Myth dawned on Wagner as a form of social hope. It was a way of thinking that could restore to modern man the lost sense of the ideal, without which human life is worthless. Wagner's discovery of myth is not merely a matter of one person's moral and artistic credo. It is also one of the great intellectual advances of modern times, the ancestor and inspiration of comparative anthropology, symbolist poetry, psychoanalysis, and many aesthetic and theological doctrines that are now common currency. Wagner is given credit for this by Claude Lévi-Strauss, who acknowledges the composer as the main inspiration behind his structuralist method, by the anthropologist and medievalist Jessie L. Weston, and by Weston's disciple, T.S. Eliot, in The Wasteland. The idea of myth as a dramatization of deep and hidden truths about the human psyche entered common currency with Freud's theory of the unconscious. However, the accumulation of myth analyzing, myth dramatizing, and myth making that has ensued in the wake of Wagner has made it all the more necessary for us to revisit Wagner's own approach, and to study the freshness and vitality with which he transformed ancient myth and legend into quintessentially modern art. A myth, for Wagner, is not a fable or a religious doctrine, but a vehicle for human knowledge. The myth acquaints us with ourselves and our condition, using symbols and characters that give objective form to our inner compulsions. Myths are set in the hazy past, in a vanished world of chthonic forces and magniloquent deeds. But this obligatory pastness is a heuristic device. It places the myth and its characters before recorded time, and therefore in an era that is purged of history. It lifts the story out of the stream of human life and endows it with a meaning that is timeless. Wagner's original impulse, therefore, which was to discover in the ancient legends of the Germanic people the living record of the time of heroes, led him back to his starting point in the modern world. The time of heroes was a mythical time, and mythical time is now. Myths do not speak of what was, but of what is eternally. They are magical realist summaries of the actual world in which the moral possibilities are personified and made flesh. Hence, The Ring, Wagner's incomparable synthesis of the Germanic and Icelandic myths as they were reflected in the dark mirror of early Germanic literature, became the most determinedly modern of his works, the one which more than any other provides a commentary on modern life and on the hopes and fears that thrive in it. Yet, planted within the bitter and often cynical drama, like a seed that survives in the desert and which suddenly flowers at the first drop of rain, is the heroic ideal. The ideal that Wagner had searched for as a past reality, but which he discovered to be a myth, and therefore all the more real for us, being written not in the past tense, but in the eternal present. The heroic ideal, enshrined in the love of Siegfried and Brünnhilde, was not refuted but vindicated for Wagner by its mythical setting. Of course, Wagner did not see the legends that he wove into dramas as we would see them, but he responded to their hidden fund of religious feeling, and this endows the Wagnerian music dramas with their distinctive spiritual glow. All the subtle emendations and elisions, whereby Wagner extracted from his sources a cogent and supremely logical foil for character and passion, were designed to reveal the sacred, indeed sacramental character of our deepest emotions, and to isolate the moments of sacrifice in which ideals become real. The love-death theme that is made explicit in Tristan und Isolde propels also the inner psychic movements of The Ring, and is only superficially hidden by the veil of religious renunciation drawn across it in Parsifal. We are being constantly reminded that love, treated as a summons to sacrifice, becomes a sacred and redeeming force. All else is compromise. In pursuing this theme, Wagner created an array of unforgettable characters and a series of brilliant plots. He also invoked an eerie world without love, the world of Nibelheim, which we revisit again and again in The Ring, not as a physical, but as a psychical realm, from which the tormented souls of Mime, Albrecht, and Hagen can never escape, since they are incapable of the one thing, renunciation, which would give them the power to do so. Wagner contrasted this loveless realm not with a kingdom of love, for there is no such thing, as the story of Valhalla reveals, but with moments of sacrifice and renunciation, in which love suddenly irradiates the human psyche and irresistibly persuades us that our mortal life is worthwhile, and worthwhile because mortal. In Parsifal, the moment of sacrifice achieves Christian form, but the Christianity is grafted onto a more pagan conception of sacrifice, a conception that comes vividly to mind in the two immolations of Brünnhilde and in the death of Siegfried. The connection between Siegfried's death and the pagan stories of victims sacrificed and sanctified so that the world might be renewed was noticed by Thomas Mann in a vivid passage that deserves quotation. Quote, "The overpowering accents of the music that accompanies Siegfried's funeral cortege no longer tell of the woodland boy who set out to learn the meaning of fear. They speak to our emotions of what is really passing away behind the lowering veils of mist. It is the sun hero himself who lies upon the bier, slain by the pallid forces of darkness. And there are hints in the text to support what we feel in the music. A wild boar's fury, it says, and, 'Behold the cursed boar,' says Gunther, pointing to Hagen, 'who slew this noble flesh.' The words take us back at a stroke to the very earliest pictured dreams of mankind. Tammuz and Adonis slain by the boar, Osiris and Dionysus torn asunder to come again as the crucified one, whose flank must be ripped open by a Roman spear in order that the world might know him. All things that ever were and ever shall be, the whole world of beauty sacrificed and murdered by wintry wrath, all is contained within this single glimpse of myth." End quote. In opera and drama, Wagner compared the role of the orchestra to that of the chorus in the Greek tragedy. Although this very imperfectly describes his own use of the orchestra in subsequent works, it perfectly fits the technique that the composer uses in order to set a frame around Siegfried as he is led forward to the slaughter. The orchestra is the supremely sympathetic observer of its own sacrificial victim, following his narrative in a kind of subdued awe, leading him on with gentle gestures as the sacred bull was led to the altar, encouraging him to give the sign of acceptance that will summon the sacrificial blow. It is precisely because his musical technique brought these undercurrents of religious emotion so infallibly to the surface that Wagner was able to iconize and idealize the passions of his characters, and to make it not just plausible but also right that they should sacrifice everything for what would otherwise be the transient nothingness of love. In my view, it is only if we understand the religious nature of Wagner's dramas that we will really be able to account for their appeal to modern people, and for the hostility as well as the devotion that they inspire. For Wagner, as for the Greeks, a myth was not a decorative fairy tale, but the elaboration of a secret, a way of both hiding and revealing mysteries that can be understood only in religious terms, through the ideas of sanctity, holiness, and redemption. These are ideas that we, all of us, need, Wagner believed. And although the common people perceive them through the veil of religious doctrine, they come alive in the great examples of love and renunciation and find articulate form in art. Wagner's own words best explain his stance, quote, "It is reserved to art to salvage the kernel of religion, inasmuch as the mythical images which religion would wish to be believed as true are apprehended in art for their symbolic value. And through ideal representation of those symbols, art reveals the concealed deep truth within them." End quote. Wagner's works are therefore more than mere dramas. They are revelations, attempts to penetrate to the mysterious core of human existence. They are not unique in this. Aeschylus and Shakespeare, to both of whom Wagner was hugely indebted, also present dramas that are shaped as religious epiphanies. But Wagner worked in another medium, which enabled him to present the conscious and the individual passions of his characters simultaneously with their universal and unconscious archetypes. The orchestra does not merely accompany Wagner's singers, nor are they merely singers. The orchestra fills in the space beneath the revealed emotions with all the ancestral longings of our species, irresistibly transforming these individual passions into symbols of a common destiny that can be sensed but not told. Wagner acquaints us with our lot, and makes available to an age without religious belief the core religious experience, an experience that we need, but which we also flee from, since it demands from us even more than it gives. To the religious mind, nature lies beyond human control, though not beyond human damage. The natural world must therefore be approached with awe and piety, but also with a bold sense that we belong in it, and can abuse our position of trust. Moreover, for the religious person, nature is governed by the very same forces that order the inner life, and is therefore, in the words of Baudelaire's sonnet, a forest of symbols. This way of reading nature belongs with those very earliest picture dreams of mankind to which Thomas Mann refers. It is not only in children's stories that birds speak and trees have faces. This is our primal experience of the world, an experience of territory that we share with other species, governed by forces that we must appease through prayer and sacrifice, and which we must strive to get on our side. Wagner perceived that the drama of The Ring, whose characters inhabit the landscape of the hunter-gatherer, required him to reinvent such a natural world. The forests and rivers, the fires and storms, the dragons and mermaids, the voices of the woods and the birds, all these are recreated in The Ring, with a freshness and poetry that owe everything to music, but with a directness that recalls the rich tradition of German children's literature. Oh my goodness. I just flipped the page and everything is underlined and scribbled over. I'll have to decode this under my own handwriting. Okay, we're almost at the end. Parentheses, all children have been brought up on this literature, even those who have never read a word of it, since it is the literature that created childhood. Christmas is only one of its many byproducts. End parentheses. The god-haunted, dream-enchanted landscape of The Ring is the first thing that modern producers hasten to airbrush from the story, for it creates the context in which religious awe is inescapable. Looked at in this way, we can see Wagner's Ring cycle as a bridge between two far more humble productions, Grimm's fairy tales and The Lord of the Rings. There you go. And one of the scribbles on this page is, "Oh, we got there in the end, did we not?" Grimm influenced Wagner, and Wagner made Tolkien possible. Indeed, the emotions that are stirred by the cinematic realization of Tolkien's rambling story are a faint echo of what would be felt were The Ring to be performed as Wagner intended, with every single stage direction realistically obeyed. This would be the film to end all films, the Götterdämmerung of our modern era, in which Wagner's moral would be apparent even to the unmusical. And, almost certainly, it would be banned. Tolkien's passion for the medieval world arose, like Wagner's, from a lifelong religious quest. Unlike Wagner, however, Tolkien did not have the ability to remake the religious experience through art. He remained a good, sad Christian at heart, but with a talent for pagan fairy tales. His novel has smatterings of the great conflicts between good and evil, and an abundance of mysteries, but it does not recreate the experience that Wagner has always in mind in his tetralogy, which is the experience of the sacred. The Ring is not merely the greatest invocation of primeval nature and the hunter-gatherer world in modern art. It also abounds in moments of genuine religious awe. Brünnhilde's announcement to Sigmund of his impending death, Siglind's blessing of Brünnhild, Wotan's farewell, Siegfried's first encounter with Brünnhild, and so on. Virtually all the turning points of the drama are conceived in sacramental terms. They are occasions of awe, piety, and transition, in which a victim is offered and a promise of redemption received. But a peculiar Wagnerian twist is given to each of these moments. While the sacred has, in the past, been interpreted as a man's avenue to God, for Wagner it is God's avenue to man. It is the gods, not mankind, that need redemption. And redemption can come through love. But love for Wagner is possible only between mortals. It is a relation between dying things, who embrace their own death as they yield to it. This Brünnhilde recognizes during her great dialogue with Sigmund, resolving in her heart, but as yet not fully conscious that this is what she was doing, to relinquish her immortality for the sake of a human love. But what, on this view, are the gods? Mere figments, as Feuerbach had argued, or something more deeply implanted in the scheme of things, something that precedes and survives us? Wagner's answer is not easily explained in words, although it is transparently obvious in music, and it is an answer that makes him supremely relevant to us. For, despite our attempts to live without formal religion, we are no more free than people ever have been, or ever will be, from the religious need. Wagner accepted Feuerbach's view of the gods as human creations, but human creations include some very real and lasting things, like St. Paul's Cathedral. Gods come and go, but they last as long as we make room for them. And we make room for them through sacrifice. The gods come about because we idealize our passions, and we do this not by sentimentalizing them, but, on the contrary, by sacrificing ourselves to the vision on which they depend. And it is by accepting the need for sacrifice that we begin to live under divine jurisdiction, surrounded by sacred things, and finding meaning through love. Seeing things that way, we recognize that we are not condemned to mortality, but consecrated to it. Properly produced, the Wagner music dramas compel their audience to see things in that way, which is why they are no longer properly produced. The sacred prompts the desire for desecration, and, in those who have turned away from religion, this desire is irresistible. And that is the end of that chapter. Scruton then continues with a first shot at the Ring, where he actually analyzes the music and what it means and how it communicates emotions and these metaphysical truths to us, as he sort of outlines in that excerpt I read. I would not have read that excerpt, given its length, except for the fact that I did actually listen to the entire Ring, which is not just one opera, but it's a cycle of 4 different operas. The whole thing is about 15 hours long. And I listened not only to the entire thing, but the entire thing 8 different times, across 8 different performances, just so I had a really good understanding of the Ring, to reread that and say, ah, yes, he's right. So that I could read that to you guys and not feel like a pseudo, not feel like a jackass who's just showing off. Now, the correct way to do this without injuring yourself, don't try this at home. The correct way to do this is for you to listen to one opera every day, and you listen to all 8 versions of the same opera in a row, right? So you listen to Das Rheingold, you listen to 8 versions of that, and then finally you move on to Die Walküre, and you listen to 8 versions of that, and then you move on to Siegfried, and then to Götterdämmerung. That's the correct way to do it. Will that take you a long time? Yes, it will. The cycle takes 15 hours, and 8 times 15 is 80 plus 40, which is 120. So yeah, that's a brilliant way to spend 120 hours. That's not even sarcastic. I'm genuinely telling you, it is a much more worthwhile way of spending 120 hours than playing video games or whatever the fuck, right? And because it's so easily segmented, all you have to do is listen to one opera every day, so that it takes you 8 days to get through Das Rheingold, 8 days to get through Die Walküre, etc. But even then, within the operas, there are intervals, right? There are different acts, and there are breaks between them. So really, it's just, if you can set apart an hour and a half in the morning, and then really listen to the first act of whatever opera, and then you set apart an hour and a half in the afternoon at lunchtime, and really listen to the second act, and then set apart an hour and a half at the just before bedtime, and you really listen to the third act, then you will become a true Wagnerite, and a really quite dedicated one at that. So it's a good way to spend a whole month, because that's how much it takes. 8 times 4 is 32, right? And so that's basically how I spent my November. Later in this video, I'll tell you that I was recording on September 22nd. I did. And also, I finally got back to editing this video and re-recording stuff for it today on December the 1st, now that November is finished, now that I'm finished listening to The Ring. And like I said, the reason why I was so intense on understanding The Ring so fundamentally, as to know every note before it's even played, was to confirm whether Scruton was saying things that were true, or whether he was just finding an excuse to insult Lord of the Rings. And I'm happy to say that it is not an insult to Lord of the Rings at all. What he has said there is actually completely 100% true, both in his analysis of The Ring, as well as his relative condemnation of Lord of the Rings. When he talks about musical moments that genuinely present you with religious awe, he's actually 100% right. There's no denying that whatsoever. If you listen to the second half of the Valkyrie, I mean, there is not a moment in that is flawed or a waste of time or not laden completely with extreme human emotion. It's basically impossible to find a bad performance of that second half of the Valkyrie, because it is just astoundingly human and tragic and beautiful. Starting with Brunhild approaching Sigmund. Sigmund, see of me. All the way through to the very end, when Wotan says, or Odin, as some of you may recognize him, Wotan says farewell to his most favorite and beloved daughter. Leb wohl die Kindes herrliches Kind, du meines Herzens heiligsten Stolz. It's just heart-wrenching. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to tell that from me singing it, but that's why you should go listen to the original. Well, anyway, the point is, listen to Wagner, read Scruton, and you will get an inkling as to why it's important for people like Tolkien, people like myself, I suppose, to return to these myths and try to reapply them to the world as we know it today, to mine these truths that are eternal. Not because we can sort of draw parallels to the mythological world in ours, but because we live in a mythological world now, because the way we understand the world in our minds, right, our sensorial experience that we draw upon to write poetry, for instance, is inherently mythological in the first place. It treats the heart that is floating in the sea as a real thing, as something that can actually exist, even if it can't. It treats talking trees as something that can exist, even if it can't, because it does. I know that sounds paradoxical and stupid, but the fact that it does not exist, except when our souls grant them these properties, means that it exists more than simply the material realities of the world. So let's at last look at Tolkien's own revisiting of one of these myths, a sort of Celtic or British myth. I'm not exactly sure how to classify this, on account of Arthur was sort of Saxony, sort of Anglo-y, sort of... I don't really know what's going on there. I'm not an Arthur expert at all. I have read, of course, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, which is sort of separate. It's not really clear that they were bundled together all the time. It's assumed that Gawain was written later or much, much later than the original Arthurian myths. But the point is, everything that Tolkien aspired to when he wrote Lord of the Rings with its Christian subtext and its insistence on loving language the way that he does with all of its poetry and fucking Tom Bombadil, as well as this deep and rich fantasy that he just keeps elaborating upon, was powered and motivated from his love of Old English mythology like Beowulf and like the Arthurian myth. So it's very natural that within that overlap, Tolkien, of course a language scholar, would have already translated one of these mythologies. And Sir Gawain, I think, within its fantastical setting, within its Catholic setting, and within everything I was talking about with nobility and heroism being placed at the forefront, right? Language is subdued, subordinate to those more profound truths and beauties. Sir Gawain is definitely the story to help you open your eyes dramatically to these aspects. So no wonder that Tolkien was attracted to it. And of course, with some of those later topics talking about mythologies, we see some of that return to wildness with the Green Knight himself. So let's jump straight into the reading. It is going to be abridged on account of I've spent an hour talking about not Gawain, and so yeah, I'll kind of have to rush through this. But it is also going to be annotated on account of I would like to spend an hour talking about Gawain as well. The text is split up into 4 parts. I believe they're called fids or something like that. F-I-D-D maybe. It's split into 4 parts, and between each of these abridged parts, I am going to talk about some of the stuff that I did not read, or some of the thematic substances, or just some other various thoughts that I think are interesting. If you want a more thorough or interesting discussion of Gawain, then I would recommend, first of all, Jonathan Pajot, who quickly became one of my favorite people on the internet over the past year. And his podcast, The Symbolic World, has a 2-parter on Gawain and the symbology coming at it from an Orthodox Christian perspective, as Jonathan Pajot does. And another really good analysis of Gawain is from Spencer Clavin, who, unlike Jonathan Pajot, slowly became one of my favorite people on the internet also over the past year. And on his podcast, Young Heretics, you can find a 2-parter, again, about Gawain, and this time talking about it from a sort of more mere Christianity level of morality, about chivalry, the historical perspective, stuff like that. So both of those guys have fantastic episodes on Gawain, which I would fully recommend. And at the end of the video, I do have something really cool that I want to show you guys, and perhaps explains why I was so keen on bringing Scruton and Wagner into this, the musicality aspect into this video. So I'm very excited to share that. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Let's dive right in. 'Tis the new year. Well, not yet. Not in real life. Or maybe, I don't know, depending on when this video comes out. But in Camelot, 'tis the new year, and much revelry is being made of the fact. Arthur's Round Table, of course, is not exempt from the merriment. It is alive with joy and gaiety, and all the bravest knights of the realm are there to spread the good cheer. One of these is not Gawain, not because he isn't there, but because he's not really of much renown. He's not particularly well known for any strengths or virtues or achievements. But he is the king's sister's son. He is the king's nephew, and so he gets a special seat right next to him, right next to the king, that is, at the head of the table. And so he's having a swell time of the feast as well. Until there is a sudden interruption, not only in the feast, but in fact in the narration as well, which interrupts itself to say, of their service I will say nothing more, because obviously it's a royal feast at Camelot, no want would there be. And instead the narrator describes another noise that drew near on a sudden, and he describes in full detail, stepping into that happy hall from the wilds without, a perilous horseman, a knight all in green, not only his clothing, not only his jewelry, but even his skin and his hair and his eyes and his horse all in green. And from there we begin. Very gay was this great man, guised all in green, and the hair of his head with his horse's accorded, fair flapping locks enfolding his shoulders, a big beard like a bush over his breast hanging, that with the handsome hair from his head falling was sharp shorn to an edge just short of his elbows, so that half his arms under it were hid, as it were in a king's capadoche that encloses his neck. The mane of that mighty horse was of much the same sort, well curled and all combed, with many curious knots woven in with gold wire about the wondrous green, ever a strand of the hair and a string of the gold. The tail and the toplock were twined all to match, and both bound with a band of a brilliant green, with dear jewels bedight to the dock's ending, and twisted then on top was a tight-knotted knot, on which many burnished bells of bright gold jingled. Such a mount on middle earth, or man to ride him, was never beheld in that hall with eyes ere that time. For there his glance was as lightning bright, so did all that saw him swear. No man would have the might, they thought, his elbows to bear. And yet he had not a helm, nor a hauberk either, not a paisain, not a plate that was proper to arms, not a shield, not a shaft for shock or for blow, but in his one hand he held a holly bundle, that is greatest in greenery when groves are leafless, and an axe in the other, ugly and monstrous, a ruthless weapon, a right for one in rhyme to describe. The head was as large and as long as an ell-wand, a branch of green steel and of beaten gold. The bit burnished bright and broad at the edge, as well shaped for shearing as sharp razors. The stem was a stout staff, by which sternly he gripped it, all bound with iron about it to the base of the handle, and engraven in green and graceful patterns, lapped round with a lanyard that was lashed to the head, and down the length of the haft was looped many times. And tassels of price were tied there in plenty to bosses of the bright green, braided most richly. Such was he that now hastened in, the hall entering, pressing forward to the dais. No peril he feared, to none gave he greeting, gazing above them, and the first word that he winged,
"Now where is,"
he said,
"the governor of this gathering? For gladly I would on the same set my sight, and with himself now talk in town."
On the courtiers he cast his eye, and rolled it up and down. He stopped, and stared to espy who there had most renown. Then they looked for a long while, on that lord gazing, for every man marvelled what it could mean indeed that horseman and horse such a hue should come by, as to grow green as the grass, and greener it seemed than green enamel on gold glowing far brighter. All stared that stood there, and stole up nearer, watching him, and wondering what in the world he would do. For many marvels they had seen, but to match this, nothing. Wherefore a phantom and fey magic folk there thought it, and so to answer little eager was any of those knights, and astounded at his stern voice, stone still they sat there in a swooning silence through that solemn chamber, as if all had dropped into a dream, so died their voices away. Not only I deem for dread, but of some 'twas their courtly way to allow their lord and head to the guest his word to say. Then Arthur before the high dais beheld this wonder, and freely with fair words, for fearless was he ever, saluted him, saying, "Lord, to this lodging thou art welcome. The head of this household, Arthur my name is. Alight as thou lovest me, and linger, pray thee, and what may thy wish be in a while we shall learn."
"Nay, so help me,"
quoth the horseman,
"he that on high is throned, to pass any time in this place was no part of my errand. But since thy praises, Prince, so proud are uplifted, and thy castle and courtiers are accounted the best, the stoutest in steel gear that on steeds may ride, most eager and honourable of the earth's people, valiant to vie with in other virtuous sports. And here is knighthood renowned, as is noised in my ears. 'Tis that has fetched me hither, by my faith, at this time. You may believe by this branch that I am bearing here, that I pass as one in peace, no peril seeking. For had I set forth to fight in fashion of war, I have a hauberk at home, and a helm also, a shield and a sharp spear shining brightly, and other weapons to wield too, as well I believe. But since I crave for no combat, my clothes are softer. Yet if thou be so bold as abroad is published, thou wilt grant of thy goodness the game that I ask for by right.
Then Arthur answered there, and said, Sir, noble knight, if battle thou seek thus bear, thou'lt fail not here to fight.
Nay, I wish for no warfare. On my word I tell thee. Here, about on these benches are but beardless children. Were I hasped in armour on a high charger, there is no man here to match me, their might is so feeble. And so I crave in this court only a Christmas pastime, since it is Yule and New Year, and you are young here and merry. If any so hardy in this house here holds that he is, if so bold be his blood, or his brain be so wild, that he stoutly dare strike one stroke for another, then I will give him as my gift this gizam costly, this axe. 'Tis heavy enough to handle as he pleases, and I will abide the first brunt here bare as I sit. If any fellow be so fierce as my faith to test, hither let him haste to me, and lay hold of this weapon. I hand it over forever, he can have it as his own. And I will stand a stroke from him, stock still on this floor, provided thou'lt lay down this law, that I may deliver him another. Claim I, and yet a respite I'll allow, till a year and a day go by. Come, quick, and let's see now if any here dare reply.
If he astounded them at first, yet stiller were they, and all the household in the hall, both high men and low. The man on his mount moved in his saddle, and rudely his red eyes he rolled then about, bent his bristling brows all brilliantly green, and swept round his beard to see who would rise, when none in converse would accost him. He coughed then loudly, stretched himself haughtily, and straightway exclaimed,
What? Is this Arthur's house?
Said he thereupon,
the rumour of which runs through realms unnumbered. Where now is your haughtiness, and your high conquests, your fierceness and fell mood, and your fine boasting? Now are the revels and the royalty of the Round Table overwhelmed by a word by one man spoken. For all blench now, abashed, ere a blow is offered.
With that he laughed so loud that the Lord was angered. The blood shot for shame into his shining cheeks and face. As wroth as wind he grew, so all did in that place. Then near to the stout man drew the king of fearless race, and said, Marry! Good man, 'tis madness thou ask'st, and since folly thou hast sought, thou deservest to find it. I know no lord that is alarmed by thy loud words here. Give me now thy gizam in God's name, sir, and I will bring thee the blessing thou hast begged to receive. Quick then he came to him, and caught it from his hand. Then the lordly man loftily alighted on foot, and now Arthur holds his axe, and the haft, grasping sternly, he stirs it about, his stroke considering. The stout man before him there stood his full height, higher than any in that house by a head and yet more. With stern face as he stood, he stroked at his beard, and with expression impassive, he pulled down his coat, no more disturbed or distressed at the strength of his blows than if someone as he sat had served him a drink of wine. From beside the queen, Gawain to the king did then incline. I implore with prayer plain that this match should now be mine. Would you, my worthy lord, said Gawain to the king, bid me abandon this bench and stand by you there, so that I, without discourtesy, might be excused from the table, and my liege lady were not loath to permit me, I would come to your council before your courtiers fair. For I find it unfitting, as in fact it is held, when a challenge in your chamber makes choice so exalted, though you yourself be desirous to accept it in person, while many bold men about you on bench are seated. On earth there are, I hold, none more honest of purpose, no figures fairer on field where fighting is waged. I am the weakest, I am aware, and in wit feeblest, and the least loss, if I live not, if one would learn the truth. Only because you are my uncle is honour given me. Save your blood in my body, I boast of no virtue, and since this affair is so foolish that it nowise befits you, and I have requested it first, accord it then to me. If my claim is uncalled for, without cavil shall judge this court. To consult, the knights draw near, and this plan they all support, the king with crown to clear, and give Gawain the sport. The king then commanded that he quickly should rise, and he readily uprose and directly approached, kneeling humbly before his highness, and laying hand on the weapon, and he lovingly relinquished it, and lifting his hand gave him God's blessing, and graciously enjoined him that his hand and his heart should be hardy alike. Take care, cousin, quoth the king. One cut to a dress, and if thou learnst him his lesson, I believe very well that thou wilt bear any blow that he gives back later. Gawain goes to the great man with his arm in hand, and he boldly abides there. He blenched not at all. Then next said to Gawain the knight all in green,
Let's tell again our agreement, ere we go any further. I'd know first, Sir Knight, thy name. I entreat thee to tell it me truly, that I may trust in thy word.
In good faith, quoth the good knight, I Gawain am called, who bring thee this buffet, let be what may follow, and at this time a 12-month in thy turn, have another with whatever weapon thou wilt, and in the world with none else but me. The other man answered again,
I am passing pleased,
said he.
Upon my life, Sir Gawain, that this stroke should be struck by thee. Begad,
said the Green Knight.
Sir Gawain, I am pleased to find from thy fist the favour I asked for, and thou hast promptly repeated and plainly hast stated, without abatement, the bargain I begged of the king here, save that thou must assure me, sir, on thy honour, that thou'lt seek me thyself, search where thou thinkst I may be found, near or far, and fetch thee such payment as thou deliverest me today before these lordly people.
Where should I light on thee? Quoth Gawain. Where look for thy place? I have never learned where thou livest, by the Lord that made me, and I know thee not, knight, thy name nor thy court. But teach me the true way, and tell me what men call thee, and I will apply all my purpose the path to discover, and that I swear thee for certain, and solemnly promise.
That is enough in New Year. There is need of no more,
said the great man in green to Gawain the courtly.
If I tell thee the truth of it, when I have taken the knock, and thou handily hast hit me, if in haste I announce then my house, and my home, and mine own title, then thou canst call and inquire, and keep the agreement. And if I waste not a word, thou'lt win better fortune for thou mayst linger in thy land and look no further. But stay, to thy grim tool now take heed, sir. Let us try thy knocks today.
Gladly, said he. Indeed, sir. And his axe he stroked in play. The Green Knight on the ground now gets himself ready. Leaning a little with the head, he lays bare the flesh, and his locks, long and lovely, he lifts over his crown, letting the naked neck, as was needed, appear. His left foot on the floor before him placing, Gawain gripped on his axe, gathered and raised it from aloft, let it swiftly land where 'twas naked, so that the sharp of his blade shivered the bones, and sank clean through the clear fat, and clove it asunder, and the blade of the bright steel then bit into the ground. The fair head to the floor fell from the shoulders, and folk fended it with their feet, as forth it went rolling. The blood burst from the body, bright on the greenness. And yet neither faltered nor fell the fierce man at all, but stoutly he strode forth, still strong on his shanks, and roughly he reached out among the rows that stood there, caught up his comely head, and quickly upraised it, and then hastened to his horse, laid hold of the bridle, stepped into stirrup iron, and strode up aloft, his head by the hair in his hand holding. And he settled himself then in the saddle as firmly as if unharmed by mishap, though in the hall he might wear no head. His trunk he twisted round, that gruesome body that bled, and many fear than found, as soon as his speech was sped. For the head in his hand he held it up straight, towards the fairest at the table he twisted the face, and it lifted up its eyelids and looked at them broadly, and made such words with its mouth as may be recounted.
See thou get ready, Gawain, to go as thou vowedst, and as faithfully seek till thou find me, good sir, as thou hast promised in this place, in the presence of these knights. To the Green Chapel go thou, and get thee, I charge thee, such a dint as thou hast dealt. Indeed, thou hast earned a nimble knock in return on New Year's morning. The Knight of the Green Chapel I am known to many, so if to find me thou endeavour, thou wilt fail not to do so. Therefore, come, or to be called a craven thou deservest.
With a rude roar and rush, his reins he turned then, and hastened out through the hall door with his head in his hand, and fire of the flint flew from the feet of his charger. To what country he came in that court, no man knew, no more than they had learned from what land he had journeyed. Meanwhile, the king and Sir Gawain had the green man laugh and smile. Yet to men had appeared 'twas plain, a marvel beyond denial. Good green Goliphant! Isn't there so much to say? But first I just want to wrap up the story of this first part. There's this weird gimmick that Arthur has, apparently, where at his feasts he refuses to eat until someone has told him a very fanciful story or a particularly daring feat in order to help him work up his appetite. And until the Green Knight had come along, no one had actually volunteered a story, which of course refuses to be a problem once the Green Knight appears and then gets his head chopped off and then rides away all the same with his head being held by the hair in his hand. That certainly works up an appetite in Arthur. And he says right at the end, "Nonetheless, to my food I may fairly betake me, for a marvel have I met, and I may not deny it." No, no indeed, Arthur, no indeed. So yeah, obviously there's a lot that we could do a deep dive on already, symbolically, mythologically, Christianologically. I don't think that's a word, but whatever, you understand. One of the most important things that I want to return to later is in fact the very last sentence, I guess, from the very last verse of this first part, this first fid. Actually, I think it's fit. F-I-T-T, maybe. Anyway, so the very last sentence in this is, "Sir Gawain, now take heed, lest fear make thee refrain from daring the dangerous deed that thou in hand hast ta'en." Ta'en, of course, is taken with the K removed for the purposes of the meter. Even that is quite interesting because it's it's not from the voice of a character. It's actually the narrator straight up telling Gawain, sort of breaking the fourth wall in the wrong direction, if you will, and saying, hey, Gawain, you're going to be very scared of the fact that you are about to die, but take it in stride and don't be afraid of performing your task, which is a weird thing to say to your own characters, right? But I think what's interesting is a lot of Gawain that we see in the story is something like ourselves, right? Because Gawain now has been tasked with going into the wild, going to the Green Chapel, wherever that may be. And much of that journey, to sort of spoil things a little bit, not the journey there actually, but much of the journey, much of the adventure, let's put it like that, even after he reaches his supposed destination, is about reintegrating himself into the natural world and taking the civilized culture that he has through Camelot, through the example of his uncle and the knights that he sits with at the round table, bringing it out into the wild and legitimizing it against the natural state of affairs. Because it's not only that the Green Knight, I guess we're jumping straight into the discussion already, it's not only that the Green Knight is a symbol of the wild, he's a strange amalgam of different things. First of all, he is a knight, right? He is part of the same order, or at least value systems, that Gawain and Arthur are themselves part of. He embodies the same virtues. And furthermore, I lied to you. I lied to you at the start of this reading when I said that this knight was dressed all in green. That, of course, is not completely true. He also has gold, right? He's also bedecked in gold. It's those two colors that are synthesized, unified in the figure of the Green Knight. And what's gold? It's wealth, it's luxury, it's decor, right? It's the aesthetic. It is things that can only be valued by the human mind. It's not something that the wild will naturally take to or find appealing. Gold is an artificial attraction of the human mind. And so to find it upon ostensibly simply a wild thing, upon this Green Knight, seems to be a contradiction, but it's not. It ties in with this idea that he is still a knight. He is still something that can negotiate and integrate itself within the civilized order of Arthur and of Camelot. This idea keeps restating itself like some kind of musical theme, right? Arthur is there and he's demanding of his knights to regale him with some fantastical tale so that he can eat. And who satisfies that? It's not one of them, it's the Green Knight. The Green Knight understands the games that are played in this court, and he knows how to win in them as well. Which is somewhat suspect when he comes in, and he's not there to fight with anyone, even though he cuts an imposing figure, and he taunts them, and he sure knows how to get under their skin. He's not there to fight against them, he's here to play a game with them. That should have triggered something in their minds. They should have said, if he knows how to win against us, and yet he's completely foreign to us, given the fact that he has green skin and green hair, maybe we should take this a bit more carefully. And here's what's really interesting. Gawain is the only one who does. Arthur volunteers first, but his idea, as he hints to Gawain, even as he gives him the axe to take up his mantle, his idea is, listen, if you cut this guy's head off, or you injure him hard enough that he dies, then he won't be able to hit you back. Gawain doesn't think like that. Gawain immediately says, hey, where can I find you in order to get this hit back? How do I know where I can go to reclaim this? This, I think, has always been the win state of the beheading game, as it's called. This is actually a trope, sort of medieval trope of Celtic fantasy of this sort, where a strange intruder from the wild comes in and says, hey, cut off my head and I'll cut off yours and you can go first. And it's like, okay. And then they cut off his head. And of course, he's a fey creature. So he just picks up his head and says, yeah, your turn. This is a trope. But I think the way to win this is to take it completely seriously, is to say, all right, is to be able to negotiate with the wild in the first place, in the way that the Green Knight himself is able to negotiate with you on your terms as well, by posing this as a game. The game, by the way, is also a trade, right? You give me this, I'll give you that. And trades are very interesting in Gawain, but I'll talk about that more in part 2, I think. Yes. And this fascination with winning the game, I don't think is unique to me specifically. Jonathan Pajot said, I think, that to really win, you were supposed to hit with the holly branch instead of the axe, right? Because the Green Knight doesn't actually specify which one of these is the weapon that you're supposed to use. But I think that's a bit cheaty, and I don't think it really would fit in with the point of the story in the first place. It's extra textual, let me put it like that. It goes outside the bounds of the text to say, well, what if you use the holly branch? It's like, yeah, okay, what if? Who cares? The reason why I think it's this ability to negotiate with the incomprehensible, the reason why I think that's the win state is because of two reasons. First of all, the knight himself presents it as part of the game, right? He says, if any fellow be so fierce as my faith to test, right? He's not saying, oh, do you think you can cut my head off before I have the ability to respond? Instead, he's saying, hey, listen, I'm staking my life on the fact that I can repay this to you, right? If I want this to be a fair game, then I have to be able to follow the rules of the game. I have to be able to respond to your hit in kind. And so he's saying, look, because I'm a knight, I have to be honest. And if anyone would treat me as a knight, then they have to be willing to take the hit in return that they give to me. And like I said, only Gawain is willing to do that. And that's ultimately why I think Gawain won. The second reason that I think this is the win state follows from that point, because to recognize in this foreign entity something like yourself, right? To see in this completely alien figure dressed all in green and gold, to say, he behaves like us, he thinks like us, he must be like us, and I will hold him to the same standards to which I hold myself, is to recognize within him the same I, the same subjective existence that you know you host within yourself, so that you have to grant this completely unrecognizable entity the same powers and the same sovereignties that you naturally demand as a point of view upon the world. In fact, as a world unto yourself. This, of course, ties back to several different topics that I touched on in the preamble, almost like I did it on purpose. And in fact, it makes them explicit, because remember what I was talking about, talking trees for a start. Interestingly, in Guild Wars 2, there are a race of talking trees, and one of the stories that they adapt into Guild Wars 2 is Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. They do it very badly, so don't play Guild Wars 2. But that's generally good advice for everyone. Don't play Guild Wars 2. But at least the one thing that Guild Wars 2 does is it takes advantage of this idea of talking trees in fantasy, and then it actually gives it to the Green Knight, right? It says, well, if you want to be so involved in fantasy, if you want to so much project your subconscious upon the external world so that you are simply talking to wood, then why don't you just make it a real person who starts demanding completely irrational things out of you? And that's what Gawain and the Green Knight is about. It's about an irrational actor coming out from an incomprehensible world, and yet it demands from us the same respect that we would give to the highest knights of the realm, to the king himself, in fact. Here is the natural world, no longer subjugated under civilization, no longer subject to King Arthur, literally a subject, right? No longer subdued by the ways we manipulate it, but instead willing to manipulate us. It's only the people who come to that new personality, the incomprehensible demands of a different soul, of a different person, with whom we can create an I-you relationship, even if it is utterly incomprehensible to us, as indeed all yous ultimately are to all eyes, that have the respect and the ability to win against the Green Knight, against the literal personification of all that we have consigned to the unrelatable world, or to put it another way, to the material world. And so, once again, we find ourselves contending with this frankly overwhelming idea that the mythological point of view is the only one that is truly honest to the human point of view, the human perspective, because all other points of views remove sovereignty from the individual, remove relatability, and reduces everything, including other people, to objects in the physical world and not subjects, not unique perspectives upon the world that are worlds unto themselves. And any other description, such as, for example, the scientific, rationalist, reductive, materialist perspective that has become so popular over the past few centuries, I guess, is, I wouldn't say wrong, but significantly lacking what this story ultimately is, in my opinion. And I want you to keep this in mind as I read through the rest of Gawain. It's an invitation to return to that mythological perspective. And it's a meditation, I think, on the costs and the temptations and the weapons that you must use on that journey to reclaim that perspective and integrate it into yourself and reintroduce it into society in a healthy way, in a way that doesn't completely reduce society to simply a sort of neo-paganism, but actually has something valuable to bring to you, even if you are a virtuous society ruled nobly and justly by an honest and good king. And the reason why the narrator is speaking to Gawain directly by breaking that fourth wall, like I said, and thus is speaking to the reader himself, is because it's an invitation to the reader to take up the journey that Gawain takes. Even as you and I trek on this journey to discover the poetic world and say, oh, our sensorial experiences aren't just a post hoc reconstruction of our material understanding of the world, sondern the actual fabric and substance of the world itself, right? Our perception is the world. The way it happens that you and I are doing it on this video is by watching Gawain himself taking that exact same journey, which is why I wanted to read this to you in the first place. You have been invited to return to the mythological world and to see what we now deem as the material, to see what we have reduced simply to the color green as the outside, as the incomprehensible, and to imbue it with personality, as to imbue it with its own demands, whatever they may be, whatever the price of that ends up being. Even if we don't understand them, we have to assume that the other has its own reasons for doing these things, that we have to now negotiate with, that we are willing to subject our lives to in order to uphold. We have to be willing to treat the other as an end in itself and not simply as a means for our own ends. To paraphrase from Kant, even if the thing itself doesn't have an obvious consciousness, we need to see the thing in itself, as Kant says. The Ding an sich, I believe, is what I've sort of tangentially attached onto this argument that I'm building here. I should read Kant, to be honest, The Critique of Pure Reason. That should be my Christmas gift, from me to myself. Now, of course, it's kind of an extreme, right? If someone were to walk into your room and say, hey, cut my head off, and he meant it, right? And he was actually very serious about it. He even brought you a knife so that you could do it. And furthermore, he said, hey, if you do it to me, then I'll do it to you. We can take turns. Then you would assume that he had lost some of that sovereignty. He'd gone mad, like I said with Lovecraft. Two things follow from that, from the extremes of that particular action. The first is, like I said, a repetition on a theme. It's the establishing that even though this entity can play our games and win, yet it is dramatically not a human being. It defies death in the most sort of gruesome and incomprehensible way. It is once again that union of green and gold, of the foreign and the well-integrated, that arrives in the Green Knight and upends the structural beliefs of Camelot. When you cut someone's head off, usually they die. But the fact that the Green Knight does not is troubling, even though he is a knight, even though he behaves just the way that the knights are supposed to. A hauberk I have at home, and a helm also, right? He has the accoutrements of knighthoodness, and yet he's not a human, which is like the prerequisite of being a knight, right? You can only embody knightly virtues, chivalrous actions, and courtly grace, I guess. I don't really know how to phrase that, but you can only take up the mantle of knight if you are a human being in the first place. The facts of existence that you are trying to overcome in taking up this code of behavior is a strictly human problem. And so when someone comes along who is not a human and yet says, yeah, I behave just the way you do, there is an inherent challenge to the foundations that Gawain and Camelot and Arthur are built upon. And so the challenge is there. How much are you going to lose to this? In what way are you going to negotiate with this? And can you get out of it literally alive in this case, because Gawain has now staked his life on being able to negotiate with the Green Knight in order to play this game with the Green Knight, having established this trade as well. This, I think, is another flaw with the Lovecraftian system of what I've been calling incomprehensibility, where in Lovecraft, it's just nothing is comprehensible, where if something cannot be sort of scientifically reduced or rationally deconstructible, then it drives you mad. And it's like, no, that's almost exactly the opposite of the case, where the more you look at modern physics, it's like the more incomprehensible it is, the more it attracts our curiosity and our attention and our wonder. And this to me is our mythological and poetic condition, right? Like, there's no point me trying to describe this water bottle because it's just a water bottle. It's made of plastic. It has hot water inside it at a temperature of so many degrees Celsius. But I could instead explain to you how I got it and what it means to me and why I drink hot water and there's nothing, it's not like coffee or anything. I could explain these things to you and that would be a story, right? That would actually have some value to me more than just the fact that it is a water bottle. Those things are ultimately intangibles and in that sense, from a materialist perspective, indescribables, incomprehensibles, things that the mind naturally turns to the word transcendent for, right? Things like love and beauty. We realize that there is no way to actually pin down the definitions of these words. or of these high-minded concepts and ideas, of even negative ideas like alienation. But that's not the time to, lose your mind and go insane and take a lily. It's like, that's such a caricature of the poetic mind that it ultimately just becomes frustrating and shallow to read these Lovecraftian works that have no insight into the human imagination at all. That's the time to relish in our human experience and to bring to life what it means for us to feel these things. And most importantly, to validate these experiences within the human subconsciousness by taking that most important step of assuming that you can comprehend the sensual experiences I am feeling, even though we are completely independent subjects. Not to say that, it was an utterly indescribable monster that existed in the fifth dimension. It's like, sorry, that's a waste of my time. But thank you for trying, Lovecraft. I could suggest to you instead a truly indescribable cosmic phenomenon that will completely change your life, and that is the night sky. I don't mean stars. I don't mean like flaming balls of gas, as Pumbaa so eloquently put it in Lion King, but the night sky as a single entity. And we project the spiritual longings that those sights awaken within us to the spiritual realities of living as a human being. And in fact, I would contend that without this ability, we actually have no spiritual experience of a human being in the first place. The fact that we can draw these ideas out of nature is what makes us human, in my opinion. And Lovecraft misses all of this by simply saying that everything boils down to our rational understanding. You might, from a critical lens, say that Lovecraft is critiquing this over-rationality, this too deep materialism. But I don't think so, because none of his characters awake into a deeper understanding. They all just go mad, and that's just not satisfying. What's interesting about Gawain, and the reason why I'm diving into this so thoroughly, is that Gawain... First of all, the Green Knight is not a Lovecraftian entity, right? He actually has some comprehensibility to him. It's the parts that are so divorced from our human understanding that make it even creepier and make it even more alarming to witness that it can take on such a similar form to us. In just the way that the night sky affects our soul so immediately and so powerfully. And yet it is completely alien to us. It's just white dots on a black canvas if you want to be completely reductive about it. And it has no human form whatsoever. It completely lacks any natural empathetic abilities, the way that a kitten does, for example, right? With the big eyes and the cute features and all that. And yet it moves us so much deeper than just a kitten ever could. And it's that alarming disconnect between what we think of as being human and what being human actually is that is the heart of what I've been calling this mythological perspective, and also the true nature of the Green Knight, and ultimately what Lovecraft so dramatically fails at when he says that Cthulhu is this indescribable monster. It's like, okay, sure, fucking whatever, who cares? Completely divorced from human understanding, who cares? On the other side of this is Gawain, of course, whose main claim to being the hero of this story is that he says, I want to understand you. I want to have this I-you relationship where I actually treat you as something like myself in a way that is utterly meaningless in a Lovecraftian story, or indeed in a purely rationalist, scientific, materialist perspective. And like I've been saying, that is the reason why Gawain is the hero, and it's the reason why Gawain is worth following in this story. So like I said, repetitions on a theme. I just don't want anyone to think that I believe Gawain is some kind of Lovecraftian text. It's like anti-Lovecraftian. That's the point I'm trying to get at. This is all, I think, getting a little bit too abstract from this, from the original question that I was asking, which is, why is it such an extreme image to have your head cut off? Very well that we are trying to describe a non-human entity, but there is a kind of gruesomeness to the image. It isn't just, tentacles, which is a very cheap way of saying it's not a human. Thanks, Lovecraft, once again, for that utterly vapid cliche. The true disconcerting part of it is it just boils down to the simple facts, right? The immediacy of the emotion that having your head cut off should mean that you die. And this blasé denial of death as though you can just pretend it doesn't exist and escape from the consequences of decapitation is so unsettling that I think that's where the strength of the image comes from and ultimately became a sort of medieval trope in its own way. Recall, of course, that not only Gawain, but Camelot itself and Arthur's authority is based on the image of Christ, right? Christ also denies death, but not in the sort of glib way that the knight picks up his own head by the hair and says, haha, your turn. But instead, it's a violent and devastating death that he undergoes. And it's a real death too. He actually dies. And yet, he comes back. It is a defeat of death in a very violent and almost traumatizing struggle that ultimately liberates other people from that same curse, as that hymn famously recounts, right? Born that man no more may die. Also, probably my favorite Christmas carol, by the way. Born to raise the sons of earth, born to give him second birth. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn king. The Green Knight is almost exactly the opposite in every single way. First of all, he cheats, right? He knows that if he gets his head cut off, he'll be perfectly fine, but he doesn't say that to anybody else. Meanwhile, Christ is put to death because he said he's the Son of God, right? It's not a spoiler when apparently death is actually not strong enough to hold the Son of God there. Secondly, it's completely painless for him, and he doesn't even go through the natural rigors, if you will, of death, right? He doesn't fall to the ground. In fact, he springs right back up. And thirdly, he condemns someone else to the same fate. He condemns Gawain to having his head cut off. And what this all means is that the challenge that the Green Knight now presents to Gawain, the negotiation that he's asking for, the trade that he's asking for, is almost a satanic temptation in a way. It's basically saying, why do you follow Christ? You don't have to. It's not important that you do. You can break away. This idea of temptation is going to play in Gawain very, very much. And I think in Spencer Clavin's podcast, he mentions also that green is the color of the devil at this point in Christianology, as I called it previously. And so this idea of the Green Knight not only as a symbol of the wild, but also as a symbol of rebellion against order, and therefore as a satanic figure and an antichrist figure, is also worth keeping in mind. And a very important part of what the story of Gawain ultimately ends up being about. Do you believe that this system that you're part of is actually valuable? And that, I think, is the second reason why the image at the center of this first part, this first fit, needs to be so gruesome, needs to be so violent, and it needs to be a decapitation. I think Jonathan Pajot was the one who said that for Christians, right, a decapitation is sort of a dishonorable death, right? It disrespects the idea that you will have a bodily resurrection when Christ returns. First of all, I believe that's also why Islamist jihadists sort of took on the beheading as their signature image of the rule of Islam, right? Their MO, if you will, because they're saying your Christianity is so offensive to us that we will deny you your bodily resurrection, which you feel free to believe in it, but we just won't grant it to you should you decide to martyr yourself instead of turning over to the true faith, Islam, etc., etc. That might be based on hearsay, though, so don't treat that as an established fact. It's just a secret between you and me. It also disrespects the fact that you aren't just the rational mind that computes your sensual experiences coming in from your eyes and your ears and your nose and your mouth. I'm not going to sing the fucking nursery rhyme. But you aren't the computer that decides those things, but you are those things themselves. You identify with the sensual experience itself. And to cut the head off is to literally say, no, you are separate from the rest of your body, right? You are simply the computer at the top of it. And so once again, we are reducing things to the object itself. And that's the fate that not only Gawain, but also Camelot to a degree, is being consigned to, unless Gawain can save them from it as he goes on this adventure. Now, Christ is actually also relevant in a different way that has less to do with beheadings, but more to do with Gawain's fear, right? This idea that I've started this whole discussion with. Gawain's fear. Of course, Gawain is fearful of dying, but there is a way that you can voluntarily accept death and yet be beneficial to society, right? It's not suicide, it's something more noble, something more profound. And of course, there's only one relevant character to discuss when it comes to this voluntary acceptance of death. That is Christ, who willingly was born on a cross, tortured to death, and accepted it for the sake of the other. Gawain, like the text says, is fearful, but the method through which he overcomes that fear is in the worship of Christ and of his mother Mary. And I think that's the most profound twist in Gawain, and the thing that ultimately allows us to view this as a modern text and not just as a medieval mythology, is because it says, oh, well, it's obviously not suitable enough to simply return to the paganism of old, right? We cannot simply say that the wilds are a distinct source of power and they have to be worshipped and etc., because the whole structure of Arthur's authority is based on divine judgment, is based on his holy authority. And to now say that, actually, the presence of the Green Knight means that the wilds not only have their own personality, but have their own sovereignty that cannot bow to anyone at all, is to diminish that, is to destroy it, in fact. And we are not allowed, actually, to simply spit in the face of our current society, because we have our own very unstable, rudimentary fears and doubts about whether the current society is suitable to the obstacles that we have come to encounter, such as our own deaths. And so the fact that Gawain doesn't actually turn to the Green Knight, but rather turns to his own beliefs and turns to the structures of the society that he was formed by, even if he may not understand them very well, even if it doesn't treasure him very well, even if he is in low ranking and low esteem by its own standards, the fact that he turns to it to assess the position that he is in is what makes him the hero of the story. Not only the fact that he was willing to respect the wild on its terms, but also he was willing to stand on the ground of his own terms, right? It was a true negotiation. It wasn't just, I'm willing to give up everything because you're a scary Green Knight. No, it's, I know who I am. And I know the price that I am willing to pay in order to find out what you are. I'm willing to sacrifice my life in order to establish a real I-you relationship, where my I am real, grammar, and your you are real. This is really tripping me up. But you get the idea, right? Both parties need to be true to themselves. Both parties need to have something valuable to provide in order that the synthesis actually has something valuable to bring. And the reason Gawain is the hero is because he respects both sides, right? He isn't denigrating the I, he isn't objectifying or minimizing the you, and instead is giving it the same value, the same faith that he has in himself, in the structures that support him. And that ultimately is why Gawain is worth following on this journey to the Green Chapel. So let's continue that journey. That's a very dramatic way to finish this first part, but I feel like I haven't said everything I wanted to say. So let me just think for a second. I did want to talk about why it absolutely has to be Christ and a Christian society that is able to reintegrate things in this way. But I think I will wait until the very end of this video, right? Right at the end of part 4, we'll see the twist that defines Gawain in a lot of ways. And of course, this idea that the story is set at Christmas, which is the arrival of Christ into the world, the introduction of his mode of being, his love, the word being made flesh, as I talked about previously. The reason why that's significant all ties up together very neatly and nicely right at the end of the story. So I'm going to save that for later. Let's move to part 2. Now, part 2 I intend to almost entirely abridge. Not because it's bad, but because we need to get to the important stuff, and part 2 is very much lacking in that department. It's more of the dramatic and adventurous part of Gawain, which I like, of course. It's an adventure story. It's meant to excite you and meant to sort of draw you into that medieval life in the first place. But we have more urgent topics to discuss. Is my mic sounding all right? I hope it is. I just moved it, so hopefully it sounds a bit better. Anyway, we do get some quite important stuff to discuss at the start and at the end, and then there are some few lines in the middle that I want to briefly discuss and touch on and make sure you guys have in your minds as you think about Gawain's journey here. So this will be kind of more of a patchwork section as I go through these different sections, less as a singular reading, but more as like a dream almost. You're sort of jumping around between different parts. Okay. So the year passes from winter to spring to summer to autumn, as the years tend to go. That sounds like it should be another nursery rhyme, but I don't know any about the changing of the seasons. The story here is a really good section, translated wonderfully by Tolkien, where we are given this beautiful word painting, better known as a description of each of the seasons and how each dissolved into the next, which I guess I'll read. I mean, we're here to celebrate Tolkien's literary qualities as well as Gawain's spiritual truths, so why not? And so this Yule passed over, and the year after, and severally the seasons ensued in their turn. After Christmas there came the crabbed Lenten, that with fish tries the flesh, and with food more meagre. But then the weather in the world makes war on the winter. Cold creeps into the earth. Clouds are uplifted. Shining rain is shed in showers that all warm fall on the fair turf. Flowers there open, of grounds and of groves green as the raiment. Birds are busy a-building and bravely are singing for the sweetness of the soft summer that will soon be on the way. And blossoms burgeon and blow in hedgerows bright and gay. Then glorious musics go through the woods in proud array. After the season of summer with its soft breezes, when zephyr goes sighing through seeds and herbs, right glad is the grass that grows in the open, when the damp dewdrops are dripping from the leaves to greet a gay glance of the glistening sun. But when harvest hurries in and hardens it quickly, warns it before winter to wax to ripeness, he drives with his drought the dust till it rises from the face of the land and flies up aloft. Wild wind in the welkin makes war on the sun, the leaves loosed from the linden alight on the ground, and all grey is the grass that green was before. All things ripen and rot that rose up at first. And so the year runs away in yesterday's many, and here winter wends again, as by the way of the world it ought, until the Michaelmas moon has winter's boding brought. Sir Gawain then full soon of his grievous journey thought. And yet till All Hallows with Arthur he lingered, who furnished on that festival a feast for the night with much royal revelry of the Round Table. Okay. I myself am recording this on the autumn solstice. Is that what it's called? I swear there's another word for it. September 22nd, which is the transition from summer into fall. And also Frodo and Bilbo's birthday, just by the way. So, this is very topical for me as I'm literally watching the seasons change as I'm recording. Soon, of course, the leaves will start falling and we'll cycle back into winter, as Gawain himself will realize soon enough. It'll happen very soon, Sherlock. The fall.
The fall. But don't be scared. Falling's just like flying, except there's a more permanent destination.
But yes, we don't go all the way to winter. We don't go all the way to Christmas once again before Gawain departs, because he does actually have to find this green chapel somewhere in the world. Final Fantasy IV has this song that plays whenever you're looking for a particular key story moment, and it's called Somewhere in the World, and it's just sort of this dreamy, ambient song that I absolutely detest, because it inevitably meant that I spent like hours and hours just circling the map, being like, where the fuck am I supposed to go on my airship? And I'm sure that's basically what Gawain felt like, because no one that he talks to has any idea what the Green Knight, where the Green Knight could be, or what the Green Chapel even is. I mean, we can probably safely assume that it is a chapel that to some degree is painted green or has greenish elements. This, I could keep going on it. It's the repetition on the theme, right? The chapel is, of course, the Christianity that Gawain is part of. The green is the embodiments of the wilds that Gawain is very much not part of. And so the Green Chapel is the place where those two are supposed to reconcile to some degree. But we don't know if he will, or if he'll just die when he gets there. Now, so we've had Christmas, which was in the winter. What festivities do we think of when we get to the fall? Halloween, right? And in fact, this would be a very Halloween-esque tale to tell, in addition to Christmas and New Year's, and possibly Easter as well. It's sort of like an all holidays story, Gawain. But on Halloween, the day after Halloween, which is called All Hallows Day, I think, I watched a really attractive girl called the religious hippie, Amber Rose, and she had a video on All Hallows Eve, which I should probably rewatch, because the first time I was just distracted by her beauties. So yeah, I should probably rewatch that video just to figure out what exactly is going on that time of year in the Catholic world specifically. But anyway, so the day after All Hallows Evening, or Halloween, Gawain finally decides to leave. Jonathan Pajot has on his podcast, The Symbolic World, a description of why it was significant that Gawain specifically chose to leave on All Hallows Day. I don't remember the specific argumentation though, so just go watch his video instead. Everyone at Camelot, of course, is sad to see him go, which is interesting because Gawain himself has a strange perception of who he is within Camelot. He thinks he's the lowest of the low. Within the knights, I suppose. Not the low, but he thinks he's the lowest of the esteemed, right? He has no real right to be at the Round Table except for his bloodline. But the people of Camelot don't seem to think like that. It says here, the knights of renown and noble ladies, all for the love of that lord, had longing at heart. They're basically mourning the fact that they're spending the last months of their life with Gawain. They're also trying to make merry with these last moments. The more lightly of laughter they spoke, many were joyless who jested for his gentle sake. There, Tolkien sort of perfectly using the alliterative format of this old form of poetry. Poetry in the past didn't used to rhyme. It wasn't about the same vowels so much as the same consonants, and so a lot of older poetry uses alliteration instead. Wagner's Ring also uses that alliterative format, both within the original German as well as the English translation that I was reading, which is apparently like the first translation ever. So that was pretty cool. Thanks, internet. Within that one specific phrase, you can hear it very nicely. Many were joyless who jested for his gentle sake. Very nice. I don't know if you heard it in part 1, but it was pretty prominent there as well. Pretty prominent. Now I'm speaking alliteratively. But in part 1 as well, there was, for example, the Green Knight comes in and he says, "Now where is the governor of this gathering?" My voice automatically goes like an octave lower whenever I have to do the Green Knight. Just naturally. Oops. "For gladly I would on the same set my sight, and with himself now talk in town." You can see how much work this would have taken for Tolkien to do, and you can see the kind of passion it would have required, and a love of language to actually fulfill this request from the original alliterative form. And I can't speak of the quality of the translation itself. It's not like I've read 8 different translations of Gawain. It's more that I was interested in Tolkien in the first place that I decided to read Gawain, and then I realized, oh, Gawain is actually a very, very deep, rich text. These words are my only real exposure to Gawain, and I can't make a critical decision one way or the other on the quality of the translation. But you can imagine, I hope, just how much of a big deal it is when someone decides to pursue this all the way through. Even though Gawain is a relatively short text, it is still like a massive endeavor to actually satisfy the requirements of this poem. Anyway, so we were talking about how everyone is trying to cheer up Gawain. Gawain himself ever made good cheer, saying, "Why should I be dismayed? Of doom, the fair or drear, by a man must be essayed." So he's keeping his spirits up. He has this very nice attitude towards the task at hand about the responsibility of being a human, which I talked about back in part 1 with being a knight, right? You have to be human. You have to know the responsibilities of being human in order to take up this code of behavior that tempers your nature as a man. But secondly, I kind of talk myself off this point, but the people at Camelot actually do not think of Gawain as low at all, even though Gawain believes that he is low in ranking within the structure and the systems of Camelot. It is that sort of modesty and that virtue that makes him worthy of renown at Camelot, and so the people really like him there, actually. It's not the case at all that he is undesired at Camelot. He's not an idiot, so to speak. There is a difference between being undesired and exiled and finding your redemption through that method versus willingly leaving the realm of order, sort of in a more hero's journey way, and then going out into the realm of chaos and then reintegrating that. And Gawain, you know, it's interesting, Gawain thinks he's more of the former than he is the latter, but the people at Camelot, the order from which he is leaving, believes he is more of the latter than he is the former. What's that mean? Well, it means that Gawain's identity is not actually very well built. Even though I praised him previously for having this strong perspective on who he is, which he can then present to the Green Knight as the thesis-antithesis binary of the I and the you that I was talking about so much previously, which then in a sort of Hegelian manner be synthesized. It's not really that Gawain has an I. Rather, Gawain has a we. Gawain has an idea of a community that believe certain things together, that have values, that they prioritize over themselves. But I don't think he has the understanding that those priorities are put in place in order to better define your sense of self, right? In order to better define the I. This is sort of Christianity 101, if you will. You subdue your passions and submit yourself to the authority of a higher power. In the case of Christianity, that is both cultural or communal within the church and also personal through your connection to God by the Holy Spirit. You subdue your passions so that the real you, the you that was intended by God, the you that is most fulfilled in his light, comes to prominence. And that's a very important difference that I don't think Gawain has realized yet. He's so disciplined, I guess, so self-tempered, so willing to deny himself that he has actually, in a sense, lost his place, lost his sense of identity within the system. Now, as much as I said that the material world is the original mirror of our subconscious, which is kind of a highfalutin way of saying that we read stories into nature, the fact that it was Gawain who reached out to the Green Knight, and he did it because he feels this duty to the communal we, that he feels lacking in their light, I think is a plea for an identity. He's saying, I don't know who I am, and perhaps I can hope to find it in the mirror when I bring what is ours, what is from the we, upon this completely incomprehensible you, and try and extract the difference. In the movie adaptation that came out very recently, there's a scene like this where Gawain is captured by a pinhole camera. And I think it's basically saying the same point, although it's a bit more of an abstract movie. It's hard to understand really what the point of what the point of a lot of those scenes in that movie is. But I think it's worth watching, if only to critique it more rigorously than I'm going to in this video anyway. It's not a Christmas Carol, right? It's not the Christmas movie that you deserve, but it is the Christmas movie that maybe you should watch. So it's not just Camelot that needs direction and revivification. It's also Gawain himself. And I think that's really important. We're going to talk about that more in part 3, along with everything else, apparently, along with the value, the nature of trade, along with the nature of hospitality, the nature of temptation, etc. Part 3 is where everything happens, so I'm very excited to get there. But we won't get there if I just keep babbling on about part 2. So anyway, that's the situation at Camelot. Eventually he leaves. He leaves the gates, of course, and everyone... Let's read this. All who beheld him so honourable in their hearts were sighing, and assenting in sooth, one said to another, grieving for that good man. Before God, 'tis a shame that thou, Lord, must be lost, who art in life so noble. To meet his match among men, marry, 'tis not easy. To behave with more heed would have behooved one of sense. And that dear Lord duly a duke to have made, illustrious leader of liegemen in this land as befits him. And that would better have been than to be butchered to death, beheaded by an elvish man for an arrogant vaunt. Who can recall any king that such a course ever took, as knights quibbling at court at their Christmas games? Many warm tears outwelling there watered their eyes, when that lord so beloved left the castle that day. No longer he abode, but swiftly went his way. Bewildering ways he rode, as the book I heard doth say. What book he's talking about, I'm not actually very sure. Surely not the Bible, that would be weird. So yes, as you can see, everyone likes him. He's dressed very specially for the occasion of this remarkable adventure. Fantastic voyage, as David Bowie would perhaps say. In the event of this fantastic voyage. And here's the most interesting part. They give him brilliant gules, whatever those are, maybe jewels, G-U-L-E-S. Then they brought him his blazon that was of brilliant jewels, with the pentangle depicted in pure hue of gold. By the baldric he caught it, and about his neck cast it. Right well and worthily it went with the knight. And why the pentangle? Oh, okay, so there's a lot more symbolism there and some numerology that I'm not very clear on at the moment. I think Jonathan Pajot talks more about the numerology. Maybe, I forget. Anyway, so what do we notice? He's wearing gold, right? He goes out into the adventure and he's wearing gold. So this is the inverse, in many ways, of the Green Knight, who came into Camelot, and he's all in green. Meanwhile, Gawain is going out into the wild, and he is wearing gold, right? And moreover, what is it that is gold, right? Gold is what we value, and it's the pentangle that is in gold. And so obviously the pentangle is of some value. The pentangle, of course, sometimes called the pentagram more often these days. The inverted pentagram, of course, is popularly the sign of Satan. This one I think is upright. It's just a 5-pointed star shape drawn in a single line. And thus, as the poem itself says, the English I hear everywhere name it the endless knot. Now, why the pentangle is proper to that prince so noble, I intend now to tell you, though it may tarry my story. So this thing that is in gold, the poem specifically goes out of the way to explain it to you. It's saying this is important. This is important to Camelot. This is important to Gawain. This is what Gawain is protecting as he goes out into the wild. So, listen up, fellas. Forever faithful in 5 points, and 5 times under each, Gawain as good was acknowledged, and as gold refined, devoid of every vice, and with virtues adorned. So there, the pentangle painted new, he on shield and coat did wear, as one of word most true, and knight of bearing fair. So yes, on the one hand we have the Green Knight, and on the other we have the Golden night. First, okay, so now we get into some of the numerology of the number 5 and why it's so important that Gawain embodies fiveness, whatever that ends up being. Hopefully the poem can explain it to you. First, faultless was he found in his 5 senses, and next in the 5 fingers he failed at no time. And firmly on the 5 wounds all his faith was set that Christ received on the cross, as the creed tells us. And wherever the brave man into battle was come, on this beyond all things was his earnest thought, that ever from the 5 joys all his valour he gained, that to heaven's courteous queen once came from her child. For which cause the knight had in comely wise on the inner side of his shield her image depainted, that when he cast his eyes thither, his courage never failed. The 5th 5 that was used, as I find by this knight, was free-giving and friendliness first before all, and chastity and chivalry ever changeless and straight, and piety surpassing all points. These perfect 5 were hasped upon him harder than on any man else. Now these 5 series, in sooth, were fastened on this knight, and each was knit with another, and had no ending, but were fixed at 5 points that failed not at all, coincided in no line, nor sundered either, not ending in any angle anywhere, as I discover, wherever the process was put in play or passed to an end. Therefore on his shining shield was shaped now this knot, royally with red jewels upon red gold set. This is the pure pentangle, as people of learning have taught. Now Gawain, in brave array, his lance at last hath caught. He gave them all good day, forevermore, as he thought. The most interesting thing there to me is not the 5nesses, really. I think that's curious at most. But the interesting thing there, of course, is the reliance on Mary, right? He paints an image of her on the inside of his shield so that whenever he puts it up, he sort of like makes eye contact with her. There's, of course, the image of the divine feminine that has become sort of mythologically significant, more as a later analysis of these myths than as a cognitive decision by the writers of these myths. Even Wagner constructed a divine feminine figure for his reinterpretation of this Germanic myths, which is Brunhilde, who, first of all, is literally a demigod. She's the leader of the Valkyries. So, in that sense also. But even though she is stripped of that title and she loses her divinity, even so, by the example that she sets through her actions of self-sacrifice, she is further divinized. In fact, she is placed at a higher level of divinity over Wotan, which is ultimately why she has the authority to destroy Valhalla and cause Götterdämmerung at the end of the cycle. It is after she sacrifices herself in order to save Siegfried's mother Sieglind that Sieglind sings to her with overwhelming gratitude, O herstes Wunder, O heiligstes Weib. And it's that very same melody which is sung when the death of the gods and the destruction of Valhalla finally arrives. That's one perspective. The other perspective on Brunhilde's divine feminineness is, of course, Siegfried meeting her for the very first time. And just, that entire scene is just a reinterpretation of the arrival of the divine feminine into the mortal life through Siegfried's awakening of her and thus making flesh of her, right? Incarnating her. But for Gawain, it's Mary, and the way she incarnates the divine feminine is not by herself representing it, but by being the womb, that most female organ that gestates and incarnates God himself. And that is why she's the new Ark of the Covenant. As the Ark of the Covenant once held the Word of God, so too does the new Ark of the Covenant hold the new Word of God. In this case, baby Jesus. And of course, this ties back to the idea of Christmas, the fact that this is all being celebrated at the time when Mary gave birth to that Word of God. But more importantly, in terms of Gawain, Mary is the elevation of the human body to the divine, right? There is an almost unique worship of her bodily nature that you do not see, for example, with the other saints. I mean, perhaps you could say that various saints were crucified or tortured or martyred in other various ways, and those are relevant to the way that they were made saints, but none of them have so much of a focus on the nature of the body as Mary, as far as I know. There were various saints that starved themselves. I was reading a book on anorexia recently, and it talks about anorexia mirabilis, it's called, a lack of appetite through miraculous functions. And it talks about women who survived solely through the Eucharist. They'd only have to eat that one piece of bread and they would be able to live. But that's more of an inversion, right? An unnatural function of the body. Whereas Mary's divinity comes from a natural function of her body, a miraculous one all the same, but a natural one. She is giving birth as women do. Sorry to be transphobic. She is the one who gave birth to God, right? She wasn't just a host of it, the way like, in Greek mythology, babies like burst out of Athena's brains or whatever, or I think it was Hera's brains, or it was something weird, right? They never come out of the womb, or if they do, it's like because she was raped by Zeus taking on the form of a swan or some just ridiculous shit. It's like, didn't need to think about this. Thanks, Ovid, you little shit. Mary, instead, the Archangel Gabriel specifically comes to ask her, do you want this? And he does it, flattery doesn't begin to describe it. He starts by saying, Kaire karitomene, which is basically grace to you, graceful graces, full of grace, which is just so much inundated at once from an archangel, right? Imagine hearing that from an archangel. It's like, that's who you are. It's like, really? That's sort of parallel to Gawain himself, who's being told he's a great person. And then he's like, me? Really? Are you sure? I'm just like a regular dude. I just have a rich uncle, like that's not really me. And Mary basically feels the same way. She hears immediately after from Gabriel, Ho Kyrios metasou, the Lord is with you. And she has to sit with that and say, I need to be the one to bear the Redeemer of the world? Are you sure? Did you double check your work? And it was up to Mary when the Archangel Gabriel said, do you want this? She could have said no. But she said yes. And she gave up her body to God. And because of that, her body has become something divine. She has divinized the human body, which is why I think the Catholics have become so sort of obsessed with her bodily form, right? The perpetual virginity of Mary, the bodily assumption of Mary. I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. If there's one thing, I call the Protestants retarded before, so it's only fair I do the same to the Catholics before I start actually, that's probably the best way to start a civil war, but anyway. If there's one thing the Catholics are retarded about is that they're so bloody focused on Mary's body. Whereas I think, Mary obviously was a woman, but in this intersection of the infinite to the finite, right, of the eternal to this limited life that Christ ultimately has, those 33 years. Because Mary was the vessel that allowed that, the ark of this new covenant, she has already very profoundly served as that bridge between the divine world and the physical world. Or taking a different view on those two same things, she is also the bridge between the incomprehensible in God and the physical, the material, in the flesh of the body of Jesus Christ, right? She has already served as that link between God the Son, the eternal coexistent person of God, which is a very abstract description, to Jesus the man, who was not just a man, but a boy, right? He was once a boy. And not just a boy, but he was once a baby, right? And so for the Catholics to constantly say that Mary did not sufficiently fulfill that role when she gave birth to Jesus Christ, I don't know if that's a really convincing argument. And furthermore, this is something that I heard from Andrew Clavin, so you can take it up with him if you really think it's awful. But, she isn't just the mother of God, but she's also wife to Joseph. Right, Joseph, who ultimately accepted Jesus and became a saint for the same reason, for the same answer that Mary gave. And so their duty together as parents of Jesus can only be truly functional if she is a wife to Joseph and Joseph a husband to Mary. And that only reaches its fulfillment. That can only be satisfied in God's eyes by the faith that they hold through the sexual act. So the perpetual virginity, I don't know. That's a much more convincing argument to me than simply the church saying, no, she didn't. No. Anyway, to go back to Gawain, right? This link that Mary forged between the transcendental and the physical, right? The appearance of the eternal and the timeless within our time-bounded and very not eternal world. That, in a sense, is also the link that Gawain is seeking. Not as dramatic, obviously. He's not looking for God, but he is looking for something beyond his civilization, beyond the constraints of his time, beyond the people that he's surrounded with, to something that can connect him into the future and the past. And that is something that, once again, we're going to dive a lot deeper into part 3. And like I said before in part 1, this is what makes Gawain such a modern text that draws us in today and says, oh, I'm like Gawain, and I need to find the answers just the way that he does. Or at least I need to understand the answers that he finds in this story. And of course, Christmas and the season before Christmas, Advent, has a very, or needs a very strong focus on Mary as the person giving birth, right? She's pregnant for the entirety of Advent. And she's, so to speak, pregnant for this entire journey that Gawain undertakes. And so is Gawain, in a sense. He's pregnant of himself, which sounds weird, I know, but that's what the journey of self-discovery is, right? And Gawain is very much, I mean, this is the task that he's been set, is to find himself, or die, or both. So this focus on Mary makes Gawain also a very Advent-type story, in addition to a Halloween story, in addition to a Christmas story, and a New Year's story. So basically, you can read Gawain any time of the year. This means technically also that I can publish this video any time of the year, but I won't. I will limit myself to the end of this year. This ties very nicely to the end of part 2, which is that he travels all around England, right? He goes to, let me read some random passages here. The knight took pathways strange by many a lonesome lea, and oft his view did change, that chapel ere could see. That's one. Had he not been stalwart and staunch and steadfast in God, he doubtless would have died, and death had met often, for though war wearied him much, the winter was worse, when the cold, clear water from the clouds spilling froze ere it had fallen upon the fated earth. So he gets hit with hail, and then he fights against wolves and wood trolls, bulls, bears, and boars. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. Ogres hounded him from the heights of the fells. It's no good, all right? It's a wild and dangerous adventure. And finally, it's Christmas Eve, and he still hasn't found this heckin' green chapel, all right? He's traveled the entire country, and he doesn't know where this god-damned green chapel is. So he prays to Mary to help him find some place that he can fulfill his Christian duty and celebrate the birth of Christ. We get to this section. Thus in peril and pain and in passes grievous, till Christmas Eve that country he crossed all alone in need. The knight did at that tide his plaint to Mary plead, her rider's road to guide and to some lodging lead. And so he wants to be part of that society that he left behind, but of course in the wild there's basically no chance. The good man on Gringolet goes now beneath them through many marshes and mires, a man all alone. That's a very important phrase, a man all alone. Troubled lest a truant at this time he should prove from the service of the sweet Lord, who on that self-same night of a maid became man, our morning to conquer. And therefore sighing he said, I beseech thee, O Lord, and Mary, who is the mildest mother most dear, for some harbour, where with honour I might hear the mass, and thy matins tomorrow. This meekly I ask, and thereto promptly I pray with pater and ave and creed. In prayer he now did ride, lamenting his misdeed. He blessed him oft, and cried, The cross of Christ me speed. The sign on himself he had set but thrice. Now 3 is an important number, talking of numerology. We're going to hear that number a lot in part 3, interestingly enough. And the sign on himself he had set but thrice, ere a mansion he marked, within a moat in the forest, on a low mound above a lawn, laced under the branches of many a burly bole round about by the ditches. The castle most comely that ever a king possessed, placed amid a pleasance, with a park all about it, within a palisade of pointed pales set closely, that took its turn round the trees for 2 miles or more. You're probably thinking, what the heck? I thought we were going into the wilds, and here is a king's palace, just sitting out in the middle of nowhere. No one knows where it is. Gawain got there solely through divine intervention, and it's the most beautiful place in the country. And of course, we see here that it has that perfect integration with the wild that Camelot is so lacking within the bounds of the story. I don't actually know much about Camelot, as I said at the start of this video. And you're supposed to be thinking, what the heck? What's going on? And what does this have to do with the Green Knight? Surely this is some relation, right? Surely something is going on. And yet there is no mention of the Green Knight. It's just a normal place with a normal lord who has normal servants. He has a normal wife, albeit very beautiful. There is one catch, which is that there is a very ugly woman who is sort of their caretaker or something. It's hard to say. But Gawain, of course, is invited in by this lord, and they become good friends. You are welcome at your wish to dwell here. What is here, all is your own, to have in your rule and sway. I haven't decided on a voice for this lord yet, so I'm just going to read out his words for a bit. And then Gawain says, May Christ you this repay. As men that to meet were fain, they both embraced that day. So they become very trusting of each other almost immediately. And it's through the name of Christ that happens, of course, on Christmas Day, which I think is very interesting. So it's almost like the birth of Christ allows for the union of strangers within the civilized wilds. That's like if you keep jumping out of the recursive definitions and you just sort of spell out the unique symbols in a single sentence. That's what that means. The birth of Christ allows for the union of well-meaning strangers within the civilized wilds. It's almost like a Jordan Peterson sentence, that. Anyway, so Gawain is a mess, obviously. They changed his clothes in marvelous hues, bright and beautiful was all his body beneath. That knight, more noble, was never made by Christ, they thought. He came none knew from where, so they don't know about Camelot. But it seemed to them he ought to be a prince beyond compare, in the field where fell men fought. So yeah, like I said, they don't know each other at all, but within the civilized wilds, or within the wilds that people want to civilize, which is what Gawain is trying to do, the only mode of cooperation is the reliance on a higher order structure that says, look, you're a knight, I'm a knight, Shyamalan. Okay, I don't even know if I want to cut that or not. That's so stupid. Okay, you're a knight, I'm a knight, and we know the structures that allow us to behave like this, that have permitted us to take up these values and make something real out of them from the nothingness of the merely material, right? We have been allowed to imbue these lands with beauty and structure and order and a consciousness and, music and joy, etc., etc. You can imagine what it would have been like if Gawain said, Christ bless you, and the stranger lord was like, what is that? I don't know what you're talking about. And you can almost imagine the fracturing going deeper and farther away. Like, what if the Lord didn't live in a palace? What if the Lord wasn't a knight? What if the Lord wasn't a lord? What if the Lord didn't speak English? And indeed, you can take that even further and say, what if everyone was in this perpetual state of never being able to connect with another human being because they're just so different from each other? This is, of course, sort of like the Hobbesian nightmare, or what I call Protestantism. The endpoint of Luther's insistence that you can sort of define your relationship with God as you see fit. You need some sort of church. You need some sort of community to say this is what the definition of God is, and either you are with it or you are not. Without that, if Gawain says, Christ be with you, it's not even that the Lord would not know who Christ is, but he would just construe that however he wants, which is a total fall to relativism, which is no good in the long run, because then anything applies. When I say hospitality, when I say I need rest, it could just as well mean I'm here to kill you and make this castle mine. And I wouldn't be able to deny that, even though I'm the one trying to communicate my own reality to you. This idea that if I use my sensual experiences to convey greater truths like love and beauty, all of that is completely thrown out the window when we fall to relativism, when we fall to subjectivism, which is very different from this recognition that the subjective speaks to spiritual truths. Because in order to have a spiritual truth, you need to have truths. You need to have something that everyone can agree to. You realize that even though Christ is the name of the superstructure that is relevant within this story and for these two characters, ultimately, it applies for almost any interaction between two people. Without that binding element, then you're eventually going to fall into conflict. And the reason you're going to fall into conflict is because of something the Green Knight actually exhibited at the start, which is irrationality, right? You don't understand what this other person wants from you, and yet you have to treat him as though he has just as strong of a demand upon the world as you do. You have to treat him as a subjective entity. And so either that leads to something that you can share together, something you can cooperate towards, or it leads to something that you have to resolve through conflict. It leads to competition. The distinction between cooperation and competition is, you can all say it with me if you want, we're going to expound upon it in part 3, of course. When this lord, it turns out he's a hunter, right? What does that mean? Why does he go out on a hunt? Why doesn't Gawain join him on the hunt? And if they're not cooperating on this activity, what is the resolution that they come to? And all of that is embedded within the structure of what does the other want? And do you recognize that person as an other that has his own demands, that has his own rationalities and reasons that you won't be able to beat out of him unless you decide to treat him as an object, unless you decide to treat him as a means to your own ends. This is something that I wrote in my notes, but I didn't get to read for my preamble, so I'm just going to read out my notes here. We are part of each other's imagination. Right? We can only imagine, so to speak, that the other actually is an other and not just a material machine that happens to look like us, or worse, just a figment of our imagination as a true solipsist would have it. In that sense, we are ensouling other people within our imaginations. Or if you want to put it the other way, we are developing in our minds a machine, which we call imagination, that allows us to view the souls of other things. And if we can extend that beyond just the person that we see in front of us to larger ideas and larger images still, like the night sky, then we enter that mythic imagination. What's amazing then is that whether we choose to view humans as independent souls, our so-called ensoulment of humans, how we choose to treat other people is inextricable from the notion of ensoulment in our imaginations. Whether we view things in a cohesive, mythic, poetic perspective where everything is contained by subjective experiences, not that the world is subjective, but that the impression that is made by the external world upon your senses is valid, perhaps the most valid way to interpret the world. Our ability to recognize that directly changes how we treat other people. I talked about this in a video that I released, I think Easter of this year, maybe last year, I forget already. But it was basically talking about relationships and the lens through which you view other people. In this case, I was talking about video games, right? But obviously that was an allegory to the real world. Like how you view people in the world changes your relationship with them. And video games just happen to be an artificial world where you can treat your relationships with others in an ironic manner and thus ruin your imagination, dull your imagination to this idea that other things made of flesh and bone can have souls in them. So you need to be careful of what you do to your imagination. You take it out of the video game, you put it into the real world, it's still the same imperative. You need to be careful of how you view people. You need to be careful of what you infuse your imagination with, because that's going to change how you view other people, either as subjects or as objects. And the way you scale those relationships up, such as, for example, in a massively multiplayer online environment, or indeed in the real world, changes the nature of those relationships entirely so that you can better or worse cooperate or conflict with other people. Okay, so we've actually reached a very political point, which is the foundation of countries in many ways. Do we share enough that we don't constantly fall into conflict as soon as we recognize in people like ourselves an other set of desires, another set of beliefs? Do we have those superstructures in place, and do we worship them enough? Do we grant them enough value within our societies that we can put aside our differences as we come to meet each other as equal strangers? I talked about this in one of my previous videos, the one where I talk about the Dobbs versus Jackson decision, and I talk about it there in much more detail. But here, because it's a story, right? You can't tell a story about countries. You have to tell a story about people, but the people can represent countries in a way, not even in an allegorical sense, but as exaggerations, the complete example of what it means, for example, to be an American, or to be an Englishman, or to be a Welshman. I don't know, I picked Wales there. I guess technically the action that's going on in Gawain is set in Wales, so Welshman, sure, Frenchman, German, you get the idea. You can see something a bit like this when, in the Sherlock Holmes stories, every once in a while there's an American detective from the Pinkerton agency. This was set in the 1890s when the FBI and CIA obviously weren't a thing, so Pinkerton was still a big deal. And there's this conflict between sort of the American perspective and Sherlock Holmes' very classical British perspective. God, king, and country on one side, and then the righteous individual on the other. It's not so clear-cut within the stories themselves, but you get what I mean when I say that characters don't have to be allegorical representations of England, of America, right? It doesn't have to be the King of England versus Uncle Sam or George Washington. It can just be Alfred and Jack, but one is British and one is American, and the differences between them and whether they can be reconciled is exactly the same story as what I've been trying to describe with Gawain and the Green Knight. So yes, countries have to go through the same struggle as well. In many ways, having to go through this struggle is the definition of a country. Do these people have enough of a common chord that they share with each other that they can actually live in harmony together and cooperate towards meaningful ends? Or is the union too large, and will it cause itself to fracture into its constituent elements, thus causing an unnecessary amount of conflict? And the other question is, how much can you unify before things collapse? And are you then justified in enforcing more and more power in order to maintain that union? And this, of course, is the problem with the European Union and why it's going to collapse inevitably. It will not last. This is a problem that also the United States is rapidly running into as the divide between the political right and the political left the cultural right and the cultural left, is spiraling, not necessarily into civil war, but just a civil division. And all of that is embedded implicitly within the simple interaction that Gawain has with the lord of this castle. Christ be with you. And the Lord says, thank you. And that's it. And all of that is avoided so neatly by the fact that these people can share that together. And in part 3, I'm going to discuss in much more excruciating length what it means to be able to share things with other people in the first place, which of course is relevant both in trade, but also in terms of having a personality, in terms of having a past that you can attach yourself to, where you're sharing things with your ancestors, as well as sharing things with your descendants. When you're enculturated in that way, that's what you're doing. So, yeah, look forward to that, I guess. Do you get the feeling that I've bitten off more than I can chew? Because I'm starting to get the feeling that I've bitten off more than I can chew. I mean, I've started talking about so many different topics, and I've just been skimming the most superficial level. I feel like I haven't really done a very thorough analysis on any of this. And I've just been saying, oh, listen to part 3. And then, part 3 ends up being the most shallow of them all or something. Anyway, let's get back to the text. Okay, now the last important thing before we get to part 3 is the introduction of these 2 female characters that I talked about previously. One is the wife of the Lord, the Lordess, the lady, Lordess, fucking kill me. The lady, and then sort of like her helper or something. I'm just going to read the description of them. This is the only part of part 2 that I actually consider narration, right? So if you want a reading for each part, this is the reading that I'm going to give you here. They finally sit down for Christmas dinner, and then the lady longed to look at this knight, and from her closet she came with many comely maidens. She was fairer in face, in her flesh and her skin, her proportions, her complexion, and her port than all others, and more lovely than Guinevere to Gawain she looked. He came through the chancel to pay court to her grace. Leading her by the left hand, another lady was there who was older than she. Indeed, ancient she seemed, and held in high honor by all men about her. But, unlike in their looks, those ladies appeared, for if the younger was youthful, yellow was the elder. With rose hue, the one face was richly mantled, rough wrinkled cheeks rolled on the other. On the kerchiefs of the one many clear pearls were, her breast and bright throat were bare displayed, fairer than white snow that falls on the hills. The other was clad with a cloth that enclosed all her neck. Enveloped was her black chin with chalk-white veils, her forehead folded in skin, and so fumbled all up, so topped up and trinketed, and with trifles bedecked, that naught was bare of that beldame, but her brows all black, her 2 eyes, and her nose, and her naked lips, and those were hideous to behold, and horribly blared. That a worthy dame she was may well for God be said, short body and thick waist, with bulging buttocks spread. More delicious to the taste was the one she by her led. So that's, I mean, if you want to insult a woman, there's only a few ways besides that display of just hideousness. There's a few things I want to talk about. Firstly is the fact that there is no part of this old woman except her face, right? Everything else is closed off, if you will. And this is a sort of beheading in its own way, a decapitation of its own, where she is indeed nothing but her senses, her 2 eyes and her nose and her naked lips. The only thing missing is the ears, right? Before we have to sing that bloody nursery rhyme. That's I literally just thought of that point. I haven't thought about it deep enough to really give you an insight into that straight way. So we'll just put a pin in that for now. The only point I can reasonably make is only because I have a book in front of me, like on my desk, staring at me. Because I read Lolita recently, I also found a book called Reading Lolita in Tehran. And on the cover of it, there are 2 women, Muslim women, and they're wearing veils. And all you can see of them under their veils are their black eyebrows, and their eyes, and their nose, and their mouth. And indeed, if we could see their ears, then we'd have to sing that bloody nursery rhyme. But we can't even see that much. They are entirely robed under those garments. There is a difference, though, that this is ostensibly supposed to be about modesty. I'm rolling my eyes, but you can't see that. If you have to wear like a bag over your entire body in order to be modest, then I don't know. What are you being modest to? That's the question, I think. But also within the story, there is a very, repulsive description of the woman's body itself, bulging buttocks, spread, and etc., etc. It's not very attractive, but more importantly, it's not particularly conducive to the idea of spreading modesty, right? To so easily be able to deconstruct a woman's body even under her veil. It's like that kind of defeats the purpose, you see. So I don't think there is a very strong parallel to be drawn. I'm not saying that the nature of the woman being shown there is equivalent to what is being done to Islamic women. I just thought it was a strange parallel to draw that synchronistically happens to present itself on account of this book being right in my eye line. The second thing, of course, is Guinevere is mentioned. Guinevere is a notable contrast to Mary, because Gawain could have easily transferred his, so to speak, affection of Mary to Guinevere, and he could have made this sort of a courtly love towards Guinevere and said, I undertake this because he offended you, because he specifically singled you out. I don't know if you guys remember this from part 1, but when when the Green Knight takes up his head, he actually spins it straight towards Guinevere and he makes eye contact with her, which is kind of creepy. And it's to her, really, that she says, look, if you want to find me, then I am the Green Knight of the Green Chapel. So Gawain could have easily directed his courtly love, his, I learned a German word for this through Wagner's Ring, Minne, M-I-N-N-E. Nur wer der Minne mag, den sagt. That's an excellent part of Das Rheingold. Probably my favorite melody, one of them, in the top 5, yes. Gawain could have directed himself towards that Minne, right, that courtly love. He could have used that, he could have utilized that instead in order to pursue the Green Knight. But he doesn't. It's Mary that he focuses this on. And we might say that it's that ability of Gawain, though he is so involved in this communal we, it's that hunger for a deeper I that ultimately allows him to say, I'm going to turn to Mary for strength from that divine feminine, rather than from Guinevere. The other way to look at it is that this is a conscious decision by the author of this work to specifically put the focus on Gawain's spiritual journey of, sort of learning from this awakened material world that has something to say to him that he needs now to negotiate with. The better embodiment of the divine female in that case is not Guinevere, the Queen of England, but Mary, the Queen of Heaven. Unfortunately, now Gawain has encountered a woman who is more than Guinevere. When we encounter her to be more beautiful, more worthy of Gawain's attention, you wonder if the author really is trying to present this strange new lordess as a threat against Gawain's devotion to Mary. And as events unfold in part 3, you'll realize why I'm bringing up this lordess as a symbol of, let's say, a threat to Gawain's virtue. If that isn't ringing some bells as to what could possibly happen, then you are a naive person, my friend. Yeah, bada bing, bada boom. Let's get to part 3. On the morn, when every man remembers the time that our dear Lord for our doom to die was born. In every home wakes happiness on earth for his sake. So did it there on that day, with the dearest delights. At each meal and at dinner, marvelous dishes men set on the dais, the daintiest meats. The old ancient woman was highest at table, meetly to her side, the master he took him. Gawain and the gay lady together were seated in the centre, where, as was seemly, the service began, and so on through the hall as honour directed. When each good man in his degree without grudge had been served, there was food, there was festival, there was fullness of joy. And to tell all the tale of it I should tedious find, though pains I might take every point to detail. Yet I ween that Gawain and that woman so fair in companionship took such pleasure together in sweet society soft words speaking, their courteous converse clean and clear of all evil, that with their pleasant pastime no prince's sport compares. Drums beat, and trumps men wind, many pipers play their airs, each man his needs did mind, and they too minded theirs. With much feasting they fared the first and the next day, and as heartily the third came hastening after. The gaiety of St. John's Day was glorious to hear, with cheer of the choicest childermas followed, and that finished their revels as folk there intended, for there were guests who must go in the grey morning. So a wondrous wake they held, and the wine they drank, and they danced and danced on, and dearly they carolled. At last, when it was late, their leave then they sought to wend on their ways, each worthy stranger. Good day, then, said Gawain, but the good man stayed him, and led him to his own chamber, to the chimney corner, and there he delayed him, and lovingly thanked him for the pride and pleasure his presence had brought, for so honouring his house at that high season, and deigning his dwelling to adorn with his favour. Believe me, sir, while I live, my luck I shall bless that Gawain was my guest at God's own feast. Gramercy, sir, said Gawain, but the goodness is yours, all the honour is your own. May the High King repay you, and I am under your orders. What you ask to perform, I am bound now to be, for better or worse, by right. Him longer to retain, the lord then pressed the knight. To him replied Gawain, that he by no means might. Then with courteous question he inquired of Gawain, what dire need had driven him on that festal date with such keenness from the king's court, to come forth alone ere wholly the holidays from men's homes had departed. In sooth, sir, he said, you say but the truth. A high errand, and a hasty, from that house brought me, for I am summoned myself to seek for a place, though I wonder where in the world I must wander to find it. I would not miss coming nigh it on New Year's morning for all the land in Logres, so our Lord help me. And so, sir, this question I inquire of you here, can you tell me in truth if you tale ever heard of the Green Chapel, on what ground it may stand, and of the great knight that guards it, all green in his colour? For the terms of a tryst were between us established, to meet that man at that mark, if I remained alive, and the named New Year is now nearly upon me, and I would look on that Lord, if God will allow me, more gladly, by God's Son, than gain any treasure. So indeed, if you please, depart now I must, for my business I have now but barely 3 days, and I would fainer fall dead than fail in my errand. Then laughing, said the Lord, Oh, now linger you must, for when 'tis time to that tryst I will teach you the road. On what ground is the Green Chapel? Let it grieve you no more. In your bed you shall be, sir, till broad is the day without fret, and then fare on the first of the year, and come to the market mid-morn, there to make what play you know, remain till New Year's Day, then rise and riding go. We'll set you on your way, 'tis but 2 miles or so. Then was Gawain delighted, and in gladness he laughed. Now I thank you 1,000 times for this beyond all. Now my quest is accomplished. As you crave it, I will dwell a few days here, and else do what you order. The Lord then seized him, and set him in a seat beside him, and let the ladies be sent for, to delight them the more, for their sweet pleasure there in peace by themselves. For love of him that Lord was as loud in his mirth, as one near out of his mind, who scarce knew what he meant. Then he called to the knight, crying out loudly, You have promised to do whatever deed I propose. Will you hold this behest here at this moment? Yes, certainly, sir, then said the true knight. While I remain in your mansion, your command I'll obey. Well, returned he, you have travelled and toiled from afar, and then I've kept you awake. You're not well yet, not cured, both sustenance and sleep 'tis certain you need. Upstairs you shall stay, sir, and stop there in comfort, tomorrow till mess time, and to a meal then go when you wish with my wife, who with you shall sit and comfort you with her company, till to court I return. You stay, and I shall early rouse, and a-hunting wend my way. Gawain gracefully bows. Your wishes I will obey. And one thing more, said the master. We'll make an agreement. Whatever I win in the wood at once shall be yours, and whatever gain you may get you shall give in exchange. Shall we swap thus, sweet man? Come, say what you think. Whether one's luck be light or one's lot be better. By God, quoth Gawain, I agree to it all, and whatever play you propose seems pleasant to me. Done. 'Tis a bargain. Who'll bring us the drink? So said the lord of that land. They laughed one and all, they drank and they dallied, and they did as they pleased, these lords and ladies, as long as they wished. And then with customs of France and many courtly phrases, they stood in sweet debate, and soft words bandied, and lovingly they kissed their leave-taking. With trusty attendants and torches gleaming, they were brought at the last to their beds so soft, one and all. Yet ere to bed they came, he the bargain did oft recall. He knew how to play a game, the old governor of that hall. He knew how to play a game, Who else have we known that are very good at playing games? Here we draw an equivalence, of course, between the Green Knight and this strange lord that, may I remind you, we know very little about. This is one of those mysteries of Gawain that make it such a profound text. Both the Green Knight and this lord ask for a game that is not actually a game, right? Instead, it's a trade. It's an exchange. You take my head and I'll take yours. Very weird game. But this lord has somehow an even stranger one, where he's saying, I'm going to go out and hunt, and everything I win is yours. You can stay in my castle, where everything belongs to me, and whatever you win, you can give it to me. And it's like, wait, hang on a minute. You already own everything here. What could I possibly win that I could then trade to you for food? It's like, it's such a weird game. It's like an invitation just to accept free food. But, I mean, Gawain was doing that anyway by his right, so to speak, as a guest. You don't need this strange game to propose that. I mean, obviously, the only way that Gawain could possibly win anything from this castle is by stealing. In my opinion, this takes us back to the original interaction with the Green Knights back at Camelot. Because Arthur's first response to this Green Knight is to treat him as a guest, right? As thou lovest me, come and join us around the round table, have a meal with us, and enjoy Christmas. I don't know what the fuck you are. I don't know why you're so goddamn green. But, I treat you as a brother. I treat you as one of us. It's the Green Knight that says,
No, to pass any time in this place was no part of my errand.
As an aside, that's what my Green Knight voice sounds before I've artificially deepened the pitch. Not that I'm deepening it by much, it's like 7% lower. So I just need to destroy my throat for the rest of my life, and I can do a really good Green Knight voice. Meaningful sacrifices, that's what life is about, you see. Anyway, so the Green Knight says that, and he's being kind of a dick about it too. And it's like, are you kidding me? It's New Year's, dude. Why are you here just to raise a ruckus? And Arthur is, of course, very upset by this. Okay, if you want to pick a fight with us, then all right, let's fucking duel. To which the Green Knight once again says, no, I'm not here to do that. So he's like the worst possible guest imaginable. Gawain is much more agreeable, but you can imagine if this kind of obstinacy was in Gawain as well, right? He comes to the castle and he's like, I'm gonna steal your silverware. I'm gonna eat all your food. I'm gonna fuck your wife. He could have been a degenerate thief, if you will. It's almost like he's straight up saying, hey, by the way, if you want to steal anything, if you want to claim something as your own, by all means, try and take it. Eventually it'll come back to me though, just be aware of that. This agreement, this trade, isn't something that you can break your way out of by not telling me these things, by cheating in any way. The law, if you want to describe it like that, right? The rules of this exchange are not prescriptive but descriptive. These are things that will happen. That's, I think, the angle that this lord is describing this game through. It is preempting Gawain's moral failure in a sense. It is preempting the possibility that Gawain will be a bad guest, which is very interesting. Now, the fact that it is a trade, I've been hinting at this and I really want to talk about this. I'm going to introduce this idea by reading from Scruton once again, reading from Scruton's interpretation of Der Ring once again. Oh nein, now I'm speaking in a deutsches accent. Das ist nicht gut. Anyway, so Scruton has this really brilliant take on the nature of gold, actually, because in Wagner, the ring is made out of gold, but it's made out of the gold that shimmers on the surface of the river Rhine. It's intangible, but also it's illusory. And Scruton argues, in a sense, the power of the ring, and therefore the power of gold, is also similarly illusory. He calls upon arguments from the young Hegelians, Marx, notably. That's where we're going to pick up this reading from. It's much shorter than my previous Scruton excerpt, so this should be very quick in comparison. The classical economists remarked on a strange paradox, namely that those things which have greatest value in use, such as air, water, and corn, tend to have little or no value in exchange. And this not because they are necessarily abundant or always easy to obtain. Conversely, things with great exchange value, such as gold and gems, tend to have little or no value in use, and money is the supreme instance of this paradox. It is an object all of whose value is concentrated in its power of exchange, and which has no other use whatsoever. Ricardo and Marx tried to explain the paradox in terms of the labor theory of value, but the true explanation has to do neither with labor nor with scarcity, but with the innate structure of desire. For those things which satisfy a natural and recurring need, our desire is quickly satisfied. Beyond a certain quantity, we are surfeited. Such things have a rapidly diminishing marginal utility, water and air being obvious instances. As for money, however, its very volatility, its ability to transform itself into any shape so as to gratify now this desire and now another, means that its marginal utility hardly diminishes as its quantity grows. And precisely for this reason does it exert its terrible psychological power, the means to all ends, whose hold is endless. At the political level, the theft of the phantasm that glitters on the water's surface represents the original usurpation by which nature becomes property and power. The subsequent forging of the ring represents the transformation of use value into exchange value, or, in more modern idiom, the conversion of value into price. The ring is not money, but rather, Sondern, all that money means to us. The concentration of power that results when our labor is devoted to exchange and accumulation. Need is now transferable, volatile, and unassuaged. As such, money is a symbol. It stands for the tendency of human beings to accept one thing in lieu of another, to exchange one thing for another, to situate each object in its class of substitutes. This tendency is the first temptation, the original sin. Transfer it to the human world, and the sin becomes the denial of love. This is because the object of love is the individual in his individuality, the incarnate self, for which there is no substitute, since he can be wanted and cherished only for the particular thing that he is. That is why those who choose this route to social power, the route of exchange and accumulation, must, in their deepest being, forswear love, as Abridged did. All of that is some of the most important things you will ever hear in your life. Keep it in mind, because that's where I'm going to take this discussion next. But I also want to read this one other section from the same chapter, from the same few pages, actually. I want you to put these next few sentences further back in your mind, but connected deeper to the other stuff I was talking about, where you can turn the subject of a person into an object. This is the meaning of the ring. It is the spell which undoes love, by dissolving everything desired, even the object of love, in the stream of substitutes. In referring to love and power, I am using the language of Wagner and his contemporaries, but the point can be put in a more up-to-date idiom. The ring comes into being because nature has been repudiated. It is the mark and product of a primordial alienation, a loss of that innocent contentment in which life is an end in itself. It cast its spell over all desire and all aspiration, so that everything, the ring included, is demoted from end to means. That is what power amounts to, a perpetuum mobile, which feeds on itself and knows no point of rest. The forging of the ring involves, therefore, a universal restlessness, which can be overcome only in the individual soul by regaining, though at a higher and more self-conscious level, the sense of oneness that was lost when the natural order was left behind. This higher unity occurs through love, which is, in Wagner, the symbol of every condition that can be understood and valued as an end in itself. The passage from nature through power to love, therefore, has the structure of Hegel's dialectic. It is a passage from innocent oneness and contentment, through alienation and separation, to a higher and freely chosen unity, in which the experience of value is regained. Death, knowingly accepted, is the end of love and love's redemption. As you can imagine, we'll return to that in part 4. But as for part 3, it's these particular sentences that are so remarkable. The first temptation, the original sin, is to accept one thing in lieu of another, to exchange one thing for another, to situate each object in its class of substitutes. Essentially what Scruton is saying, essentially what Wagner is saying, is that every trade is a reduction of a thing from the thing in itself, Kant's Ding an sich, to an unloved external entity that is useful only for bartering and for what it can win you, which is another way to phrase its power value, if you will. It's like an RPG, how powerful is this thing? I guess we can add that to the list of reasons why RPGs are the work of Satan. You can view this in the inverse perspective. What is the thing that you do not ever trade away? What is the thing that you will never, ever, I wouldn't say let go. I think there are things that you can let go and still love. Harrison Ford from Blade Runner 2049 comes to mind. Sometimes to love someone, you gotta be a stranger. So not really letting go, but choosing to trade up, if you will. To say, well, I found something better, or I found something more worthwhile, or I found something more fun, or I found something more beautiful. I found something of greater societal value that allows me to have more status, that will grant me more power. It grants me the facilities to change the world as I see fit. Despite all of those possible benefits you can have, you choose to hold this thing to you, no matter the costs. Or indeed, you choose not to view the, possible inconveniences of holding onto this thing as a cost, but rather as something ingrained with the meaning of this thing, whether it's a person or some other physical entity. In Siegfried, which is the third opera, the protagonist Siegfried forges both a sword and also a relationship with a sword as a thing that connects him with his father, who died before he was born, and his mother, who died at childbirth, right? That's the only thing that connects him. And for him, that sword, Nothung, 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 neidliches Schwert, is his connection to his parents. It's not something that can be traded away so simply. You can understand why that's so easily associated with original sin, because that is the temptation. It's to make things instrumental. Even the apple, you shall eat it, and you shall be as gods. You shall forgo your responsibilities to things as they are, so that you can impose your values and your views and your beliefs and your power on the rest of the world. That's what ye shall be as gods means. Everything that you hold and everything that you own, from this water bottle. I feel like I already talked about this water bottle today. Everything from this water bottle to my memories, I can objectify, I can make into tools of power in exactly the same way that Albrecht forged the ring. I mean, I don't have a smithy, obviously, and I haven't gathered the magic gold of the River Rhine, but I don't really need to, and that's the point. All I have to do is reduce this thing I have into an object with which I have to sever that I-you relationship. Indeed, deny the possibility that an I-you relationship could ever have happened in the first place, and only then to trade up on the same account, right? It's not that I can then create an IU relationship with the thing I've traded, but rather, Zonder, the thing that I gain is also cursed by that same lack of a relationship. That's why not only does Albrecht renounce love, which was necessary to forge the ring in the first place, right? Nur werde meine Macht entsagt, as I sang previously. That's simply the breaking of the IU relationships that he once had. But then he sings later, and he sings it to the same melody as well. Wie ich der Liebe hab gesagt, alles was lebt soll hier entsagen. Just as I have forsworn love, all that lives should be condemned to the same. You lose the IU relationship once, you lose it forever and for everything. Which is not good. Das ist nicht gut. So let's bring this all back to Gawain. We have already had an exchange of heads, which is disconcerting to say the least. I guess I still won't address that yet, but now we have a different exchange, a different game to play, and that is the exchange, on the one hand, of the spoils of a hunting party, and on the other, of Gawain relaxing in bed. It's like, what spoils could possibly be won there? We're going to get into that in part, what I call 3B. Right now we've been in 3A, which is technically not even part 3, okay? We're like in the prologue of part 3 at the moment, which is still in part 2 proper. We haven't actually read anything from part 3 yet. But once we get there, I guess I'll spoil it a little bit. I call that entire section the seduction of Gawain, because of course, when a hot piece of ass like Gawain comes to your castle, all the women, of course, are excited by the idea. And so naturally, Gawain starts being seduced by the old ugly hag of the castle. No, I'm kidding. By the very attractive, beautiful lordess of the house, the wife of the lord, right? This is no good. He's come here as a guest, and he might possibly commit adultery with the lord's wife. That's not a very guestly thing to do. And we'll see how this tension between his Christian morality and Scruton's notion of exchange value starts really building some crazy tension in the story that I don't think I'm going to resolve by the end of this. But on the other hand, we have the Lord, and he's every morning for the next 3 days, he's going to go out hunting. Okay, here we go. What does that mean? What do you mean he's going out hunting? Why is that important? Hunting is a very remarkable activity. It does so many different things at once. It has such significant symbolic value that you can't really just put it into anything, especially a story, and then say, they just went out and did that. First of all, it's sort of an elitist pastime, right, to go out hunting. And yet at the same time, it is the most primal vocation of the human body, right? This is what we were built to do, evolutionarily speaking. We go out and we hunt. And although this more ceremonial form of hunting, where we go out with the hunting dogs and we go riding on horses and we chase one specific type of prey and we make a big communal deal out of it, although that is the more aristocratic version of hunting, yet at the same time, when we say a huntsman, for example, or a hunter, which is divorced from the activity and is part of the identity of the person, immediately we realize the primalness of it, right? We can almost imagine him sitting there with a deer and like gutting it and skinning it, tearing out the innards, or, you know, him suddenly finding himself face to face with a dangerous animal like a wild boar or a lion, a bear or something. And it's like, oh, what's he going to do? What we realize is that hunting is once again a repetition of that theme that I've been building since the very beginning, since the very first appearance of the Green Knight. Though it is a wild pastime, though it is something that directly integrates you into our species history, if you will, if you remember the Thomas Mann quote from the Scruton excerpt at the start of this video, back at the preamble, right? He's talking about our imagination returning to our primal fears, cave pictures of fighting against dangerous predators and stuff like that. Right? It brings you back to that period of time, but also it has been completely structured and made safe and made joyous, made communal. It's something that you do with other people. And yet it relies on your own skills as a hunter, as an aimer, as a tracker, as someone who negotiates with the environment in order to both find his prey, protect from predators, collaborate both with other people and also with less rational animals like the horse that you're riding or the hunting dog that you're following on the chase. And also on sort of like a macro level, has a suitable respect of the environment in order to make the hunt sustainable, right? So that you don't just go on one hunt, but you go hunting, right, in the present tense over a long period of time as a sustained activity that is ingrained in your culture, as, of course, things that you do with other people always are. That's all ingrained in the fact that the lord of this castle is about to go out hunting. And let us remember that his castle is not Camelot. His castle is some random place in the middle of Wales that no one knows about and that Gawain stumbled upon through divine intervention. This place that is so perfectly integrated with the wilds goes out and performs an activity that is also perfectly integrated in the wild. In a sense, this is the place. This is the journey's end for Gawain. This is where he should have been all along. This is where he's come to learn what it means to be integrated with nature, both within his culture, as well as an individual, as someone who has an identity within the community and hasn't completely submitted himself to that communal identity so that he has nothing that he can call his own. And yet, what does Gawain do? Gawain, being the good guest, he just says, oh yeah, I'll just stay at home and I won't do the one thing that is guaranteed to bring my quest to its true fulfillment, which is the reunification of what is wild and what is untamable to the forces of culture and cooperation that can go out and not tame the wild, but negotiate with it in the correct way that properly embodies not only what it means to be a lord, not only what it means to be a knight, but also what it means to be a human. And so on all levels of analysis, it's like, go hunting, Gawain. Go do it. This is your time. And Gawain is like, oh yeah, I guess I'll just sleep in bed for the next few days. You go out and enjoy yourself. And it's like, no, what are you doing? Just go with them. Join them. This is what you were supposed to be doing all along. And you realize that if Gawain had just said that, then there would be no exchange in the first place, and there would be no sort of insinuation that, hey, you can steal these things, but I'll know you're not getting your food for free if you choose to go against your moral requirements as a guest. To bring this back to the discussion we were having about countries, because Gawain refused to cooperate in this way, we must assume that he is there for conflict, or at least the lord of the house seems to do so. We can then perhaps extrapolate to say that those who would benefit from an action and yet refuse to follow through on it all the same, in, shall we say, an irrational manner, probably are there to threaten something about the superstructure to which you belong, and it's worth, I think, keeping your eye on such people. There would be none of that underlying threat. That game between Gawain and the Lord would have been denied. That trade, that exchange would have been denied. But the resulting game of going out hunting, which, by the way, what you win while you go out hunting is also called game. Very cool. That game, which we could share, which is like such a multivalent statement now. You can interpret that in so many different ways at this point. That game, which they would share, would have sufficed for both of them. And so that's not only a missed opportunity from Gawain, but I think it also speaks directly to Gawain's character, right? He, like I said, he is so subdued, he is so self-tempered and self-denying that he misses his opportunity to learn the lesson that he needs to before he dies, right? It's like, it's right there. This is the opportunity that you need in order to reconcile yourself with the Green Knight before you have to go to the Green Chapel and get your head chopped off. And Gawain misses that train entirely. It just, he doesn't even see the opportunity. Now, like I said, the things that you win from going on a hunt are called game. Before they're killed, though, they're called animals. And this is the other really interesting thing about hunting. It's not just a communal thing. It's not just the negotiation of nature and culture, but also it provides a different perspective on death, and one that is staggering if you think about it. Because death is not something that arises from tyranny. Obviously, genocidal tyrannies have existed forever, right? And you don't even have to go back to forever. You can just go back to the 20th century. You don't even have to go that far. You can literally just look at China today. It's like, oh, there's another genocidal tyranny. Why did I bring that up? Oh, right, yeah. So, death is used in tyrannies, but it is not a direct consequence of tyranny. It is not a direct consequence of viewing things as objects, right? Because viewing things as object means that you cannot treat death as an end in itself. Death becomes the means to political power or the enforcement of terror, obedience, etc. Death as an end. I mean, first of all, it is the end, right? That's what death is. It's the end of life. But death as a thing that you can respect in and of itself, that you can view as an independent entity, like the Greek god Thanatos, whatever, is divine. To love death is to love your mortality, is to love the flesh that you have been incarnated into, but not in a hedonistic sense, not in a glib, pleasure-seeking sense. It is love for existence in a way that ennobles it, in a way that enriches the fact that you are here for a limited period of time, and in its own way presents to you that intersection between what is immortal, your soul, what is eternal, the image of God, with who you are in this, very small body compared to, the rest of the universe, and in a very short time compared to whenever the heat death of the universe is eventually going to happen. To love death, which is the curse and consequence of being in this fallen world, is the method by which you consecrate and then you escape that fallen world, to speak in explicitly Christian terms. Scruton enjoys bringing up this very important point that the only way we can actually learn to love one another is through mortality. Mortality is the prerequisite for that understanding of someone as a subject, because to love something is to mourn losing it. And you can't mourn losing something that you only ever treated as an object. Treating something as an object requires that you have the ability to lose it as soon as you find something of greater value. But loving the thing in and of itself means that it cannot ever be replaced. And not only is that the essence of death, but in being so, it is also the essence of love. Scruton loves this line. Love is a relationship between mortal beings. And recognizing that is the first principle of any functional society, and any individual who wants to be responsible of more than just themselves and more than just the power they can accrue. In other words, who wants to be a subject in a world of subjects, and not just an object in a world of objects. And it's not just, of course, animals for which we have to feel this way. It's not just whenever we kill a chicken, it's like, this is what it means to die. Obviously, people die too, and we have relations to our beloved, right? And even our ancestors, whom we may never have known because they died before we were even born. We are connected to them because in their deaths they have been memorialized through, gravestones, through various other markers, tokens of the fact that they were alive. And moreover, with culture, which is in many ways exactly that connection that preserves our ancestors for the present. The books that we read, the musics that we listen to, the lessons that are there to learn about what it means to live a fulfilling life are all inherited from our ancestors, are all coming from dead people. And so to respect death is also to respect not only our physical beings, but also our cultures. Hunting, though, is specifically about the former, about our physical beings. A relation that exemplifies the fact that they are mortal and makes it the highlight, if you will, the keystone of the experience, and celebrates it and makes it a ritual and grants it all the strengths of culture, right? The domesticated animals, the camaraderie of the hunters, the weapons, the use of music and the winding of the trumpets, the feast that results from the game. The fact that all of this is grounded upon the death of an animal instills us not with a blasé attitude towards the life of the animal, but instead a gratitude, a mourning in and of itself, a love for that animal. And this is something that I've never really understood about the vegetarians. It's like No one who eats meat does it because they dislike animals or they want to see animals suffer or anything like that. It's if you have a healthy relationship towards animals in any way whatsoever, then it's more about gratitude. That's the way to put it. In a sense, that's even why we don't eat dogs, because we develop a deeper sense of gratitude, a deeper sense of the mortality of this animal when it stays alive, when it actually has a reciprocal relationship with us that isn't just about consuming it. And for that reason, taken to the extreme, that's why cannibalism is inherently immoral and repulsive, obviously. But on the other hand, treating the eating of any animal as though it were cannibalism is not to raise up the animal, but rather to degrade humans, which is not a particularly wise thing to do. Now, obviously, there's a case to be made that they shouldn't be put into slaughterhouses and they need to be treated well. But these are arguments from like the 1800s, right? They're very rarely applicable nowadays for big animals, at least. I know chickens are treated pretty badly, but they're not mammals, so they're kind of on the border case. But when it's like, oh, you shouldn't be hunting animals, how dare you kill that deer? And then you realize these hunters are the ones who are most concerned about the environment of the deer. They're the ones who construct reserves. They're the ones who build perimeters. They're the ones who monitor the deer population, etc. And this, like, I'm not using the word negotiation very lightly here. This is actually what it is. It is the use of culture to protect nature. It is the use of culture to show nature at its most triumphant. You know, when you think of a hunt, actually, when I get to the reading, I should have gotten to the reading by now, to be honest. But when I get to the reading, I'll show you the fight that this lord of the castle has with a boar, and it's a wild boar. It's a gigantic boar, and it's one of the most dramatic scenes in all of Gawain. And you realize the power of the boar. It's not a disrespect of it at all. It is enshrining. It is an exaltation of the power of nature in a way that the Green Knight himself could never have fully exhibited. Because even though he's green, he's a knight. And of course, he's weird. He's fake. He's a fake wildness. He gets his head chopped off and he doesn't die. That's what's creepy about him. It's the fact that he's not even nature. He's just different. He's just weird. But the boar dies. The boar dies, and it's a valiant death, and it's a respectable death. And we grant it that heroic value by memorializing him. You know, we put the head on the trophy and we say, what a profound fight. We are awed by the spectacle and the tale that is recounted afterwards. Cheer the bravery of the hunters that took him down. We want to consecrate that relationship of mortal beings that shared this brief dance, if you want to call it that, which brought our attentions to the nature of mortality and to present it and say, this is what the flesh is about. This is what our limited time incarnation is about. And that is what makes hunting so important in this story, because they are exactly what Gawain should have been seeking all along. In addition to all this stuff about nature versus culture that I was talking about previously, which Gawain also missed out on, it is also this recognition of the mortality of either the hunters or the hunted, either predator or prey. That's what Gawain is walking directly into as he walks to the Green Chapel, right? He's facing his own death, but he doesn't realize that there's actually a very healthy way, if you will, of viewing mortality. And that's going to bite him in the ass later, when that fear that we were talking about in part 1 starts returning to him, starts consuming him, and he realizes that he can't actually face up to this. He doesn't have the natural understanding, that's the first thing, and he abuses God's trust in him and his host's trust in him. And both of those we'll get to after we do the reading. Huh. I just got a text from my ex-girlfriend. She wants me to call. Okay. Hey. Yeah? Yeah, actually, I did want to say something to you. And, I've been thinking for a long time about how to say it, and I should have told you this a long time ago. If you include The Hobbit, then the Lord of the Rings series actually came out 90 years ago. Huh? Well, I thought you'd be interested. You're the one who asked me about fucking Lord of the Rings, saying all this fake news about 20 years. What do you mean you don't care? Oh, you don't care now? Okay. No, listen. Well, you don't have to be an idiot about it. Yeah, I'm going to call you an idiot. I mean, if you are. No, it's about the ancient Greek, okay? My God, you're just ordinary. That's what I think. Okay, fine. Okay, if he thinks you're extraordinary, then why don't you make him your boyfriend? Oh. Well, I didn't mean it. Oh. Why are you even telling me this? I've gotten like way over you, okay? I've had like 2 other girlfriends already. Yeah, I traded you up. That's what it is. Listen, okay, I'm doing some very important stuff right now, okay? I actually have to talk about, because I actually have an IQ over 3 digits. So, yeah, bye. Sorry, you didn't need to hear that. So messy. Oh well. There is one final thing that I want to talk about as a consequence of this discussion on hunting. By and large, we're done with hunting, but this weird side topic can be resolved at last, I think. Perhaps a question that you've had for however long this video has been going is, what's the difference between a talking tree in a fantasy or a fairy tale versus a talking tree as it would appear in a mythology? How does Scruton, for example, someone like Scruton, myself perhaps, how can we make a claim that there is a distinction between talking trees type A and talking trees type B? It's like diabetes now, apparently. Why are we cherry picking this stuff just to make a case on our side? How exactly do Treebeard and the other Ents differ as natural beings that sort of shepherd and guide and protect the world of nature versus die Rheintöchter, the Rhine daughters of Wagner's The Ring Cycle? Like, what's the difference, and how can we be so selective about one but not the other? And the answer goes back to this thing that I've been talking about with hunting, which is in the relation of the represented things. It's not just that Treebeard is a less interesting character, a more stereotypical character and a less nuanced character than the Rheintöchter, but also the relationships that he has with the world and what it means for him to have lost Fangorn versus the Rheintöchter to have lost the Rheingold is incomparably vast. Like, you can't actually sit down and say, well, they're similar in this way and they're dissimilar in that, because the relationships that they represent, how they interact with the rest of the world, and what they actually communicate about their subjective point of view is worlds apart. We don't really respect Treebeard as an independent subjective view the way that we have to, even with animals, let alone with something that is supposed to have its own rational mind. The talking tree in Lord of the Rings behaves almost like a normal old man, except he happens to be tree. How can I put this? The mythic perspective is not that we respect talking trees because they talk, but rather because they are trees. That is most explicit when we're talking about animals. We respect the animal because of its animalness, right? Because it has its perspective as an animal. And we establish such a strong bond, to go back to hunting, such a strong bond when we arrive at conflict against it. The strength of the call towards mortality is so prominent that it constructs a completely unique relationship that we have to memorialize, that becomes special in and of itself, that becomes divine in and of itself. We get to the Ding an sich through that relationship in a way that we never get to with Traherne? What was that? Treebeard, that's his name. Traherne. One very easy example that comes to mind readily is the Waldvogel, the woodbird in the third opera, Siegfried, who sings to Siegfried, and Siegfried tries actually to understand the bird in its birdness, right? He tries to talk to the bird through its own language, which is a very comic scene. But also, when he gains the ability by drinking dragon's blood to listen to the hearts of things, he actually gets to interpret the singing of the woodbird, not because it has developed consciousness, but because he has better attuned to the consciousness of birdness, right? Of the wild. Treebeard is a cartoon character compared to the depths of the sorrow that the Rheintöchter experience, even by the end of the first opera, which is what makes their gratitude by the end of the fourth so much more compelling and overwhelming. Almost literally, considering that overwhelming means to flood. That's what they do at the very end. Rheingold, Rheingold, Rheines Gold. La 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 la. That's such a heartbreaking finale to Das Rheingold. And you can listen to abridged versions of the Ring Cycle if you want, that are only an hour long. I have so far never found one that excludes that section, because it's such a touching display of what the Rhine daughters have lost that, Treebeard's rage from the movies you can perhaps sympathize with for a couple of minutes, but after a while, you're sort of like, okay, I get it. It's just trees. They'll grow back at worst. But in Wagner, the depth of the violation that Albrecht inflicts upon these blind daughters is spelled out and so viscerally felt that you can't help. It's not even sympathy. It's like you feel the violence of the act. It's incomparable. Another example that I would pick is dwarves, because dwarves are sort of a generic fantasy race. You know, they're good smiths. They don't have a lot of personality, but when they do, it's like drinking and musical and boisterous. Gimli is sort of the example of this, both in the movies and in the books. He's just totally generic and pointless in the end. Meanwhile, in Wagner's Ring, they are the demonstration of an entire segment of the human psyche that is totalitarian and destructive. Speaking of Alberic, he of course is the king dwarf, right? He's Alberich. Alba technically means elf, but the dwarves are called Schwarzalbe, right? Dark elves. And Alberich is Alberich, comes from Reich, I think, I'm pretty sure. And so he's the ruler of the Dark Elves, and he is the one who has forsworn love. He is the one who tyrannizes everyone. He is the one who pillaged and destroyed nature for his own violent ends. And the nature of the dwarves is utterly corrupted by this choice that one dwarf makes. And I could keep going, but I can easily spell out the difference between dwarves in normal fantasy as a sort of stereotype versus the dwarves in Wagner with a very short excerpt. What happens is Alberich's brother Mime encounters the gods Wotan and Loga, or Odin and Loki. And he's explaining to them what the hell has happened to Nibelheim, where everyone is being enslaved. And he recounts to them a memory of what Nibelheim used to be like. And he says, or he sings rather, Sorglose Schmiede schufen wir sonst voll Schmuck unseren Weibern wonnig geschmeid, niedliche Nebelungen tan, vielleicht ein lustig der Mut. The first line, if we were to translate it with the alliteration of the original, I would perhaps say, insouciant smithies, right? Completely carefree. The translation from the version that I was using says, once in our forges freely we welded gifts for our women, winningest gear. Neatly, like Nibelungs, we toiled, and laughed for love of the time. So Wagner actually starts them off as the stereotypical dwarves that we know of today, which are more akin to Snow White than to real fantasy. So much so that he doesn't actually have an adjective for how dwarf-like they were. He literally just calls them Nibelungs, right? He calls them dwarves. We acted like dwarves. That's how dwarf-like we were. So that's, descriptive, I guess. But it also spells out the calamity that falls upon these people, that to say that, we used to be what we are, we used to act like what we are, we used to know what we are, itself elicits that nostalgic melody that I just sang for you. Wagner descends them from that stereotype into the utter collapse, the utter voiding of any notion of love whatsoever, so that the two brothers, the scene starts with Albrecht whipping Mime for a magic circlet that allows him to turn invisible, turn into anything he wants, in fact, and teleport wherever he wants, so that he's everywhere all the time, watching you to make sure that you do exactly what he wants. And he becomes the ultimate tyrant, and he draws that power from destroying the spirit of his own brother, and from there, corrupting, obliterating any joy that these insouciant smithies once had. And that's the difference between fantasy and myth, is that myth ultimately always collapses back to the human psyche, because fundamentally they are the same thing. What Freud did and what Jung did when they resorted to dreams and they resorted to the unconscious is just a response. It's a reactionary tool to deal with Enlightenment values that slowly filtered out our mythic imagination from the world and made the world more about atoms and molecules and cells than about the stories that they reveal to us. I mean, the world is all about stories. All we have are stories. And either we have the story that says everything is just quarks without personality that do random things and there is nothing of value in and of itself within the world, or else everything has value, everything communicates through its own subjective sense of being. And which story you tell us, this is, we're going right back to the preamble here. Sorry to be repetitive if you think so, but I mean, this is either changing your life or else you've already tuned out. But it's once again that distinction between subject and object. Do you choose to view things as only what they're made of, only the matter that they consist of? Or do you choose to view things as what they matter towards? Fantasy tells the former story. Treebeard is a consciousness that is made of tree. But mythology tells the latter story, right? The Rein Töchterin. It's hard to know what they're made of. It's insignificant what they're made of. Are they like humans? Are they completely made of water? Are they fish-like? Are they mermaid-like? It's irrelevant because it's the point of view that is expressed that is most important. To continue talking about the ring for a second, I'll tie it all back, don't worry, but there was something alarming about this idea that if someone chooses to exert power, and only power, if someone chooses to bend the entire world, the structuring of the entire world towards the employment of power, the reduction of the subject only to the object, the material existence of this person, then inevitably you lose everything but the present. Of course, Orwell's 1984 comes to mind, which I've already mentioned, and the servitude of the past and the murdering of the future, all so that you have ultimate grasp of the present, is the theme of that book. It comes to life just now. It came to life when I was talking about the Nibelungs, the Schwarzalben, the dwarves of Wagner's Ring, where all that they believed in, all that they once held highest, right? The women who once wore the jewelry that they made with such joy. Everything is lost to two immediate threats that can only be encountered in the present, and one is pain, which is felt by the oppressed, and fear, which is felt by the oppressor. Now keep those two things in mind, fear and pain, because these are the two emotions that are felt by two people who have no sense of themselves. The first, of course, is Gawain, who I've already been talking about as someone who doesn't have a sense of self. He is entirely directed by fear. The fear in this case, like any tyrant, comes from knowing what he has, but being dreadfully afraid to lose it. Not because he loves it, but because it would mean that someone else has more power than he does. And that is, of course, the one fear of a tyrant. What, in Gawain's case, is this other power? Well, first of all, there's the Green Knight, which is definitely another power that could very well claim his head and permanently divorce him from the Christian life. First of all, the fact that he no longer is alive is one way to do that. But secondly, like I said, the decapitation is a way to prevent you from your bodily resurrection. And thirdly, the fact that the Green Knight doesn't die. It's not that he dies and comes back to life, but he just doesn't die when his head gets chopped off. That is such a refutation of the fundamental power of Christianity, that he's basically saying, look, if I go there and I submit myself to the Green Knight, then I'm submitting myself to something that is totally anti-Christian. Can I submit to that when it is the fundament of all my power? That's the Green Knight. The other source of power that contends against Gawain is the Lord of the Castle. He's providing him a sense of community that actually fulfills everything that Gawain desires, and everything that Gawain is looking for on this particular journey, while also granting him a sense of identity. It's basically everything, right? Gawain can find everything that he's looking for in that castle right now. He won't ever have to return to Camelot, which is fine because he already said goodbye to everyone there, but also because he would then be returning to Camelot without having fulfilled his quest of meeting the Green Knight. Gawain is going to the Green Knight on the authority of Camelot, on the authority of Arthur, right? He's taken up this quest because he's representing Camelot, and he has a special duty in that case to bring back the knowledge that he has learned from his journey into the wilds. Of course, if he survives it. There's always that qualifier, I guess. He's supposed to say, well, this is what the Green Knight was, this is why he came to us, and this is how I defeated him, if he does, so that if something like this happens again, we know what to do, and we have a richer society because of it, that has integrated more of the world around it, and therefore has more value to the people of that world, right? To go back to this discussion on countries, it is a form of conflict resolution that the law of the nation can now apply to any similar situation, without leading to outright hostility between the conflicting parties. But to accept the community that the strange castle presents to him is to forsake his responsibility to Camelot and to forsake that power that he holds as the king's nephew, as a knight of the Round Table, and as a child of God. Even though he gets what he wants at this castle, he's going to lose everything else. And so the tyrannical fear that he feels is not so much of being unable to affect the world as he sees fit, but rather of losing his ability to do anything at all, of losing all of the structures that have guided him and provided for him, even if it has squashed out much of his independence. Okay, so Gawain is afraid of both of those powers. First, the community that is present within this castle, and secondly, the Green Knight. He wants to keep the power that he has, and he's afraid that if he commits to either of these other two things, or if he doesn't find power of his own that can triumph over those things, that he will lose what power he has. Does that mean, therefore, that Gawain is in some sense a tyrant? And I would agree, yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's why, in my opinion, he was unable to go on the hunt. Because he has tyrannized himself into believing that there are certain rules that he is not allowed to break, right? He has committed himself to the cause of the knight. But what it has left in him is a sort of emptiness that prevents him from recognizing when it would actually be better for him as an individual person to break away from that trope and say, you know what, I'm not going to be a good guest at the moment. I'm not going to recover so I can go and talk to this Green Knight about such and such and get my head chopped off. Instead, I'm going to experience those things that are going to be the most valuable to me and allow me to develop my identity so that I can go into things without fear. Because he doesn't do this, he succumbs to fear and ultimately becomes the very thing that he was trying to prevent, which is a bad guest in this particular case, but also a bad knight. He fails in the image of Christ, he fails in the house of his host, and he falls victim to fear. And he makes a terrible choice, which we'll get to once I get to the reading. I should have read right at the start. That was a mistake. But yeah, so Gawain falls victim profoundly to fear. And the reason is because he is a tyrant to himself. Our response to that should be, why is he a tyrant? It's like Adam and Eve all over again. Who told you that you were naked? What? Where'd you get that? Who told Gawain how to be so possessive of his virtue that he cannot find the virtues outside of himself? Where did he learn this? And of course, the answer is from the culture that he inhabited and so valued as part of his we, right? Part of his we identity, his communal identity. Because, of course, eventually everything ossifies to a place that cannot be sustained, right? Even a society that was built on the word. Like all other words, eventually the meaning dies. And, like any other word, we need to find some way to revivify it. We need to find some way to say, well, no, conspire means breathing together, and that's what it means to conspire. You're not only whispering to each other in order to plot someone's downfall, but you're also whispering together as lovers would in order to impregnate the world with something new within the embers of the burnt down world, something new from arise from there. That's what you're whispering together about. That's what you're breathing each other for. Just the way that I can revivify the meaning of conspire in that way, we have to revivify the word of God. By which I mean not necessarily me right now doing that, but poems that use conspire in this way. Give it a new light that allow us to view this word as though for the very first time. Winter Wonderland is probably my favorite Christmas carol. If not entirely because it uses conspire in that way, then it is at least a very big factor. Later on, we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. To face unafraid the plans that we made. Gawain should probably sing that song every once in a while. He'll really get his head in the game, I think. Anyway, words ossify, both in their meanings and in their ability to naturally awaken in our souls the emotions, the movements of the souls that are reflected in the images that they present or the actions that they suggest to us. And even if Arthur's city on the hill, even if Arthur's great country is the emblem of the word, even so, the word will ossify if we do not keep it alive. If we don't keep that, the fire alive, that's what they call it, right? The fire. And yeah, of course, that's another metaphor that needs to stay alive. We need to stoke the flame. And that's basically what's been happening to Arthur's realm, as evidenced by Gawain's psyche, at least. It has slowly been turning into a cliche that Gawain is now part of. Gawain is in the realm of fantasy dwarves, and he's being slowly pulled into the realm of catastrophe, just as Wagner's dwarves were. And so this is a terrifying place for Gawain to be. And it's right that he's fearful, but also he needs something to overcome the fear, and it can't be found in the system that is giving him the fear in the first place. More significant and unsettling evidence for this burgeoning tyranny within Arthur's realm, within Camelot, can be found in Arthur's whims, by which Arthur demands that he has a story told to him, something remarkable, so that he can work up his appetite. And he tyrannizes himself in that case as well. He says, I'm not going to eat until something remarkable happens. And then that just becomes, I'm not going to eat. Speaking of anorexia, actually. It's a tyrannical self-control that would have caused his own destruction. And like I said when I was talking about countries, that's an allegory for the nation, right? In this case, he actually is the King of England, so it's a nice way to tie it all together. But what the author in this case is saying is that if behavior of this kind is happening on the smallest interactions, then it's very, very easy to scale it up all the way to the scope of a country and completely collapse it. You can see this in Macbeth, for instance, where Macbeth's rule is completely destroying Scotland. You can imagine that people are starving to death. Criminality is on a dramatic rise. People are forsaking responsibilities to their families and their friends, and everything is turning to chaos. But Shakespeare doesn't actually have to spell that out. All he has to say is, hey, the horses are eating each other. And because that's such a dramatic image contained locally, you can imagine how violent the society has to be that it has decayed to that degree. You don't have to construct like an immense epic story for everything where the Dark Lord is doing this and that, which is another thing that I actually don't like about Lord of the Rings. You don't need to have Liberty herself leading the French people over a mountain of corpses in order to ensure their freedom, to secure goodness and the rights of all men to follow their consciousnesses. Instead, you just have to tell the story of Jean Valjean. So now I've dragged Les Miserables into this, in addition to Macbeth. This is the problem with studying any great text. You start with Gawain, and then suddenly you're talking about Macbeth, and you're talking about Les Miserables. I was actually thinking of talking about King Lear earlier, where he loses his sovereignty twice. He loses his kingdom, and then he loses his mind. And that also because he was trying to treat love as an object, right? You give it to me, give it to me. So there you go. That's my analysis of King Lear. And then, of course, this whole video has been integrated with The Ring as well. And the reason for that is because ultimately they all boil down to the same ideas. It's just some of them are represented better in one text, some of them represented better in another. They all eventually boil down to one text, which is called the Bible, by the way, which if you read, then you sort of get to the source and summit, to borrow a Catholic phrase, the source and summit of all morality and all that is beautiful. So the Bible is sort of the ultimate text that you can study and derive all of these later texts from. But once you get to these later texts, once you get to Gawain, once you get to Lear, you're like, oh, they all cross-reference one another in terms of ideas. And it's a matter of connecting them all together. Anyway, so following through on this idea, especially of Lear, actually, now that I bring it up, of objectifying your surroundings just so you get what you want, Arthur is going on the same track because he himself is also starting to exploit his surroundings and tyrannize himself. And you can see the effect in how Gawain is interpreting this influence from his uncle and internalizing it and turning himself into something that is rotten. And it's not good. It's not good. So that's fear. That's the first of the tyrannical impulses that enslave the past and murder the future. The second is pain. Pain, it's more spiritual pain that I'm talking about than physical pain. Physical pain, of course, drags you into the present and is terrible to escape from. And so, yes, it is also there, but the special form of pain that comes through a tyranny comes also from the killing of dignity that prevents you from reconciling with physical pain in a noble way. You know, you hear examples of prisoners of war who survive the most brutal tortures, but, you know, they still have that dignity in them. Tyrannies aren't based on that kind of pain. Tyrannies are based on the pain that completely drag your dignity through the dirt. Again, 1984 comes to mind, right? The torture with the rats. That the main character realizes he does not want to suffer, and so he does the one thing he swore to himself that he would never ever do for the sake of his dignity, for the sake of keeping some parts of his identity to himself, and that is to give up on his love for Julia. In just the way that Alberich renounced love in order to gather up the Rheingold, so too does Winston renounce his love for Julia in order to escape from the physical pain. And yeah, you know, he doesn't have to feel that pain anymore, but now does he even feel anything anymore? That's the question. And all he has left is that spiritual pain. In fact, maybe I've been calling it something wrong. It's not pain so much as loneliness. So what is loneliness? Well, to start, loneliness is the thing that you feel when you have to describe yourself as the thing that you are, because everything else has been stripped away from you, and yet you feel nostalgic. It's very easy to imagine. All you have to think of is a war-torn refugee who says, I used to be Assyrian. And you realize what it means to have your identity completely dissolved by the destruction of the culture to which you belong. It's almost the direct opposite of what Gawain is feeling. He has a we, but no I. Meanwhile, he who is lonely has no we at all, but only an I. And of course you feel lonely if you're only an I. There's absolutely nothing that you can share with another human being if you're only an I, which goes right back to what I was talking about with countries, right? We've returned to that Hobbesian nightmare where everyone says whatever they want and no one can understand each other, even if they're using the same words. Now, if Gawain doesn't feel like this, then why are we exploring these themes all the same. And the reason is because there is a character who feels this way, and he is almost a perfect foil to Gawain in every single way. Everything about him is a beautiful contrast to who Gawain is and the journey that he goes on, because they're starting from each other's destinations and going in opposite directions. That character is Siegfried, of course, once again from Wagner's Ring. Gawain is trying to integrate himself into the wilds and liberate himself from his overbearing culture. Siegfried is fully ingrained in the wild, right? He tries talking to birds. That's how wild he is. He rides bears, he blows his horn, and wolves and deer like sit next to each other and picnic with him. That's how in tune. He's like a Disney princess, except he's like a 6'8", totally ripped Scandinavian dude. That's Siegfried in a nutshell. But he doesn't have parents. Like I said, his father died before he was born, and his mother died at childbirth and gave him the only remaining thing he has is the shards of his father's sword. And much of Siegfried's quest in that third opera is in trying to find an identity, asking random things about his mother. He goes, "Hey, bird, have you seen my mother?" And the bird says, and it's like, oh, well, that was useful. He finds a dragon, and the same thing happens, of course. Eventually, like I said, he drinks the dragon's blood and he learns to talk with the bird. But the bird doesn't tell him about his mother, but rather tells him a different method of alleviating his loneliness. One of the things is to kill his father figure, the person who's been taking care of him all this time. But the father figure, of course, is Mime, is Albrecht's brother, the person who sang very sorrowfully Sorglose Schmiede, right, Insouciant Smithies. That's the person who's taking care of Siegfried, which means that Mime, corrupted, of course, by Albrecht's desire for power, lust for power, himself is completely divorced and isolated, alienated from the culture that he so richly remembers still in his singing of Sorglose Schmiede. And that is almost being perpetuated into Siegfried, and Siegfried, seeking a meaningful culture that, at least his parents were part of, needs to be able to cut that out. That's what the bird basically tells him in not so violent terms. What he actually says is something like, "Don't trust Mime, he's going to betray you soon." And of course, the reason why Mime is so irredeemable on this count, the reason why he can't view Siegfried as his own child, as something that is actually worth treasuring in and of himself, is because of that warping of the structure of the world by Albrecht, which Mime has been too strongly inflicted by, so that now he too desires that same power, and he desires to find it in the ring. And he knows that Siegfried, of course, is a 6'8", totally ripped Scandinavian dude, and so he's hoping that Siegfried can retrieve the ring for him, right? He's treating his own quote-unquote son, adoptive son, as simply a tool, as an object for his own desires, kind of a flip side of Lolita, if you will. And as soon as Siegfried retrieves the ring from the dragon's hoard, by the way, that's how everything ties together if you're wondering where the dragon came to this, as soon as Siegfried has the ring, Mime is more than happy to kill him by poison. Now poor Siegfried, the one thing that he thought could enculture him, still had something to give to him after the death of his parents, in his complete isolation in the middle of the woods, without anybody else to guide him. That too has simply been something else to reinforce his loneliness. It's from Mime that Siegfried learns how to forge a sword. It's from Mime that Siegfried learns about parenthood, about why the two birds are singing to each other and live in the same nest. And finally, it's from Mime, after he stops lying about it, that Siegfried learns even the smallest facts about his father and his mother, what they're called, that the shards of the sword, Nothung, used to belong to his father, and by rights belongs to him, and the fact that his mother died during his childbirth. Even despite this fatherly relationship, it needs to be destroyed. And recall, that's the one thing that Gawain is unable to do, right? He cannot destroy, so to speak, his father, his metaphorical father. He cannot destroy the image of what Arthur means to him. But Siegfried can. In fact, Siegfried does it twice, because the dragon, it turns out, actually gives him some wisdom at the very end, some fatherly wisdom, and says, you are being manipulated by powers that you don't yet understand because you're too naive to grasp them. You're too isolated from society and what power can mean when it is exerted upon other people. And he gets that fatherly wisdom from the dragon even as he kills the dragon. Siegfried is like twice a father slayer, and actually you can keep extending that metaphor to even other father figures so that he's not just twice a father slayer, thrice a father slayer, but 4 times a father slayer. So that is almost Siegfried's nature as a person, as he kills his father, kills his tradition, he kills the things he can inherit from in his desire to inherit from his father, and through what inheritance he has from his father, from Nothung himself. So it's this tense irony going on there that makes this opera a masterpiece. The really interesting thing is the reason why Siegfried can indulge in this irony in the first place, the reason why Siegfried can kill his various father figures using his father's sword so that he's both inheriting his father and dispelling his fathers, because Siegfried is not consumed by fear the way that Gawain is. In fact, Siegfried's other major quest in this opera is to try and find out what fear is. He's totally fearless. He doesn't understand it at all. If we are to respect the fact that these two characters are foils of each other, then we can actually take the opposite perspective and say one of Gawain's quest, in fact, perhaps Gawain's most significant quest, is to learn what spiritual pain is to learn what loneliness is. And so I pointed this line out earlier in part 2, when Gawain was completely alone, right? He was all alone. And I think and if you think about it, if you really think about it for a second, that might be the only time Gawain has ever been all alone. His journey, and the reason why I've been so certain that his journey is one of finding himself, is because his journey is partially to learn what loneliness is. Without that ability to learn what loneliness is, you don't actually have a conception of who you are. It's the same principle as learning what mortality is and learning what life is through the esteeming of death, through the recognition and the uplifting of death that I was talking about with hunting. You find one thing by immersing yourself in the other thing instead. Jordan Peterson likes quoting an alchemical principle that he learned from Carl Jung. He says, in the filth it will be found, right? The thing that you're looking for is found precisely in the place that you'd least want to look for it. And that's basically the place that Gawain has found himself. The problem, of course, is that loneliness is profoundly anti-human. The reason why I didn't want to call the spiritual pain with which tyranny drags the oppressed into the present, the reason why I didn't want to call that loneliness is because loneliness is actually the consequence of living in the present, and it affects both the oppressor and the oppressed. It is not the special suffering of one or the other. Instead, both spiritual pain and fear pull you into loneliness with no way of escaping. Now, if I've made this video correctly, which I probably haven't, but whatever, your face should have turned very pale, and your fingers started shaking uncontrollably, and your breath turned shallow, and your heart started beating faster and faster. As you heard what I just said, that there is no escape. And then you let out a quiet and painful exhalation that you can barely form into words through your quivering lips. There is no escape. The reason you're feeling that way is because every single thing that I have just described between the characters of Siegfried and Gawain, as well as their abstractions as I've been jumping across these different texts and trying to tell you the pattern of society which produce these mentalities in us, every single one of those should have been to some degree applicable to your life. And while I think that's also a general truth, it is more true now in these days in the 21st century more than ever. And that's because it's actually not very hard to locate the types of isolation that Gawain and Siegfried have found themselves in within the modern man. And you can disagree with all of this if you want, but then you would be wrong. We find ourselves within a tyrannical culture, an all-consuming and inescapable culture, thanks internet, the product of an over-globalization that completely prevents a local community from arising, that respects the desires of the local voice, the local people. There is no outside. There is nothing that allows it to revivify. There is nothing that is external or alien that can enter into that place and say, look, I'm like a green knight to you. How will you negotiate with this? There is nothing that allows for the growth of this people into something that actually has something valuable to say to the world and can at least produce great works of art, for example, like Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. Everyone listens to the same crap music that comes always from the same parts of the world, cough cough K-pop, that have nothing valuable to put into the music except the desire to sell more of it. Everyone watches the same crap movies and crap TV. Everyone, and this is the most interesting to me, everyone plays the same crap games. They're not games that help you cooperate with other people, but they're completely divorced from any sense of a result in the end, or any sort of integrative culture, such as, for example, the game that provides you a feast at the end of it. Instead, it's games, at worst, that draw you into a completely different world, such as a video game, that have no value whatsoever. One remarkable consequence of this is that the only in-groups that are allowed to be made have to center upon possessing nothing deeper to point at and say that this principle is what unites us, even if everything else is disparate between us. The only things that today's in-groups focus on are your favorite anime character, or your favorite Star Wars Lego piece, or your favorite video game studio or your favorite internet personality. And what that has meant, sort of in the long run, I mean, obviously there is no value to an in-group such as that, where you're bound by such a pathetic, tiny thing which could change at any moment as you grow up, right, as you get older. Which, by the way, this is also an invitation not to grow up, right? Not to change at all. But the other thing that happens is people become the summation of their likes and dislikes, so that as soon as you realize someone has a negative opinion of a video game that you spent, I don't know, like 5,000 hours on, or they just don't like the music that you like, then you have all the reasons in the world to say, oh, you're completely worthless to me as a human being now, and I'm not going to spend any more time with you. Because there are like 500 other people whom you could easily call upon to satisfy those exact needs. And once again, this is about narcissism, or solipsism, the folding down of the world into yourself. It becomes about satisfying yourself instead of giving of yourself. It becomes all about taking instead. There is no sense of sharing anymore, which is the solution to exchange, to trade, right? It's to say, well, this is what I like and I freely give it to you. And I invite you to let me learn from you as well. And so naturally, there is no real shared community anymore. That doesn't mean, therefore, that you shouldn't be able to critique their music, but that's also kind of my point. They're so afraid of being critiqued about their lifestyles or their choices that they will lash out at anyone who denies them that. To really blow your mind, I think that's why there has been such a rise in the claim towards cultural appropriation. If you can't assume, even in your interpersonal relationships, that two people who behave completely differently and have completely different values all the same could find each other interesting and valuable and worth sharing with, then of course when you get to cultures, all you can think of is, oh, they're different from me, therefore we should never ever take anything from them. It's a kind of polite xenophobia, whereby you can both claim moral superiority while hating other people. And people have nothing better to fall back on because all of their interpersonal relations are like this now. At which point they then start saying outrageously stupid and repulsive things like, my MMO is my home and my guild is my family. It's like, really? That's your home? Ugh. I mean, that's a perfect representation, right? Like, the so-called home, the place that you derive all your strength and your identity from, has turned into such a shallow idea because it has become unnecessary when everything that is outside, right? Everything that you protect from when you put it in the home has disappeared. There is nothing that is allowed to be on the outside, and so you lose all discriminative capabilities that say, hey, you know what, this is actually really crap. I'm not going to waste my time playing this useless garbage. Or this is utter filth and I'm not going to corrupt my imagination by spending time listening to it or watching it. And what's astounding to me is we have no reason to perpetuate this whatsoever. It is crap, but it is completely engineered crap that has been sold to us as the thing that we should be watching, that thing that we should be listening to for no reason whatsoever. They don't have any claim to it whatsoever. It's not beautiful. It's not meaningful. It's not our past. It is not our culture. It is not where we come from. And yet it's being shoved down our throats. So we're living in a culture that denies anything unique and local so that there is no sense of an internal community, but also exerts itself upon everyone and says, no, you have to think like this, you have to act like this, so that there's also no sense of an external community. There is no sense of an other with whom you can compromise, with whom you can actually cooperate or conflict. Imperial colonization at least had that going for it. There was still a sense of an internal community that was shared by everyone within the locale of the colony, including, of course, the colonizers. But this sort of spiritual colonization is nothing but a brutal war against a past that does not align with some power-hungry tyrant's vision of a desirable present. And that's, for example, where you get the toppling of statues. That's what it means to have no conception of an outside. It's not that you don't understand it or that you've never encountered it. It's just that you've squashed it out as a consequence of your tyrannical fear that it could have more value than you do in the hearts of the people. So, like Gawain, we are afraid of the outside and we're willing to destroy it. And like Siegfried, we have nothing on the inside. No connection to our culture, our history, our parents. And even what little we have is being colored by lies so that we can be exploited. And yet we're expected to find anything except loneliness and despair in it? Of course that's not going to happen. And I find this so repulsive that people are actually sold and they have nothing else to go on because everything that was valuable about their cultures has been stripped from them. If they come from outside of the West, it's because they've been dragged into the West unwillingly, crying and screaming under the guise of economic progress. And don't get me wrong, that is very, very important as well. It's nice to eradicate poverty. all right? But we shouldn't have to destroy the lifestyles of people. We shouldn't have to bribe them to destroy their histories and religions and their musics so that they will buy the crap that we're selling so that we can have a little bit more wealth with which we can exert power over them. And if you're from the West, then you have suffered the absolute destruction of anything that you can consider natural. Everything for the purposes of gloss and shine and professionalism has been turned into plastic figurines. And while this is true on a literal level as well, and all you have to do is watch a fucking Eurovision to figure that out, brimming to the brink with delightless banality, it's also true on an ideological level, where if something doesn't perfectly align with whatever cause du jour is being supported in today's ivory tower, then it needs to be unsalvageably scrapped, no matter how true or how beautiful it actually is. Which is why under the cause of racial justice or whatever, they keep just banning more and more books, whether it's Mark Twain. It's not so much the banning of books, so much as the virtuous airs taken while preventing people from being educated by things that know much better than these would-be tyrants know. That's the real irritating thing, that people like Shakespeare, right, who wrote that racist slop Othello, it's only one of the greatest tragedies ever written. Who cares about that, right? The fact that people like Shakespeare are being gagged in our culture, so that utterly vapid people with no original ideas of their own, but only the resentments that other people have inculcated into them, can then spew their hatred upon the rest of us and expect us to lobotomize ourselves with it is so fucking repulsive. I mean, really, actually lobotomize ourselves. The fact that we see on Eurovision, the shit that we see on Eurovision, is proof of that. The only thing I can ask to people who watch this is, why are you feeding this into the machine of your imagination, through which you will then see the world in a new light, in a worse light, in an ugly light, in a gaudy, plastic light? You wonder how the hell Europe went from Mozart and Milton and Michelangelo to this. Well, actually, we know the answer. I've been talking about it all video long. It comes from The Ring. It was the desire for power. It was the reduction of people into objects. First of all, obviously the Nazi concentration camps come into mind. But even more disturbingly, it was the reduction of people only into their wealth classes by the Marxists, so that the only thing that was of any value whatsoever was not love, was not relationships, was not the past, was not the culture. It was wealth. It was the price tag that you can put upon a single human being. It was the power that can be won by manipulating a person just as you see fit to create the desired present that you think serves you best. And this was the ideology taken up by Gramsci and the Frankfurt School and the cultural Marxists that ultimately said we can't implement our so-called Marxist utopia when people actually have things that they love outside of it. We need to ossify the world, make it into stone, and bind the people there and eat out their livers like Prometheus. A violent surgery to remove culture and religion and the rule of law and the equality of people in the eyes of God, and all things that we have held as requiring worship, of having worth greater than ourselves, for which we will stake our lives, as though all these were nothing but a cancer. And then simply to substitute our own values, our own language, and control them from the inside out. And of course, they're winning. That's why everybody is so fucking obsessed about sexual liberation, because there is no better way to treat someone as an object than to deny her dignity in the eyes of God and say that your body is strictly useful for my pleasure and for nothing else. It's a simple two-step process to get from the world of subjects to the world of objects. Step one is to destroy all the things that people have ever loved. The past. Step number two is to deny people that they could ever be anything more than what you have turned them into by reducing them to an object of your desires. The future. And that's where we are, friends. That's where we are. We are in a place without a past. We're in a place without future. Do you shudder now when I tell you that we have no escape? Well, thankfully, the story doesn't end there. There is an escape. And Gawain and Siegfried tell us quite a bit about it. Siegfried and the bird have a really interesting relationship. The bird tells Siegfried the truth on all things, and Siegfried treats him as an individual perspective upon the world. This is not something that they do in exchange for the other. And this is not so much the notion of trade that I and Scruton have been criticizing for so long, but much more akin to the breathing of the other that conspiring invites us to imagine. It is something much more like love, to have this cooperative play where I look you in your eyes, and you look me in the eyes. And you don't see there simply the reflection of light upon the iris and the dilation of the pupils, but you see the person within. What emerges from that moment shared is not an exchange. I'm not giving something that I can't get back. That's a material kind of sharing that arises with the view of things as objects. But rather, I'm creating something new entirely. And it's from the recognition of the subject within the bird that the bird gives him information on Brunhilde, who sleeps at the top of a fiery mountain. But Siegfried didn't manipulate the bird in order to get information on Brunhilde. Indeed, this is what happens later in the story, in the fourth and last opera, the Götterdämmerung. Albrecht's son Hagen exploits Siegfried's friendship with the bird, if you can call it that, in order to destroy Siegfried and Brunhilde. This option was always available to Siegfried. He just never ever chose to do it. And that's ultimately what drove him out of the loneliness, right? Even as Hagen destroys him, it is the memory of Brunhild atop the fiery mountain, which the bird gave to him. It is the memory of the bird singing to him about Brunhilde that comes to him at those very final moments. And it is not anger towards Hagen. It is not rage or regret that he ever went up to Brunhilde, that he ever committed himself to love, but the pure recognition of Brunhilde as this other person whom he asks to wake up and show me your real self, show me your eyes. And in many ways, in his ability to do the same thing to the bird, that is what redeems Siegfried. One of the most touching moments in Götterdämmerung is that when he recalls this bird, he actually does it using the bird's own melody. He sings the same song that the bird sang to him. He has committed this moment into his mind. The moment when the mythological world, the world of nature, which he has so longed to learn anything from, which he has so explored and tried to make himself part of, finally spoke back to him. And with infinite gratitude, he remembers that moment when it gave him Brunhilde, someone whom he can finally love, someone who may finally love him. Hi, Siegfried, schlug nun den schlimmen Zwerg, jetzt wusste ich ihm noch das herrlichste Weib. He knows that entire song by heart. And that's the key, I think. By heart. It's only through learning the language of the heart that he can speak to the bird in the first place, that he can ensoul the bird. And in doing so, in letting him be enfolded by that mythic perspective, he can finally turn to Brunhilde. He's shown the way to Brunhilde. And that's correct, I think. One most tragic turn to all of this is the fact that Brunhilde herself has been denounced by her culture and exiled from Valhalla in just the way that Gawain fears he would be, he might be, from Camelot. And indeed, the way that Brunhilde herself feared she would be until it happened to her. And although this spells out immense misery for Brunhilde later on in the story, and although it ultimately leads to the end of the world in Götterdämmerung and the death of the gods, in the moment that she wakes up to Siegfried's kiss upon her lips, and moreover, because as a mythic being herself, the first thing that she does when she opens her eyes is to hail the sun and to enter herself into the mythic perspective. Because of this, she escapes from her loneliness into companionship with Siegfried. The modern man then, who, like Siegfried, is empty on the inside and has no identity because he has had no one to give it to him, forcibly severed from his past. The modern man must look to the outside and restore the mythic perspective to the natural world from where it was secreted away by Jung and Freud, hopefully to be maintained on the inside. But without an inside, of course, we completely lose any idea, any reckoning of the notion of ensoulment. That's why, in my opinion, there has been such a vapid but vigorous denial of religion and the soul and of anything beyond material truths, which people like Dawkins and the new atheists press so hard without any meaningful value system to replace it, and which people both my age and much older fell for, hook, line, and sinker, as the saying goes, without reckoning with what we were losing along with that value of ensoulment, right? What is the story that we are telling if we reject the story of ensoulment? And it turns out it is the story of love. Are we ready to lose that story? And the answer is that is never, ever an option. Unless you want to treat all people as simply means to an end, unless you want to commit mass genocide, unless you want to enslave them all and reduce them simply to manpower, horsepower, racial characteristics, sexual characteristics, wealth class, and then drag and drop them into the correct organizational structure so that you benefit the most from the power you exert over them. The refusal to do that, which hopefully all of you are saying, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. How about we don't do that? Yeah, I agree. Can I sign this petition? The refusal to do that, like I've been saying since the preamble, the extrapolation of that refusal ultimately leads us to the mythic perspective. And when we have so denied it to this degree, we have to take that extreme version so that we have to see the world in a more mythic perspective once again. Not, like I said, in order to resuscitate the pagan gods, but in order to actually give value to these things like mortality, to draw our cultural attention away from the cliches and noise that it presents to you, and actually return to a human perspective on what these things mean. We must deny that the best way to look at the world, let alone the only way to look at the world, is through this materialist reductionist view, where the more you break something apart, the smaller pieces that you can study of a thing, the better you understand it. No, it's the exact opposite. When you unify something, when you see something in its entirety, is when you best understand it. When it sings to you, the way the Waldvogel, the woodbird, sang to Siegfried, that is when you best understand it. The final thing to recognize from Siegfried's story is a little bit of a bittersweet point. He doesn't actually find himself in a society that understands him. Instead, the only person with whom he can alleviate his loneliness is herself consumed by loneliness. Is that a good place to be? Not really, but it is the start of a new community. It is the start of something more valuable than the thing you have left behind, that both of you have left behind. And even if it isn't a good thing, it is incomparably better to where you were before. And it should at least be our first aim, our first step in revivifying the world that we find ourselves in today and escaping from the loneliness that it presents to us. And like the story of the sequel to Brunhild and Siegfried's love, like the story of Götterdämmerung shows us, it's a very, very fragile connection that you're setting up when two lonely people have to build everything right from that magic thing they constructed when their eyes met for the first time. As soon as Siegfried goes out into society, the first person he meets is Hagen. And what Hagen does, not Hagen does, not the ice cream, but the verb. What Hagen, who is Albrecht's son, chooses to do, like our globalist society today, is not that he destroys their culture straight up, but rather he twists it, he malforms it, absorbs it into his loveless society. Right? He gives Siegfried, first of all, the potion that it removes his past, and then exploits his relationship to Brunhilde, then brings Brunhilde into his society by having her swear vengeance on his spear, and exploits her relationship with Siegfried from the other direction, right? In order to ensure that he can kill this 6'8", totally ripped Scandinavian dude, which of course him being half dwarf would never have been able to do before that. And so that's how fragile it is. You just need one little piece of shit to be introduced into this relationship who is willing to view people as objects in order to ruin everything that you've built up as an isolated human being, as two isolated human beings constructing something meaningful from the very, very start. And of course that's the case, because in order to start that relationship in the first place, you have to be willing to view the other as an entire individual. When you introduce someone like Hagen into that relationship, all of him comes along with it. Especially the parts that are there to destroy the things you love and exploit you for your own purposes, enslaving your past, murdering your future for his eternal present. I think it's fair for people listening to this to be doubtful both about my diagnosis of the problems and of the solutions that I present through these two characters, especially if they are unconcerned by the trash music that they listen to, if they actually like K-pop or, Nicki Minaj or any of these other degenerates that are so popular in the airwaves these days, or they enjoy watching Stranger Things or any of these vapid entertainment products, the MCU, etc. And this is not to say that all modern art is bad, although all modern art is bad. Maybe I'll talk about that in just a bit, but first I want to finish this point. Or you might be well situated in your culture for one reason or another. Maybe you actually live in, so to speak, your ancestral home, the place that you can call your families, which is certainly an enviable position. If you can speak your native language fluently, and you can speak it with a lot of people all around you, that's nothing to scoff at. If you get a meaningful education that actually taught you the history of the places and the peoples from whom you emerged, and the lineage of ideas that drove your culture until all of that was obliterated, that's profound. Even if you just know the folk music of the area that you grew up in, and you're not just being force-fed so-called pop music, the incessant thumping of the beats and the thing that I shame to call a melody which sits atop it. If you actually have respect for the music that our ancestors sang long before they had any conception of music as a global phenomenon, as something that could be sold for instance, as something that you had to make as an expression of your soul, then you're probably better off than all of the people who would willingly listen to, like, Selena Gomez or whatever, Lana Del Rey, etc. I've been particularly excited by the American idiom, as Scruton calls it, the development of jazz through, the blues. And through ragtime especially. My God, Scott Joplin is a genius. How is he not like a cultural icon of America, but like Rihanna and Beyonce are? It's like, what? Why would you do this to yourselves? And with such simple melodies too, da 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 bum 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 ba da dum bum 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 ba bum ba 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 bum 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 ba ba dum bum bum. It's magic. It is so lively and so fulfilling to listen to Scott Joplin, and yet it's I could play that. It's that simple, and it's that understanding of the soul that is now totally missing in music. I hold great stock by music, in case you haven't figured that out, given how much I've been singing throughout this video. And though, as the Russians say, krasota spasiot mir, I think that music will save the soul. It's such a pity what we've done to music by treating it only as entertainment, and treating it so uncritically as to listen to the fucking filth with which we pollute the air. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, so some people are well enculturated, is what I was trying to get at. Very, very fortunately, can I say. But these are opportunities that are being taken from the vast majority of people around the globe at an increasing rate. I can tell you, as a child of immigrants, which, by the way, means that my parents actually rejected the culture that they came from, right? That's what immigration means. It's a kind of beheading of its own, which is why I've always been vehemently anti-immigration since I was like 10 years old. I mean, my favorite nursery rhyme was build that wall, build that wall. And then they took me to a country that is so full of immigrants that it doesn't actually have a unifying culture in the same place, which is the definition of a country. That's Canada, by the way. I myself am, so to speak, on the front lines of this. And all this video has been is a letter from the front lines, if you will. And within this cultural Hobbesian nightmare, this Protestantism, I have no choice except to gauge every person as the individual that they are, and either introduce them into my life or deny them based on their individual personalities, right? Based on what happens when I look into their eyes. It is an exhausting endeavor, and it shouldn't have to come to this, but because of the culture that we live in, because of what we have done to our world and our countries and our cultures, it has come to this. And it's time we clawed our way out, even if it's not necessarily back the way we came from. I would actually prefer if I was the only one who felt this way, because it would mean that the world isn't on a precipitous cultural collapse. But unfortunately, I have neither the egotism nor the optimism to believe that. And I know from the perspectives of people who are much wiser than me and people who are in the same position as me that we are rapidly falling exactly there. So that's what we learned from Siegfried. As to my views on pop art, which I rather clumsily called modern art a few minutes ago, not that modern art is any much better, I'm going to bring you two examples from video games, actually. So I'm not anti-video games, right? I'm going to give you one bad example and one relatively interesting example. The first is Journey. Journey is arguably the worst game ever made. It's certainly in the running. And the reason for that is that it has no substance whatsoever. It is a mimicry of depth and emotionality. And you can tell mainly because the one thing that is interesting about a video game is the fact that you control it, right? There is a degree of interaction that you cannot find in any other medium. And so something about that has to be present within what summons your emotions to the forefront whenever you play a video game. Journey has none of that. Instead, what it does is it sort of maps basic motor functions like running or jumping and interacting with the world, whatever that means, onto an avatar that is abstract and has no meaningful connection to you as the player. In other words, they have told you what they want you to do, and it's just your job to go out and do it and stop complaining and stop looking for something deeper, you little shit, and do what I tell you to. On the other hand, we have a relatively modest game, kind of a silly game, or at least it doesn't take itself seriously. That is Untitled Goose Game. But what Untitled Goose Game does is it makes you very not abstract. You are a goose, and you control a goose. You can feel it in the weight by which you walk, right? The way you control the goose as it wobbles around, the way you have to account for the shape of your goose as she ducks between, I think it's a female, as she ducks between various obstacles like a bench or whatever in order to climb around and maneuver and hide from observation. People treat you as a goose. People look at you and say, oh, it's a goose. What are you doing here, goose? And either they're scared of you as a goose or they're annoyed by you as a goose. And you can only interact with the world as a goose, right? You can honk. You can't, of course, grab things. You have to bite them with your beak, and then you have to drag them around. Notice what I'm not saying. I'm not saying run. I'm not saying jump. I'm not saying interact with the world. You are embodying gooseness. And that is such a profound pivot from the tepid soullessness of Journey that you cannot help but recognize that one is the better game. While Journey is giving you the passive Protestant view that, going on a hero's journey is sort of like this, and like this is sort of like the emotions that you would feel, and like these are the things that you might sort of encounter in sort of like this desert wasteland, and then like you'd sort of like climb up on a mountain. Everything is totally abstract. There is no recognition of the other in the avatar that you're playing, the way that you would inhabit the protagonist of a novel in order to see their point of view. Whereas Untitled Goose Game has the distinctly Catholic perspective of, you are a goose, alright? That's what you are. Deal with it. And there is no abstractness to it. It's not telling you what you should feel and what you should do and here is what's important to you. It's just saying this is what it is, and find out for yourself what those things are when you play it, when you bring it to life. Journey cannot trust you to control the character as it wants you to. It's a tyrant that's saying, you need to feel this emotion that I am telling you to feel. Feel this thing. I don't care how ugly this game is. I don't care how bland the game is. I don't care how meaningless the controls are. You have to feel this emotion. You don't get to decide what to do with your character. I decide for you. I decide what happens when you interact with the world. And that is, once again, the stripping of the subject to an object, which Untitled Goose Game, modest though it is, silly though it is, actually fulfills to such a profound degree that it shames Journey to be called by the same name, a video game. Now, Untitled Goose Game is not even like one of my favorite games, but at least it is a video game. It's not something that is taking on the cloak and mantle of a video game so that it can sell you these fake emotions and say, you should cry, you should feel nostalgic about the relationships that you made. Fuck off, video game. Don't tell me how to feel. I can do that on my own because I'm a human being. Thank you very much. And that dichotomy goes right to the heart of what good art is. It says, you, observer, have something profound within you that I'm going to awaken just by letting you see the world from a different perspective for just a little bit. Indulge me in this silly fiction for just a moment, where you can be a goose, perhaps. And the world will awaken to you in a completely different light. Feed this into the machine of your imagination, and you will fall in love with the world once again. Creations that hijack the name of art, like Journey, totally disrespect that. But real art is committed to only that cause, almost nothing else, not politics, not even culture as such. But in becoming part of the lens through which you view the world, it becomes culture itself. And that's what we have lost in pop art these days. Not only respect for the audience, but the profound desire to awaken them to the truths of the world. Part of the problem, of course, comes from the fact that the people making the art don't know the profound truths of the world. Right? They don't have that connection to the Bible, which, I mean, of course that's necessary, but we can also treat as a synecdoche for the past, right? For the collected wisdom of the ages. And so what the hell can they possibly say in their solipsistic, narcissistic view on the world, where only they matter? I mentioned Stranger Things previously. There is nothing valuable in that. Even though it is set in the past, it has nothing to say about the past. That's how vapid it is. And nearly everything that we have available to feed into our imaginations does the same thing. It is just a shallow mimicry of stories which have none of the appeal or none of the urgency of stories that tell you what is important about life. And we cannot tolerate, as human beings, that emptiness for so long. We have to climb out of it. So, yeah, I didn't need to get so angry at Journey, but I mean, it is probably the worst video game ever made. And now you know why. That was a nice long detour. Okay, so we come at last to how we can learn to escape from this predicament from Gawain's point of view. Well, to do that, we need to actually finish the story. So let me at last read from a little bit of part 3. First, I have to describe the structure of part 3. Like I said, the number 3 keeps repeating throughout this part over and over and over again. The action takes place over 3 days, which if you know a little bit about Easter, it might be triggering some memories. I don't know, just saying. And those 3 days are structured in the following way. First, the lord of the castle wakes up and he prepares his hunt. He wakes up the hounds and he winds his horns and all that. And then he rides out into the wild and he starts chasing one particular animal. I believe it's a deer. It's deer on the first day, boar on the second, and then fox on the third. And then it cuts back to Gawain, who's sleeping very late. It's like late morning when he's finally woken up by the Lordess, the lady of the house. And yes, I have committed to calling her the Lordess now. If I'm going to create my own words, then I might as well back them up, Might as well give them some moral support. The Lordess wakes him up on all 3 days in the mid-morning after her husband has left, which is pretty suspect, let's be honest here. And on each of those 3 days, she tries to basically get Gawain to sleep with her with very sort of provocative language and dress. In my mind's eye, what I have is Aphrodite from God of War 3, which if you know anything about, you'll know is just completely not safe for work at all. So I was going to put a picture of her and then I realized that was probably a bad idea. Then I looked up concept art of her and somehow she was wearing even fewer clothes. So I put a painting filter over it to make it look even vaguely artisanal and not pornographic. So that's what I'm going to present as the lordess of the house here. I'll give you a couple of lines, okay? With chin and cheek so sweet of blended red and white, with grace then him did greet small lips with laughter bright. Good morning, Sir Gawain, said that gracious lady. Oh, you are a careless sleeper, if one can creep on you so. Now quickly you are caught. You can imagine her sort of leaning forward, pressing her hands upon his shoulders, more like massaging it than actually capturing him. If we come not to terms, I shall bind you in your bed, you may be assured. Uh-oh. And right here you now are. We, all by ourselves. My husband and his huntsmen far hence have ridden. Other men are abed, and my maids also. The door closed, and caught with a clasp that is strong. The door is locked. She's literally saying the door is locked. And since I have in this house one that all delight in, my time to account I will turn, while for talk I chance have still. To my body will you welcome be, of delight to take your fill. For need constraineth me to serve you, and I will. Gawain's response is, upon my word, that is well, I guess. And so he's trying to, of course, rebuff her, trying to keep up a sort of naive front. Eventually she realizes she's going nowhere with him because, he's a knight, and he's a particularly dedicated knight, as we've been talking about with his self-imposed tyranny. She says, hey, listen, if you have some sort of courtly love for me as the lady of this house, then why don't you, may I kiss you? And Gawain says, very well, as you wish be it done. I will kiss at your command as becometh a knight, and more lest he displease you. So plead it no longer. He's basically saying, look, I'll do you this one thing, but a little mercy, please. I'm trying to be chaste here, lady, all right? And so she gives him a kiss. Now, the Lord, of course, is having great fun hunting deer. He comes back with the deer and he says, look, all this deer, it is for you, Gawain. Now, what have you won in the castle? And of course, Gawain has stolen something. He has stolen a kiss. And so he goes up to the Lord of the house and he kisses him. He plants one right on the lips. And the Lord, of course, is like, what? Where did you win that? What the hell is going on? And Gawain is like, well, I sort of have a courtly vow not to tell anyone, but yeah, I did get kissed. So that's how it is. The Lord, of course, laughs it off and says, well, if you're having fun, then I'm having fun. And so they dine on the deer and they have great fun. And that's basically the pattern of the 3 days. On the second day, the lady comes in and tries to seduce him even more. And this time she kisses him twice, once after he wakes up and once when she leaves. And on the third day, she kisses him, here's that number again, 3 times. Once to wake him up, once after he has woken up, and the third time when she has been totally rejected by Gawain. Of course, this third day is the last time she has the opportunity to sleep with him. So she really wants it, but Gawain says, nuh-uh, like a good boy. Good boy. Here is where I can finally talk to you about the tension between what Gawain is being instructed to do by his knightly virtues versus what is actually the fruit of his actions, as we've discovered through Scruton's discussion of the ring and on exchange value. Because everything that is exchanged is reduced simply to the object that it is and not what it means. Now, on the one hand, for Gawain, it's probably best that he reduces the kiss to nothing but an object. Because to treat it as any more than that is to go against his knightly vows, because it would be a form of adultery against his host, against the lord of the castle. And it would be, well, it wouldn't be right, would it? The Arthurian stories are rife with, as far as I understand, rife with adultery. So this would kind of feed into that theme there as well. And so Gawain is sort of escaping the common folly of knights at the time, the common moria of knights at the time, so that he's not being a moron. On the other hand, though, if the chivalrous virtues have been directed to any end whatsoever, it's to the end of love. And love, like I've been talking about, is only present when you treat the other person as more than an object, as more than something that you can simply derive your own pleasure from, your own value for. And kissing is part of that, right? Kissing, if you only kiss someone's face, then you're treating her as an object. But if you kiss her in the face, right, through the face, which we can do even with self-evidently soulless entities, such as a statue or a corpse, then you're ennobling her. But what Gawain does is the former, not the latter. The kiss is reduced simply to the physical action. It is almost, not to be crass, but a masturbatory act. And indeed, the movie adaptation that I talked about previously turns, in the relevant scene, the kiss into masturbation. And in so doing, he has actually committed something of a graver sin than if he had actually performed adultery. Because while adultery harms his chivalrous nature, the exchange of kisses that he does destroys the fundament of chivalry itself. It goes to the heart of the principles from where all of his other virtues are derived, including the one against adultery. Let me phrase it like this. Which is more significant? The thing that says don't commit adultery, or the thing from which you learn that you should not commit adultery? And obviously it's the second one, and it's against that which Gawain is transgressing in this dilemma. Now, I'm not saying that therefore he should have said, I'm gonna fuck your wife, like I said earlier. But it does mean that he has backed himself into a position where there is no correct solution. Which goes back again to this idea that he should have gone hunting. He should have just gone hunting instead of inviting this seduction by staying home or by staying in the castle. And the other thing is, listen, if the door is locked, why doesn't Gawain just lock it himself? Oh, but I guess the Lordess actually has the key to the castle, so maybe that's fine. That's not Gawain's fault. But yeah, so you see the tension there, right? You see how Gawain has made spiralingly worse decisions. First, he refuses to consider that he might actually get something more by acting less like a knight. The cost of being very knightly and proper and being a good guest and obeying what the host has to say is to completely demolish the foundations from which he can understand what it means to be a knight by destroying the nature of love itself, by exchanging a kiss away for food in this particular case, as part of this game. And finally, the very last thing that he accepts and ultimately destroys who he is as a knight is what we're going to get to now that I've set everything up and we can read this excerpt from part 3. What I'm going to read to you as an abridgment, the capturing of the boar on the second day, and the return and the trade with Gawain, and then we continue on to the morning of the third day when the lord of the castle departs on his hunt with the fox and has his first encounter, and then we cut back to the lady comes in with her most insistent seduction, her most powerful seduction, if you will. And I use that word power very meaningfully. After all the discussion we had with the ring, right? Her most powerful seduction, which Gawain rebuffs all the same. So let's read that, and then we will have like one final thing to talk about, which is one of the most important things about Gawain actually, but it will feed more into part 4, and then we'll be done with part 3. The lord o'er the lands leapt to and fro, pursuing his fell swine, that o'er the slopes hurtled, and bit asunder the backs of the best of his hounds wherever to bay he was brought, until bowmen dislodged him, and made him, maugre his teeth, move again onward, so fast the shafts flew when the folk were assembled. And yet the stoutest of them still he made start their aside, till at last he was so spent he could speed no further, but in such haste as he might, he made for a hollow on a reef, beside a rock where the river was flowing. He put the bank at his back, began then to paw. Fearfully the froth of his mouth foamed from the corners. He whetted his white tusks. Then wary were all the brave men, so bold as by him to stand, of plaguing him from afar. Yet for peril they dared not come nigher. He had hurt so many before that none had now desire to be torn with the tusks once more of a beast both mad and dire. Till the knight himself came, his courser spurring, and saw him brought there to bay, and all about him his men. Nothing loath he alighted, and leaving his horse, brandished a bright blade and boldly advanced, striding stoutly through the ford to where stood the felon. The wild beast was aware of him with his weapon in hand, and high raised his hair. With such hate he snorted that folk feared for the knight, lest his foe should worst him. Out came the swine, and set on him at once, and the boar and the brave man were both in a melee in the wildest of the water. The worse had the beast, for the man marked him well, and as they met he at once struck steadily his point straight in the neck slot, and hit him up to the hilts, so that his heart was riven, and with a snarl he succumbed, and was swept down the water straightway. 100 hounds him caught, and fiercely bit their prey. The men to the bank him brought, and dogs him dead did lay. There men blew for the prize in many a blaring horn, and high and loud hallooed all the hunters that could. Bloodhounds bayed for the beast, as bayed the masters, who of that hard-run chase were the chief huntsmen. Then one that was well learned in woodman's lore, with pretty cunning began to carve up this boar. First he hewed off his head, and on high set it. Then he rent him roughly down the ridge of the back, brought out the bowels, burned them on gleeds, and with them, blended with blood, the bloodhounds rewarded. Next he broke up the boar flesh in broad slabs of brawn, and haled forth the haslets in order all duly. And yet all whole he fastened the halves together, and strongly on a stout pole he strung them then up. Now with this swine homeward swiftly they hastened, and the boar's head was borne before the brave knight himself, who felled him in the ford by force of his hand so great. Until he saw Sir Gawain in the hall he could hardly wait. He called, and his pay to gain the other came there straight. The lord, with his loud voice and laughter merry, gaily he greeted him when Gawain he saw. The fair ladies were fetched, and the folk all assembled, and he showed them the shorn slabs, and shaped his report of the width and wondrous length, and the wickedness also in war of the wild swine, as in the woods he had fled. With fair words his friend the feat then applauded, and praised the great prowess he had proved in his deeds, for such brawn on a beast, the brave knight declared, or such sides on a swine he had never seen before. They then handled the huge head, and highly he praised it, showing horror at the hideous thing to honour the Lord. "Now, Gawain," said the good man, "this game is your own by close covenant we concluded, as clearly you know." "That is true," he returned, "and as truly I assure you all my winnings, I warrant I shall award you in exchange." He clasped his neck, and courteously a kiss he then gave him, and swiftly with a second he served him on the spot. "Now we are quits," he quoth, "and clear for this evening of all covenants we accorded, since I came to this house as is due." The lord said, "By Saint Giles, your match I never knew. You'll be wealthy in a while, such trade if you pursue." Then on top of the trestles the tables they laid, cast the clothes thereon, and clear light then wakened along the walls. Waxen torches men set there, and servants went swift about the hall. Much gladness and gaiety began then to spring round the fire on the hearth, and freely and oft at supper and later many songs of delight, such as canticles of Christmas, and new carol dances, amid all the mannerly mirth that men can tell of. And ever our noble knight was next to the lady. Such glances she gave him of her gracious favour, secretly stealing sweet looks that strong man to charm, that he was passing perplexed and ill-pleased at heart. Yet he would fain not of his courtesy coldly refuse her, but graciously engaged her, however against the grain the play. When mirth they had made in hall, as long as they wished to stay, to a room did the lord them call, and to the ingle they made their way. There, amid merry words and wine, they had a mind once more to harp on the same note on New Year's Eve, but said Gawain, "Grant me leave to go on the morrow, for the appointment approaches that I pledged myself to. The Lord was loath to allow it, and longer would keep him, and said, As I am a true man, I swear on my troth, the green chapel thou shalt gain, and go to your business in the dawn of New Year, sir, ere daytime begins. So, still lie upstairs and stay at thine ease, and I shall hunt in the holt here, and hold to my terms with thee truly, when I return, to trade all our gains. For I have rested thee twice, and trusty I find thee. Now, third time pays for all, bethink thee tomorrow. Make we merry while we may, and be mindful of joy, for the woe one may win whenever one wishes. This was graciously agreed, and Gawain would linger. Then gaily drink is given them, and they go to their beds with light. Sir Gawain lies and sleeps, soft and sound all night. His host to his hunting keeps, and is early arrayed aright. After mass of a morsel he and his men partook. Merry was the morning, for his mount then he called. All the huntsmen that on horse behind him should follow were ready mounted to ride arrayed at the gates. Wondrous fair were the fields, for the frost clung there. In red rose-hued o'er the wrack arises the sun, sailing clear along the coasts of the cloudy heavens. The hunters loosed hounds by a holt border. The rocks rang in the wood to the roar of their horns. Some fell on the lines where the fox was lying, crossing and recrossing it in the cunning of their craft. A hound then gives tongue. The huntsman names him. Round him press his companions in a pack all snuffling, running forth in a rabble, them right in his path. The fox flits before them. They find him at once, and when they see him by sight, they pursue him hotly, decrying him full clearly with a clamour of wrath. He dodges, and ever doubles through many a dense coppice, and looping, oft he lurks and listens under fences. At last, at a little ditch he leaps o'er a thorn hedge, sneaks out secretly by the side of a thicket, weens he is out of the wood, and away by his wiles from the hounds. Thus he went, unawares, to a watch that was posted, when fierce on him fell 3 foes at once all grey. He swerves then swift again, and dauntless darts astray. In grief and in great pain to the wood he turns away. Then to hark to the hounds it was heart's delight, when all the pack came upon him there pressing together. Such a curse at the view they called down on him, that the clustering cliffs might have clattered in ruin. Here he was hallooed when hunters came on him. Yonder was he assailed with snarling tongues. There he was threatened, and oft thief was he called, with e'er the trailers at his tail, so that tarry he could not. Oft was he run at if he rushed outwards. Oft he swerved in again, so subtle was Reynard. Yea, he led the lord and his hunt as laggards behind him, thus by mount and by hill, till mid-afternoon. Meanwhile, the courteous knight in the castle, in comfort, slumbered behind the comely curtains in the cold morning. But the lady in love-making had no liking to sleep, nor to disappoint the purpose she had planned in her heart. But rising up swiftly, his room now she sought, in a gay mantle that to the ground was measured, and was fur-lined most fairly, with fells well trimmed, with no comely coif on her head, only the clear jewels that were twined in her treasure by 20s in clusters. Her noble face and her neck all naked were laid, her breast bare in front, and at the back also. She came through the chamber door, and closed it behind her, wide set a window, and to wake him she called, thus greeting him gaily with her gracious words of cheer. "Ah, man, how canst thou sleep? The morning is so clear." He lay in darkness deep, but her call he then could hear. In heavy darkness drowsing, he dream words muttered, as a man whose mind was bemused with many mournful thoughts, how destiny should his doom on that day bring him, and be obliged his blow to abide, without debate at all. But when so comely she came, he recalled then his wits, swept aside his slumbers, and swiftly made answer. The lady in lovely guise came laughing sweetly, bent down o'er his dear face, and deftly kissed him. He greeted her graciously with a glad welcome, seeing her so glorious and gaily attired, so faultless in her features, and so fine in her hues, that at once joy upwelling went warm to his heart. With smiles sweet and soft they turned swiftly to mirth, and only brightness and bliss was broached there between them so gay. They spoke then speeches good, much pleasure was in that play. Great peril between them stood, unless Mary for her knight should pray. For she, queenly and peerless, pressed him so closely, led him so near the line, that at last he must needs either refuse her with offence, or her favours there take. He cared for his courtesy, lest a caitiff he proved, yet more for his sad case if he should sin commit, and to the owner of the house, to his host, be a traitor. God help me, said he, happen that shall not. Smiling sweetly aside from himself, then he turned all the fond words of favour that fell from her lips. Said she to the knight then, Now shame you deserve, if you love not one that lies alone here beside you, who beyond all women in the world is wounded in heart, unless you have a layman, more beloved, whom you like better, and have affianced faith to that fair one so fast and so true that you release your desire not. And so I believe now, and to tell me, if that be so, truly I beg you, for all sakes that men swear by, conceal not the truth in guile. The knight said, By St. John, and softly gave a smile, Nay, lover have I none, and none will have meanwhile. Those words, said the woman, are the worst that could be. But I am answered indeed, and 'tis hard to endure. Kiss me now kindly, and I will quickly depart. I may but mourn while I live as one that much is in love. Sighing she sank down, and sweetly she kissed him. Then soon she left his side, and said as she stood there, Now, my dear, at this parting, do me this pleasure. Give me something, as thy gift, thy glove it might be, that I may remember thee, dear man, my mourning to lessen. Now on my word, then said he, I wish I had here the loveliest thing for thy delight that in my land I possess, for worthily have you earned wondrously often more rewards by rights than within my reach would now be, save to allot you as love token, thing of little value. Beneath your honour it is to have here and now a glove for a guerdon as the gift of Sir Gawain. And I am here on an errand in unknown lands, and have no bearers with baggage and beautiful things, unluckily, dear lady, for your delight at this time. A man must do as he is placed. Be not pained, nor aggrieved, said he. And said she, so comely clad, Nay, noble knight, and free, though naught of yours I had, you should get a gift from me. A rich ring she offered him, of red gold fashioned, with a stone like a star, standing up clear, that bore brilliant beams as bright as the sun. I warrant you it was worth wealth beyond measure. But the knight said no to it, and announced then at once, I will have no gifts, fore God, of your grace at this time. I have none to return you, and naught will I take. She proffered it, and pressed him, and he her pleading refused, and swore swiftly upon his word that accepted he would not. And she, sorry that he refused, said to him further, If to my ring you say nay, since too rich it appears, and you would not so deeply be indebted to me, I shall give you my girdle, less gain will that be. She unbound a belt swiftly that, embracing her sides, was clasped above her kirtle under her comely mantle. Fashioned it was of green silk, and with gold finished, though only braided round about, embroidered by hand, and this she would give to Gawain, and gladly besought him, of no worth though it were, to be willing to take it. And he said nay, he would not, he would never receive either gold or jewellery, ere God the grace sent him to accomplish the quest on which he had come thither. And therefore I pray you, please be not angry, and cease to insist on it, for to your suit I will ever say no. I am deeply in debt to you for the favour that you show, to be your servant true for ever in weal or woe. Do you refuse now this silk? Said the fair lady. Because in itself it is poor, and so it appears. See how small 'tis in size, and smaller in value. But one who knew of the nature that is night there within would appraise it probably at a price far higher. For whoever goes girdled with this green riband, while he keeps it well clasped closely about him, there is none so hardy under heaven that to hew him were able, for he could not be killed by any cunning of hand. The knight then took note, and thought now in his heart 'twould be a prize in that peril that was appointed to him. When he gained the green chapel, to get there his sentence, if by some slight he were not slain, 'twould be a sovereign device. Then he bore with her rebuke, and debated not her words, and she pressed on him the belt, and proffered it in earnest, and he agreed, and she gave it very gladly indeed, and prayed him for her sake to part with it never, but on his honour hide it from her husband, and he then agreed that no one ever should know, nay, none in the world but they. With earnest heart and mood, great thanks he oft did say, she then the knight so good a third time kissed that day. Then she left him alone, her leave taking, for amusement from the man no more could she get. When she was gone, Sir Gawain got him soon ready, arose, and robed himself in raiment noble. He laid up the Lovelace that the lady had given, hiding it heedfully where he after might find it. Then, first of all, he chose to fare to the chapel, privately approached a priest, and prayed that he there would uplift his life, that he might learn better how his soul should be saved when he was sent from the world. There he cleanly confessed him, and declared his misdeeds, both the more and the less, and for mercy he begged. To absolve him of them all he besought the good man. And he assoiled him, and made him as safe and as clean as for doomsday indeed, were it due on the morrow. Thereafter more merry he made among the fair ladies, with carol dances, gentle, and all kinds of rejoicing, than ever he did ere that day, till the darkness of night in bliss. Each man there said, I vow a delight to all he is, since hither he came till now, he was ne'er so gay as this. So if you've been paying attention, there have been many phrases in that jumped out at you and said, whoa, I don't believe it. Darg was right. I know. It's almost like I've read this before. There are a couple things, like I said, that I need to mention. First of all, and most obviously, is this green girdle. What's going on there? Well, it's kind of obvious. The Green Knight came to Camelot, but he wasn't purely green, was he? He was also infused with gold, and that was what allowed him to win the game that he played at Camelot. Well, what's Gawain doing now? He's the Golden Knight, and now he too has been infused with green. He's taken on this green girdle, which, if we had even a basic comprehension of the previous symbol, allows us now to say, oh, Gawain's going to win the game that he's been playing against the Green Knight. He won't have his head cut off. And indeed, that is exactly the power that the green girdle gives to him. But remember what the Lord of the Castle said. The Lord of the Castle said, everything you win, which would include this green girdle, is mine by right, belongs rightfully to the Lord of the Castle. Gawain breaks that game, right? He chooses not to play by those rules because he chooses to keep the green girdle a secret. And the mode of that is a secret that he keeps also with the Lord's wife, which is just another form of adultery. So everything that Gawain has been avoiding up until this point is lost, right? He fails to be a good guest by stealing from the host. He metaphorically sleeps with the host's wife by keeping a secret with her. He conspires with her, if you will. And all of it comes about because he succumbs to his fear of the Green Knight and of the decapitation that follows upon his meeting him. The funniest part is he doesn't even get rid of the fear. He still thinks that he might die. That's why he goes to confession, because for him, tomorrow is doomsday. Tomorrow is the day that he will go meet his maker, perhaps. And so it's not even like a fully functional redemption from the fate that the Green Knight holds over him. I'm not going to repeat everything I've been talking about, but if you've been listening to what I was saying, then all of these ideas are concentrated on the image of the green girdle. But there is another nuance to this, which is that first she asks to get something from him, right? She wants a gift from him. And he rather tactfully says, no, I'm not going to give anything because I don't have anything beautiful enough for you. If I was well prepared for a gift, then I certainly would have something. But, it's just my armor that I have here. So sorry, my lady. But like the lady points out, she could just get a glove from him. And still he says no. And why is that? Well, because he's the golden knight. Everything he holds is gold. Everything he holds is valuable. Not necessarily literally that he's walking around in an armor that is bright gold, but metaphorically. The things by which he defines himself as he goes on this journey are all in gold. Reminder, he's wearing the pentagram, right? He's got it on a baldric or whatever medieval cloth they mentioned. And so what it would mean to give something of gold to the lady is to say, actually, I do love you. Actually, I am willing to give up my status as a knight on this endeavor in order to commit myself to you. And obviously she's married. That's a bad idea. But also, he is a knight of Camelot. He's not going to do that. It's kind of a shame, though, because the way he would have been able to redeem himself from objectifying her kisses would be to give her a gift. We've got to go back to Siegfried for a second. What he does when he falls in love with Brunhild is he actually gives her the ring, right? The ring that is supposed to corrupt all souls towards the desire for power. He's like, oh, you can have this because it enhances your beauty. And that's the key to redeeming things, redeeming objects that have fallen into the curse of having a price but having no value. It's to accessorize it, to graft it onto something to which you genuinely feel an IU relationship, to which you genuinely feel love. And the value of that relationship then becomes infused into this valueless object. That's what a gift means. And so for the lady to say, hey, could you give me a gift, is basically saying, do you want to climb out of this hole that you're digging for yourself, Gawain? And Gawain is like, well, you are married, so maybe not. And again, it's the same dichotomy, right? Do you want to commit adultery? Right? Do you want to trespass against the commandment not to commit adultery? Or do you want to trespass against the principles from which that commandment was found in the first place? And although Gawain, because of his tyranny, because of his reliance on his identity as a knight of Camelot, he doesn't want to do the former, he ought to have not done the latter to an even deeper degree, but because of his identity as a knight of Camelot, rather than as an individually good knight, first and foremost, he fails to recognize that. And so once again, this opportunity passes him by, even though to some degree it would have distorted him, it would have destroyed a part of his identity. That's what he came out to do in the first place, was to find his identity by discarding the elements of the communal identity, the we identity as I've been calling it, that have been holding him down. This brings to mind something that Douglas Murray likes to talk about very often, which he references through the Buchenfelde paradox, which is something that the German jurist, after which it is named, identified. Can you hold up the values of a society if the things which gave birth to that society have disappeared already in the first place? Can you simply say adultery is wrong if you remove the thing from which you decided that adultery is wrong? And the answer that Douglas Murray gives, at least, is no, you cannot. And so you need to constantly, even if you sacrifice the results, right, the surface layer results that say that adultery is wrong, for example, not that you should therefore do it, like I said, but if it comes to a dilemma between the results of your belief and the belief itself, then you always have to prioritize the belief. And to destroy or target the belief, that is to prefer the higher level abstraction of do not commit adultery, is not only the worst action, but it is the enslavement of the past, as I've been calling it, which all tyrants are always after. And so Gawain, in a sense, reaffirms his tyranny against himself when he furthers this decision not to commit adultery with the Lordess. He commits himself to his tyranny by deciding not to gift this thing to her. Now, does that therefore mean that you can use any belief that you want in order to justify any evil action whatsoever? And obviously the answer is no. But what that means is that you should be willing to change your beliefs. You should be willing to challenge them and to see if the end results are actually what you say they are, or if they do lead you to this dilemma where you're picking between one or the other. And the solution in that scenario is not to utterly destroy your beliefs, the way Gawain does by stripping his relationship to this woman of love entirely and objectifying her kisses, possibly the least chivalrous thing that you can do, but to morph your beliefs so that they hold something even truer, that doesn't simply resolve in the old abstraction, right? Instead of don't commit adultery when you're going to a guest house, instead maybe it's go hunting. Now, obviously that's I'm just playing that within Gawain, but you can imagine how you can derive deeper and deeper answers until you have answers that are, while they obviously can't resolve everything, they do resolve as much as possible in the best possible way. And Gawain clearly hasn't reached there yet on account of he's having to debate whether to have whether to sleep with his host's wife. The lady, very graciously, tries again. She's like, listen, if you don't want to give me a gift, if you don't want to recognize what we're feeling for each other as the fruits of a genuine I-you relationship, then I can do it for you. I will give you a gift. I will give you this ring. She actually gives him a golden ring, just exactly like Siegfried. But again, Gawain denies it, and he does it for the same principle that he doesn't want to commit adultery to her. Now, it's very interesting, because even though I haven't changed this text in any way, the first thing that the lady does is she says, oh, so you're viewing this ring by its exchange value. You're worried about its wealth. That is so cool because, I mean, it's sort of backing me up, and I think that's very cool. When the story that I'm talking about actually validates my theory very nicely. Essentially, what she's saying is the fact that you've rejected my gift means that you were still consigned to the world of exchange values. And so once again, she pulls out another gift. This time it's the green girdle. And her excuse is, okay, if you don't want excess wealth, then how about you take something of minimal wealth? But the underlying thing is that, okay, if it's not a ring, then how about the sash that I wear on my hips? And that's a more sexual symbol, obviously, right? There's a bit more tension there. The green girdle is the thing that Gawain ends up accepting. And so the more adulterous thing was accepted than the more innocent and wealthy thing, because Gawain's priorities, like I said, are all out of whack. Everything gets sort of inverted because the thing that he was so against, adultery, that's the thing that he furthers the most. And ironically, what allows him to do that is the tyrannical fear that pushed him towards rejecting adultery in the first place, right? Due to the Buchenfelde paradox, he no longer has the thing that allows him to say that adultery is wrong. All he has is a faith in this idea, this abstract idea that adultery is wrong. But because he derives that, as I've been saying, from this quote-unquote tyrannical power that he holds over himself, where he has to hold to these abstract ideas that he can't rationally or even emotionally decide for himself, as soon as that tyrannical power is threatened, he's willing now to give up the adultery thing so that he can say, but I need the power to say that adultery is wrong. And it's like, no, you don't need the power to say adultery is wrong. You need the original beliefs. You need the love and the compassion and the chivalrous virtues with which you were raised, which were so important to you once upon a time, but now has ossified and you have lost completely because the image of what that means has died to you. Due to that, you're willing to give up the thing that you actually want to protect, which is the desire not to commit adultery, for an artificial tool that allows you to keep the power, that allows you to proclaim virtuously, adultery is wrong, even as you're doing an adulterous thing. It's a layered hypocrisy. That's what it is. That is pretty complicated. But if that clicks in your head, if you understand what it's saying, then you really understand the heart of Gawain and you realize why this is such a profound text. And why I've been bringing up the modern cultural world into this, because in many ways, that is the world that you are being tempted towards all the time by all the art and everything that the culture tells you is worthwhile. And it's like, no, stop. Stop! Yamete kudasai! Isn't that scary? That's like somewhere between scary, offsetting, and just amazing, just pure. It's like, wow, I can't believe people wrote stories like this. And from like this, whenever this was, the 7th century or whatever, it's so cool. It's so dense, isn't it? I love it. I love it so much. The final thing that I want to talk about is the fact that Gawain goes to confession, because obviously he goes to confession, right? He's done everything and he's self-aware enough and he's tyrannical enough. He knows when to punish himself, that he goes to confession. And of course, it's rightly so, because like everything that he could have done wrong in the castle, he does, and he does it 3 times over. Not only did it take 3 days for Christ to resurrect, not only is it the number of the Holy Trinity, but also it was the 3 temptations that Satan had for Christ in the desert, right? And although Christ was able to reject his 3 temptations, Gawain clearly was not. So yeah, if I could make a movie adaptation of Gawain, then what I do is the confession would be the very last scene of part 3. And I wouldn't actually show the confession. What I do is I show him walking into the booth. Is that what it's called? The confessional. And then the door would close. And I would just hold that shot on the outside. And it would be still and silent. And you wouldn't actually hear anything. There would be no movement whatsoever. I'd go full Evangelion on it, basically. And I'd hold it like that for a minute and a half. Gawain walks in and you just don't see him for the next 90 seconds. And for all that time, you're sitting there in silence and you're wondering, what could he be confessing? What could he be so repentant about? And to what depth, right? To what degree is he repenting? Is he crying? Is he weeping? Is he just biting his tongue anxiously? Or is he loosening up as he's telling the priest about what he's done wrong and knowing that having faith in Christ that he will be forgiven for these sins? You're just supposed to leave that, all that is just left to your imagination. And then after 90 seconds of looking at this shot, it would just cut to black. And then it would say, end of part 3. Now, I happen to be someone who can change my beliefs and change my behavior through my beliefs. So what I'll do is I'll read the text immediately at the start of part 4. And let's keep the momentum going. Maybe we can finish Gawain immediately within the next 30 minutes or so. At the end of the third day, everyone, of course, is having fun, Gawain included, but come night, that soundly he slept, then assert will I not, for he had many matters in the morning to mind, if he would in thought. There let him lie in peace, near now is the tryst he sought. If a while you will hold your peace, I will tell the deeds they wrought. Now New Year draws near, and the night passes. Day comes driving the dark, as ordained by God. But wild weathers of the world awaken the land. Clouds cast keenly the cold upon earth, with bitter breath from the north biting the naked. Snow comes shivering sharp to shrivel the wild things. The whistling wind whirls from the heights and drives every dale full of drifts very deep. Long the night listens as he lies in his bed. Though he lays down his eyelids, very little he sleeps. At the crow of every cock he recalls well his tryst. Briskly he rose from his bed ere the break of day, for there was light from a lamp that illumined his chamber. He called to his chamberlain, who quickly him answered, and he bade him bring his byrnie and his beast saddle. The man got him up, and his gear fetched him, and garbed then Sir Gawain in great array. First he clad him in his clothes to keep out the cold, and after that in his harness that with heed had been tended, both his pauncer and his plates polished all brightly, the rings rid of the rust on his rich byrnie. All was neat as if new, and the knight him thanked with delight. He put on every piece, all burnished and bright, most gallant from here to Greece for his courser, called the knight. While the proudest of his apparel he put on himself, his coat armour, with the cognizance of the clear symbol upon velvet environed with virtuous gems, all bound and braided about it, with broidered seams and with fine furs lined wondrous fairly within. Yet he overlooked not the lace that the lady had given him. That Gawain forgot not of his own good thinking. When he had belted his brand upon his buxom haunches, he twined the love token twice then about him, and swiftly he swathed it sweetly about his waist, that girdle of green silk. And gallant it looked upon the royal red cloth, that was rich to behold. But he wore not for worth, nor for wealth, this girdle, not for pride in the pendants, though polished they were, not though the glittering gold there gleamed at the ends, but so that himself he might save when suffer he must abide bane without debating it, with blade or with brand of war. When arrayed the knight so bold came out before the door, to all that high household great thanks he gave once more. Now Gringolet was groomed, the great horse and high, who had been lodged to his liking and loyally tended. Fain to gallop was that gallant horse for his good fettle. His master to him came and marked well his coat, and said, Now solemnly myself I swear on my troth, there is a company in this castle that is careful of honour. The Lord that them leads, may his lot be joyful. Their beloved lady in life may delight befall her. If they out of charity thus cherish a guest, upholding their house in honour, may he them reward that upholds heaven on high, and all of you too. And if life a little longer I might lead upon earth, I would give you some guerdon gladly were I able. Then he steps in the stirrup and strides on his horse. His shield his man showed him, and on shoulder he slung it. Gringolet he goaded with his gilded heels, and he plunged forth on the pavement, and prancing no more stood there. Ready now was his squire to ride, that his helm and lance would bear. Christ keep this castle, he cried, and wished it fortune fair. In the movie adaptation of Gawain, the scene is not so glorious, nor indeed is his journey to the Green Chapel, nor indeed is his fate at the Green Chapel. What happens when he goes there is he meets the Green Knight, of course. He awakens him from a long, presumably year-long slumber, and he says, "I am ready to have my head chopped off." But even as he kneels, twice flinches Gawain when the Green Knight raises his axe to hew off his head. The Green Knight taunts his virtue and says, "What? Is this the Gawain who was so bold to cut off my head? Now he flinches when it is my turn to return it?" Finally, on the third swing, Gawain feels the green ribbon under his clothes, trying to comfort himself, but instead the fear rises up within him, and he runs away. He apologizes to the Green Knight, and he runs away. The fear is too strong. He runs back to Camelot. Arthur there grows old and dies, and bequeaths Camelot to his nephew, Gawain. And the tyranny which he had once imposed upon himself, the tyranny which once compelled him in fear to flee from his fate, now rules Camelot, and now everyone is miserable, and everyone is starving and dying in pointless wars of glory. And everything that Gawain should have learned from his encounter with the Green Knight, now absent, ruins Camelot, destroys the castle and the great nation of which it is the crown jewel. At this point, Gawain once again touches under his clothes and feels still there the green ribbon. And he pulls it out. And even as he does so, his head falls off his neck, and he at last meets his fate. Then we are flashed back to the moment just before the Green Knight raises his axe for the third time, and once again Gawain says, "Wait!" But there is a different tone in his voice now. Even as the Green Knight watches, Gawain reaches beneath his shirt, and as he did only moments before in his vision, he undoes the green sash and pulls it out from beneath his clothes, throws it at the feet of the Green Knight and says, "Now I'm ready." The Green Knight, giant above him, looks him in the eyes and smiles. And his final words to Gawain are,
"Off with his head."
And Gawain, in one manner or another, dies there. And the movie cuts to black and rolls credits. That is not how the story of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight ends, but I think it is a fantastic interpretation of the story, and I would highly recommend you guys watch it yourselves. Don't think of what I've said as a spoiler, but rather as the key to unlocking that movie. Try it out. I think you'll enjoy it. Within the actual text, though, Gawain is still riding along to the Green Chapel. He's being led by a squire, who of course knows the way there, as was promised to Gawain by the lord of the castle. And eventually they get close enough that the squire is like, there's a really scary, this Green Knight figure is cursed, I tell you. I'm not going to go any closer. All you have to do is follow this pass in this valley and you'll get there. Trust me, but I'm getting chills just thinking about meeting him, so I think I'm going to go back. Is that okay? And Gawain says, "Yeah, sure. You don't have to see me getting my head cut off." So Gawain walks through this mountain valley, and as far as I understand the text, the Old English, even though Tolkien has translated the actual Old English, but the ye olde English that Tolkien uses all the same, is a little bit confusing on this count. As far as I understand, we're sort of in like the middle of a massive valley with precipitous cliffs climbing high into the sky above. I imagine like a little stream that Gawain is following. I don't actually remember if that's in the text itself or if I'm just imagining it. And at some point he comes to a rather tall hill that he realizes is the Green Chapel. It's just a hill with a kind of hole dug into it. Not like a hobbit hole, but rather more like a barrow, right? It's a place where you bury the dead, which of course a chapel also is. And fittingly enough, that's where Gawain has just walked in. Talk about digging your own grave. All he has to do is fall over, and he's already at his final resting place. "Can this be the chapel green?" "Oh Lord," said the gentle knight. "Here the devil might say, I ween, his matins about midnight." "On my word," quoth Gawain, "'tis a wilderness here. This oratory looks evil, with herbs overgrown. It fits well, that fellow transformed into green, to follow here his devotions in the devil's fashion. And now I feel in my 5 wits, the fiend, 'tis himself that has trapped me with this tryst, to destroy me here. This is a chapel of mischance, the church most accursed that ever I entered. Evil betide it." With high helm on his head, his lance in his hand, he roams up to the roof of that rough dwelling. Then he heard from the high hill, in a hard rock wall beyond the stream on a steep, a sudden, startling noise, how it clattered in the cliff, as if to cleave it asunder, as if one upon a grindstone were grinding a scythe, how it whirred and it rasped as water in a mill race, how it rushed and it rang, rueful to hearken. Then, by God, quoth Gawain, I guess this ado is meant for my honour, meetly to hail me as a knight. As God wills, wail away, that helps me not a mite. My life though down I lay, no noise can me affright. Then clearly the knight there called out aloud, Who is master in this place, to meet me at tryst? For now 'tis good Gawain on ground that here walks. If any hath aught to ask, let him hasten to me, either now, or else never his needs to further.
Stay,
said one standing above, on the steep o'er his head.
And thou shalt get in good time what to give thee, I vowed.
Still with that rasping and racket, he rushed on a while, and went back to his whetting, till he wished to descend, and then he climbed past a crag, and came from a hole, hurtling out of a hid nook with a horrible weapon, a Danish axe newly dressed, the dint to return, with cruel cutting edge curved along the handle, filed on a whetstone, and 4 feet in width, 'twas no less, along its lace of luminous hue. And the great man in green, still guised as before, his locks and long beard, his legs and his face, save that firm on his feet he fared on the ground, steadied the haft on the stones, and stalked beside it. When he walked to the water where he wade would not, he hopped over on his axe, and haughtily strode, fierce and fell, on a field where far all about lay snow. Sir Gawain the man met there, neither bent nor bowed he low. The other said, Now, Sirrah fair, I true at tryst thee know.
Gawain,
said that green man,
may God keep thee. On my word, sir, I welcome thee with a will to my place, and thou hast timed thy travels as trusty man should, and thou hast forgot not the engagement agreed on between us, as this time gone a 12-month thou tookst thy allowance, and I should now this new year nimbly repay thee. And we are in this valley now verily on our own, and there are no people to part us. We can play as we like. Have thy helm off thy head, and have here thy pay. Bandy me no more debate that I brought before thee, when thou didst sweep off my head with one swipe only.
Nay, quoth Gawain, by God that gave me my soul, I shall grudge thee not a grain any grief that follows. Only restrain thee to one stroke, and still shall I stand, and offer thee no hindrance to act as thou likest right here. With a nod of his neck he bowed, let bare the flesh appear. He would not by dread be cowed, no sign he gave of fear. Then the great man in green gladly prepared him, gathered up his grim tool, there Gawain to smite. With all the lust in his limbs, aloft he heaved it, shaped as mighty a stroke as if he meant to destroy him. Had its driving come down as dour as he aimed it, under his dint would have died the most doughty man ever. But Gawain on that gisarm then glanced to one side, as down it came gliding on the green there to end him, and he shrank a little with his shoulders at the sharp iron. With a jolt the other man jerked back the blade, and reproved then the prince, proudly him taunting.
Thou art not Gawain,
said the green man,
who is so good reported, who never flinched from any foes on fell or in dale, and now thou fleest in fear, ere thou feelest a hurt, of such cowardice that night I ne'er heard accused. Neither blenched I, nor backed when thy blows, sir, thou aim'st, nor uttered any cavil in the court of King Arthur. My head flew to my feet, and yet fled I never. But thou, ere thou hast any hurt, in thy heart quail'st, and so the nobler knight to be named I deserve, therefore.
I blenched once, Gawain said, and I will do so no more. But if on floor now falls my head, I cannot it restore. But get busy, I beg, sir, and bring me to the point, deal me my destiny, and do it out of hand, for I shall stand from thee a stroke, and stir not again till thine axe hath hit me. Have here my word on it.
Have at thee, then,
said the other, and heaved it aloft, and ratched him as wrathfully as if he were wild with rage. He made at him a mighty aim, but the man he touched not, holding back hastily his hand, ere hurt it might do. Gawain warily awaited it, and winced with no limb, but stood as still as a stone or the stump of a tree that with 100 ravelled roots in rocks is embedded. This time merrily remarked then the man in the green,
So, now thou hast thy heart whole, a hit I must make. May the high order now keep thee that Arthur gave thee, and guard thy gullet at this go, if it can gain thee that.
Angrily with ire then answered Sir Gawain, Why, lash away, thou lusty man! Too long dost thou threaten. 'Tis thy heart, methinks, in thee that now quaileth.
In faith,
said the fellow,
so fiercely thou speak'st, I no longer will linger, delaying thy errand right now.
Then to strike he took his stance, and grimaced with lip and brow. He that of rescue saw no chance was little pleased, I trow. Lightly his weapon he lifted, and let it down neatly with the bent horn of the blade towards the neck that was bare. And though he hewed with a hammer swing, he hurt him no more than to snick him on one side and sever the skin. Through the fair fat sank the edge, and the flesh entered, so that the shining blood o'er his shoulders was shed on the earth. And when the good knight saw the gore that gleamed on the snow, he sprang out, with spurning feet, a spear's length and more, in haste caught his helm, and on his head cast it. Under his fair shield he shot with a shake of his shoulders, brandished his bright sword, and boldly he spake, Never since he as man-child of his mother was born, was he ever on this earth half so happy a man. Have done, sir, with thy dints. Now deal me no more. I have stood from thee a stroke without strife on this spot, and if thou offerst me others, I shall answer thee promptly, and give as good again, and as grim, be assured, shall pay. But one stroke here's my due, as the covenant clear did say, that in Arthur's halls we drew. And so, good sir, now stay. From him the other stood off, and on his axe rested, held the haft to the ground, and on the head leaning gazed at the good knight, as on the green he there strode. To see him standing so stout, so stern there, and fearless, armed and unafraid, his heart it well pleased. Then merrily he spoke, with a mighty voice, and loudly it rang, as to that lord he said, Fearless knight on this field, so fierce do not be. No man here unmannerly hath thee maltreated, nor aught given thee not granted by agreement at court. A hack I thee vowed, and thou'st had it, so hold thee content. I remit thee the remnant of all rights I might claim. If I brisker had been, a buffet it may be, I could have handed thee more harshly, and harm could have done thee. First I menaced thee in play with no more than a trial, and clove thee with no cleft. I had a claim to the faint, for the fast pact we affirmed on the first evening, and thou fairly and unfailing didst faith with me keep, and all thy gains thou me gavest, as good men ought. The other trial for the morning, man, I thee tendered, when thou kissedst my comely wife, and the kisses didst render. For the two here I offered only two harmless feints to make. The true shall truly repay, for no peril then need he quake. Thou didst fail on the 3rd day, and so that tap now take, for it is my weed that thou wear'st, that very woven girdle. My own wife it awarded thee, I wot well indeed. Now I am aware of thy kisses and thy courteous ways, and of thy wooing by my wife. I worked that myself. I sent her to test thee, and thou seemst to be truly the fair knight most faultless that e'er set foot on earth. As a pearl than white peas is prized more highly, so is Gawain in good faith than other gallant knights, but in this you lacked, sir, a little, and of loyalty came short. That was for no artful wickedness, nor for wooing either, but because you loved your own life, the less do I blame you. The other stern knight, in a study, then stood a long while, in such grief and disgust he had a grue in his heart. All the blood from his breast and his blush mingled, and he shrank into himself with shame at that speech. The first words on that field that he found then to say were, "Cursed be ye, coveting, and cowardice also. In you is vileness, and vice that virtue destroyeth." He took then the treacherous thing, and, untying the knot, fiercely flung he the belt at the feet of the knight. "See there the falsifier! Foul be its fate! Through care for thy blow, cowardice brought me to consent to coveting. My true kind forsake, which is free hand, and faithful word that are fitting to knights. Now I am faulty and false, who afraid have been ever of treachery and troth breach. The two now my curse may bear. I confess, sir, here to you, all faulty has been my fare. Let me gain your grace anew, and after I will beware." Then the other man laughed and lightly answered, "I hold it healed beyond doubt. The harm that I had, thou hast confessed thee so clean and acknowledged thine errors, and hast the penance plain to see from the point of my blade that I hold thee purged of that debt, made as pure and as clean, as hadst thou done no ill deed since the day thou wert born. And I give thee, sir, the girdle, with gold at its hems, for it is green like my gown, so, Sir Gawain, you may think of this our contest, when in the throng thou walk'st among princes of high praise. 'Twill be a plain reminder of the chance of the green chapel between chivalrous knights. And now you shall in this new year come anon to my house, and in our revels the rest of this rich season shall go." The lord pressed him hard to wend, and said, "My wife, I know, we soon shall make your friend who was your bitter foe." "Nay, forsooth," the knight said, and seized then his helm, and duly it doffed, and the doughty man thanked. "I have lingered too long," said Gawain. And though the lord inclines to keep him at the castle for at least a while longer, Gawain declines. He is too burdened by the shame of what he has done. So if you've been following along my commentary, my annotations, let's say, you'll understand exactly what Gawain means when he says, "my cowardice and my coveting." Both of them are capitalized, by the way. I don't know if Tolkien is doing that or if it's a feature of the original. To finish the story up very quickly, Gawain, of course, goes home, but not before establishing friendship with, turns out, the Green Knight, who is the lord of the castle, whose name is revealed to be Bertilac de Haut Desert. And it turns out that really ugly old woman who lives in the castle with them is Morgan Le Fay. Ah, Morgan Le Fay is the witch of Arthurian mythology, the magic arts of Merlin she many have mastered, for deeply in dear love she dealt on a time with that accomplished clerk, as at Camelot runs the fame, and Morgan the goddess is therefore now her name, none power and pride possessed too high for her to tame. She made me go in this guise to your goodly court, to put its pride to the proof, if the reports were true that runs of the great renown of the Round Table. She put this magic upon me to deprive you of your wits, in hope Guinevere to hurt, that she, this is my favorite part of the story, comedically, that she in horror might die, aghast at that glamour, that gruesomely spake with its head in its hand before the high table. So now we understand why the Green Knight turned his head directly to Guinevere. He was trying to, some of you guys might know this phrase that I used to end my videos with. I would like to, it's just I keep forgetting because I take so much time between videos. I used to have this phrase, don't be jump scared by death. Instead, as perhaps now you learned from this video, learn to love it, right? Learn to accept it. Learn to make it the end of your life. That in so doing, you come to love your life, your mortality, your flesh, your body, all the deeper. But what Morgan and what the Green Knight is trying to do is exactly the opposite. It's not being jump scared by death, but rather death by jump scare that she and he are trying to inflict upon Guinevere. And so that is such a stupid plan that I have to love it. Like, it's so ridiculous. Of course, those of you who know some of the Arthurian mythology know that Morgan is Arthur's half-sister, and therefore is actually Gawain's aunt. So it's actually a bit of a Christmas reunion that is happening over at this mysterious castle. Daughter of the Duchess of Tintagel is she, on whom doughty Sir Uther after begat Arthur, who in honor is now. Okay, so they share the same mother, but Arthur's father is Uther Pendragon. Morgan's father is not, I guess. Therefore I urge thee in earnest, sir, to thine aunt return, in my hall make merry. And Gawain says, nay, by no means I will. I have to go home. They clasp then and kiss, and to care give each other to the Prince of Paradise. And they part on that field so cold. To the king's court, on courser keen, then hastened Gawain the bold. And the knight in the glittering green to ways of his own did hold. He finally makes his way back. At last he came to the court again safely. Delight there was awakened when the lords were aware that good Gawain had returned. Of course, because they thought he was going to die. Glad news they thought it. The king kissed the knight, and the queen also. Uh-oh. Now he's kissing the queen of Camelot. This is no good. No, I'm kidding. And then in turn, many a true knight that attended to greet him. About his quest they inquire, and he recounts all the marvels, declares all the hardships and care that he had. So this is, like I said, him bringing back, right, the new mode of being that Camelot ought to inherit from this strange encounter with the outside. Right, he's reinvigorating, he's revivifying Camelot as he tells them the story. What chanced at the chapel, what cheer made the knight, the love of the lady, and the lace at the last. So this is really interesting. This is another promise that Gawain breaks because he said he wouldn't tell anyone else about the lace, the love lace. And here he is just telling all of Camelot. And the reason for that, of course, is because he's escaped his tyranny, right? He isn't bound to the same laws that he was before, the same courtly vows, if you will. He's bound to better ones now that are more attuned to the heart, the principles from where all of those later abstractions were discovered, those laws and rigors and promises and such. All of those are bound by a superstructure, which, like I've been saying, comes from the Bible, comes from Christ, the Word of God. And then became the superstructure of Camelot, and then became the superstructure of what it means to be a knight of Camelot, a chivalrous knight, and then finally to perform these unique actions, like don't commit adultery. But Gawain, having only access to the surface at the start of this story, is finally able to connect it to the deeper truths, which is why he's willing to break that promise, because he knows it is actually more chivalrous to be unfaithful to his word. At least in this one scenario. The notch in his neck, naked, he showed them, that he had for his dishonesty from the hands of the knight in blame. It was torment to tell the truth. This is my this is my favorite part, dramatically. It was torment to tell the truth. In his face the blood did flame. He groaned for grief and ruth when he showed it to his shame. Lo, Lord, he said at last, in the lace handle, this is the band, for this rebuke I bear in my neck. This is the grief and disgrace I have got for myself from the covetousness and cowardice that overcame me there. Now here's the really weird thing to me. No one is upset by the revivification, which is so strange. This is one thing that I think Tolkien gets really interestingly right, is that at the end of Lord of the Rings, the movie watchers won't know this, which is why they're idiots, of course. When Frodo and Sam and Merry and the other one return home to the Shire, they find that it's being tyrannized by Saruman, who has industrialized the idyllic landscape of the Shire, and he's turned it into windmills and coal mines, and the water is dark with pollution. Now, the four hobbits returning from their dark adventures to the east find it very easy to dismiss with this false wizard who has had his power stripped from him by Gandalf already. All he has is the ability to convince people that actually he is right, which is a power that all tyrants have to some degree. The point is that it's not so easy to escape from tyrannies, right? It's not that you can just say, "Oh, I have the solution. Let's find our way out of here. This is what you do." And then people just say, "Oh, that, of course." There's always, like I said, there's fear, right? There's fear that someone has power that is richer than yours. And for Arthur and Camelot to simply dismiss it, I think shows the kind of society that is there. It's an over-optimistic society that simply says, okay, that's what you're supposed to do. Those are the lessons we were supposed to learn. Silly us, donk. Instead, there is a part of you that is resentful towards growth, that is saying, come on, I liked better the way things were. And that's tyranny speaking. One of the most famous parables in the Bible is the prodigal son. But no one ever remembers the prodigal son's brother, who, after the prodigal son returns with no money, and yet the father goes out to, goes running on the street and says, my son, you've returned. No one remembers that the brother says, hey, look, Dad, I've been here this entire time, and you never treated me like this, even though I was the good guy. And that parable has all the wisdom of what it means to overthrow tyranny, right? People actually don't want to escape from the tyranny. They like feeling self-righteous, that there are people who don't live up to their standard. And when they see something they don't understand, they want people to suffer for chasing after it instead of choosing to blindly persist in the entrenched hegemony. And maybe we can say that because Camelot is a Christian society, they have escaped from that specific form of tyranny. And it's in other ways that Camelot has degenerated, which is why they don't encounter this specific scouring of the Shire problem, where Gawain returns and he realizes, now I have to convince people that what I've learned is actually valuable. But instead, as the next few lines shows, the king comforted the knight, and all the court also, laughly loud thereat. And this law made in mirth the lords and the ladies, that whoso belonged to the table, every knight in brotherhood, a baldric should have, a band of bright green, obliquely about him. And this for love of that knight as a livery should wear. Livery. Basically, they're saying Gawain was completely integrated and his story was perfectly accepted into the canon of the law of the court. I think while that is an incomplete demonstration of the truth, it does at least show the final consequence of it, which is that the thing that Gawain learned, which is symbolized in that green girdle, becomes universalized and becomes a law of the land, becomes integrated into the structure of the country. Speaking of an over-optimistic or heavenly society, there's also this idea that Michael was the lowliest of the angels before he defeated Satan, and then he became an archangel. I think that's correct. And in a similar way, Gawain was the lowest of Camelot before he went out on this adventure, and now he is esteemed and celebrated, and everyone desires to be like him to some degree, which is why they all wear that green sash, just like he does. And I'd like to say simply that when we have an ossified culture, all we have to do is do the hero's journey, go out into the wild, the chaos, and then learn a meaningful lesson and then revivify your culture with it. But I think that's empty. I think that's insufficient. And there's something that's missing there. So let's rewind the story a little bit, all the way back to this interaction between Gawain and Bertilac, as we now know his name to be. First of all, we should have sort of realized that Gawain would not actually lose his head, because everything I've been talking about, where it's a trade, right? It's an exchange of heads. That was kind of a misdirection. Gawain didn't take the Green Knight's head. The Green Knight took his own head. He took it back with him. And so for me to have been telling you guys that therefore the Green Knight will take Gawain's head was a lie all along. And from that, we perhaps should have been aware of the facts right from part 1 that Gawain would not actually lose his head in just the way that the Green Knight didn't lose his head. Or what we could also have understood is that it was never Gawain's destiny to have died at that moment. And so even if he hadn't taken that green girdle, he would not have had his head cut. Now, functionally, that means that the green girdle wasn't actually magic. And I think if you read into the story, the little details, the green girdle actually is not magic. It has no use whatsoever. It's purely decorative. It's just that the Green Knight missed on purpose, or rather with surgical precision, satisfied the claims of the original agreement without cutting Gawain's head off entirely. You can read it either way. I just like the second one because it means Gawain's capitulation to this temptation was completely worthless, right? Everything that he thought he could gain was meaningless. Because it turns out the Green Knight is more knight than green, right? He's actually driven by the principles of mercy and charity, honesty and virtue in the purely chivalric manner. Now, is he kind of an ass for tempting Gawain in this way all the same? Maybe, perhaps, but we can see him all the same as a divine figure if we recall the story of Job, right? Where he was just inflicted and plagued with so much crap through God's power, or rather through God's permission, in order to test him, and yet he came out stainless all the same. He came out with more, actually. Gawain's journey and transformation is similar, except Gawain is not like Job at all. He is far from stainless. In fact, I think that image of the blood drops falling upon the pure white snow, I think that's an image of his impurity leaving him, but making something else impure instead, which is the snow. And of course, that's a Christian idea. That's what happens on the cross. Interestingly, speaking of the cross, something else that the knight does, he doesn't just tempt him, he also forgives him of all his sins, leaving Gawain as clean of sin as the day that he was born. Now, who else has done that? Of course, that's Christ, and that's what Christ did on the cross. And so in that sense, this story is not just a reenactment of Christmas, but it's also a reenactment of Easter, right? Which is perhaps why that 3-day period was described in so much detail in part 3 as well. A strange question that arises from this is, if Gawain wasn't about to lose his head, and the green band didn't do anything anyway, then couldn't Gawain have done everything wrong? Like, he could have stolen the silverware, he could have slept with the Lord's wife, he could have eaten food for free, and yet he wouldn't have his head cut off? Well, I mean, the answer, I think, is yes, but I don't think it's so easy as to say he would have gotten away with exactly the same penalty. Thing is, we don't know, right? It's the same as the holly branch before. It's like, what if he done this? It's like, what if? Okay, sure. I think, though, what we can say is the scar would not have been so light. Let me put it like that, right? The lighter sins have lighter scars. And if Gawain had really gone to town in that castle, I think Bertilac would probably also have gone to town on Gawain's neck. Not enough to kill him, but there are ways to harm a man without killing him. That turned sinister all of a sudden, but I don't think it would have ended so well for Gawain. And Morgan Le Fay, the witch, might have had to do a little bit of curative magic, some white magic on Gawain. But it was imperative for Gawain to have survived, I think, if at least to return to Camelot and say, divine justice is real. I think we can say that much. And if you don't follow through on it, then you'll get a nice new necklace made of scar tissue, as evidenced by me. There's also another thing that I skipped from the narration, which is that Gawain suddenly turns very sexist after he realizes that the Lordess was tempting him on purpose, and she actually was not engaged in adultery at all, but she was doing what her lord had told her to. Gawain says, those rotten women, they're always like this. And he starts listing a bunch of examples from the Bible. He says Samson and Delilah, which, to be fair, I think is the only fair example he draws up. And even then, I think Delilah was being blackmailed or something. But maybe I'm making that up. But the other ones he mentions are Solomon, who famously had a giant harem of wives. It's like, I don't think that's to do with the women necessarily. He mentions David and Bathsheba, which is the definitive example of what should have been a just and honest king being corrupted by sin. Nobody has ever read the story of David and Bathsheba and thought, that Bathsheba, how dare she seduce King David? It's all on David. All the blame is on David, okay? So it's hard to know if Gawain is aware of this. He should be. But even if we do assume that he starts blaming women for all his flaws, we can assume, I think, and this is actually a very important point, even though he's learnt at least some lesson, and to spell that lesson out, I'll get into very soon. Even though he's learnt what he can from the Green Knight, it's not like everything gets fixed immediately, but rather, to quote one of the best animated movies of all time, and probably the best superhero movie of all time, Into the Spider-Verse. You're on your way, Miles. You're on your way, Miles. Basically, you take that first step towards realizing where you were, and everything just slowly unfolds. In a sense, that is the story of Christmas. As much as the mythic perspective was valuable to us, we were, let me put it like this, hitting it from the wrong side, where they're not coming into it as a recognition of the truth, but rather as a projection of untruths, right? Everything they don't understand, or everything that we might consider wish fantasies, right? All of that gets not immediately dispelled by the arrival of Christ, as perhaps we imagine is what happens in Revelation, but rather just in a small manger in, backwater Bethlehem, where no one will know about it. The Son of God is born. And then from there, you get the 12 disciples, you get the establishing of the church, you get the road to Damascus moments where Paul finally converted after killing hundreds of Christians, by the way. Finally, sort of the Christian movement emerges long after Gabriel asked Mary if she wanted to bring the Redeemer into the world. If she said yes and it just redeemed the world, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? But no, that's not God's way. Just recognizing your sins won't actually put you in a good place. In fact, that's, if you will, the healthy way to get to spiritual pain, as I was talking to you about before. Recognizing your sins is not a good thing. But, as I said when I was talking about Brunhild and Siegfried and their relationship and how it's the start of broken and lonely people trying to construct something entirely from what they have in each other, it is incomparably better than where we were before. And so we have to aim towards it all the same. We have to step towards it. You encounter each flaw, and even if you don't defeat it immediately, the far bigger step in the first place is to recognize the flaw, which is something that Gawain couldn't do. That's why Gawain accepted the green sash from the Lordess. He couldn't reconcile himself with his own follies. He just projected others' follies, such as of adultery, onto himself and thought, yeah, it's good if I don't do that. But no, it's not that. You have to be revived at the individual level because that's all you are, an individual. And that's all anything is, right? An individual thing that you have to encounter entirely for what it is. My mic is right in my face, so I slapped my mic around to point out the fact that this is an individual mic. If the sound quality kind of got gypped there, apologies. And like I've been saying for the past however many hours, to do that is to live the mythological world. And that's the lesson that Gawain learns, is to recognize himself as an individual, which is of course what we identified as Gawain's primary journey in this story. To recognize the fact of individualism, that things exist as concrete entities unto themselves, that you can't sort of break apart or abstract as you see fit, right? The lid of my water bottle is part of the water bottle. And if I lost the lid, even though the material reality of this water bottle hadn't actually changed, everything it means to me has changed. And so it fails to be, it collapses away from water bottleness into, if you will, a memory of water bottleness. And then I can make like Mima and sing a sad song about it too. That's the poetic mind. And being able to expand that to ever larger ideas and ever more important images, like the night sky, for example, or like the sun as Brunhilde saw, takes us all the way to the brink of the mythological imagination, which we can never, of course, fully enter ourselves, right? We can never go back to the way things were, but we can, in a Hegelian manner, synthesize these two opposites of what we see in the material world, of the brilliant advances that we now have through scientific knowledge, with this mythological, poetic perspective on the world that so enriches and deepens our life and gives us meaning and value and allows us to truly love, most importantly, to truly love other people. So yeah, at best, that's what Gawain's sexism is about. If I wanted to steelman him, then I'd say that sin takes its opportunity to enter into the world through the easiest ways possible. And for men, that easiest way is through women. Unfortunately for women. Women are very troubling for men because they are so unbelievably attractive. I mean, it's hard to describe to women. But because men are immediately attracted to women by their surface, right? By the way they look, by the way they feel, their softness, their roundness, their shapely and gorgeous lips, which is, I believe, exactly the phrase that I used at the start of this video. All of these, although they are the first inclination of the woman as the director of our love, even so, they are directed towards making the woman an object, first of all. And if that isn't concentrated, right, if we don't look in the face, if we don't look in her body, if we don't look through them into the person within, then there's always a threat of it collapsing there and never being able to fully see her as a subject. Of course, that happens to Siegfried as well, where after he loses his memory, after Hagen deletes his memory of Brunhilde, the first thing he's told to do is trade Brunhilde for another woman, for Hagen's sister, Gudrune. The subject of Brunhilde is submersed in the stream of substitutes, right? That's Scruton's phrase, is submersed in the stream of substitutes and is exchanged for the object of Gudrune. And I think that is also the second aspect of why Gawain suddenly turned sexist. It's because he believes to some degree that the Lordess was what caused him to have cowardice and coveting. But you and I know that's not actually very accurate. He was like this much before. But the Lordess was what awakened it in him, is what incarnated that sin for him, and ultimately is what allowed him to cleanse it. There's this amazing interview that Shia LaBeouf has with Bishop Robert Barron, where he talks about this woman who, I don't know much about Shia LaBeouf's life. It's not like I followed him rigorously. It's just this interview is one of the best things on the internet. He's talking about how this woman who basically exposed the kind of degenerate that he was a saint to him because she allowed him to confront who he was and to realize that he was hurting everyone, and it was not a sustainable mode of existence. And that's the other part of womanhood, and that's where the divine feminine comes in from. It's like, oh, she's just an object. Oh, she's just an object. Oh my God, she just changed my life. Right? That's what women are great for. So God bless women. Yeah. That's a nice way to turn around a fucking sexist rant from Gawain, I think. God bless women. Last point isn't that exciting. The very last point, the very last thing that I have to say about Gawain is, I've kept this unexplicated in my mind because I want to get to this moment and really sort of have to struggle with it right here. Not because I don't want to be clear to you, not because I don't want to say something significant about this very last point, but because it is so important that I feel like I'll get to something even more profound if I don't say, oh, these are my notes and these are the things I needed to say and blah, 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 blah. This will be shooting from the hips, but I hope and I really feel like I'll get to something important. So maybe you guys can help me out in the comments later too. Yeah, so the very last thing that I want to say about Gawain, I guess starts with a bit of irony in that I've been developing this binary structure throughout the course of this video about either you're viewing the world in one way or the other, subjects or objects, love or exchange, the meaning of a thing or the price of a thing, the material versus the mythical. And some of you might have qualms against this. The way that we perceive and navigate and value the world is obviously going to be a multivariate structure, right? Even our personality has 5 different dimensions, which is more than the world has. The world has 3 dimensions. We are deeper in cardinality, in dimensionality than even the world. And so we're all going to have our own lenses upon the world. And it's not something that everyone can easily apply to just a binary black and white principle. Which is fair, but also what I'm arguing for is broad enough and is at a high enough level that what I'm asking you is it important to have a meaning at all? And is it worth pursuing outside of yourself, right? Outside of the things that you can establish simply through your senses, outside of your solipsistic bubble of experience? Are you willing to assume that there are things outside of you that feel the same things that you do and can reflect that back at you? And the answer to that is either yes or no. Either you believe that there can be meaningful structures and beliefs and worlds outside of yourself and possibly in each other object within the world so that they become subjects unto themselves, or you do not. If you don't want that to be binary, then, you just don't understand the meaning of the word not. I can't help you with that in that case. And so, yes, it does resolve to a binary, but I think we're talking at a high enough level that the binary is necessary. Be that as it may, though, my construction of a binary has absolutely nothing on what Gawain does. As soon as he gets to the Green Chapel, he says, man, that Green Knight, I bet he's Satan. Oh, Gawain. Oh, you petty little self-tyrant, you. Obviously, he is a bit satanic, right? He is anti-Christian, as I've been talking about previously. But remember, Gawain was the person at the very start. I've sort of been avoiding talking about this because I like this plot twist of Gawain walking into the chapel and being like, God damn the devil. But right at the start, it was Gawain who first chose not to view the Green Knights in this way, right? If you'll recall, I was praising Gawain for being able to view him as an individual, view the Green Knights as an individual, and to ask him who he really was and how it can be that he can promise this stuff and how as in Gawain, how Gawain could fulfill the Green Knight's agreement if the Green Knight was going to die very shortly. And he seemed very concerned about being able to actually uphold the Green Knight's honor and to help him keep his word, which is not something that you would do with Satan necessarily. Now, I'm not saying that just because it is Satan that you would then stop being a knight, but also knights generally try and kill Satan, so, it kind of cuts both ways, I guess. Sorry. I'm making myself laugh a little bit too much, I think. Come on, control. The point is that much of Gawain's journey is actually a descent, right? It's not a character development, it's character undevelopment. The further he gets from Camelot, the more he finds himself needing to be entrenched in his tyranny, emboldened by the fact that he is a knight of Camelot and not the fact that he is Sir Gawain, not in his individuality, because, sadly enough for him, he has no individuality. He's not an individual, yet. The fruit of that is that the person whom he had once esteemed as a sovereign individual, which is something that nobody else could have done and is what made Gawain a hero back at Camelot, to some degree, collapses into the utmost evil that he can imagine in Satan, right? He just says, oh, this must be the Prince of Darkness out to get me. And it's like, no, you agreed to this. You wanted to treat him as a sovereign individual. And so now you don't get to do that. The only reason you're doing that is because of your fear. And the only reason you have your fear is because you have a tyrannical hold on your virtue and you're unwilling to let go of it. And to be honest, that's a much more satanic force. Basically, if Gawain had said to the Green Knight's face, hey, you're Satan, then the Green Knight could really have pointed back and said, no, you are the Satan, which is of course how you turn a 7th century epic mythology into a grade school squabble. But the point is, it all came about, like I said, because Gawain was lacking in this individual identity, which he had not developed at that time. And we talked about that before, how Christ and the Holy Spirit and God, right, the Holy Trinity, could have just said that, conspire, there's that word again, in order to give you your individuality. And that, of course, does not happen until Christmas and Easter, but more importantly, until you encounter Christmas and Easter. And in a sense, what Gawain does when he goes out into the wilds and he spends Christmas at this foreign place and he dies by having his head cut off, but only metaphorically, and then is cleansed of all sin, that's what he does. He encounters for himself Christmas and Easter, as opposed to simply living it through stories, and only in the ossified way that he understands from his life at Camelot. It's also a kind of baptism, which is why there's snow there, which is why there's a running stream of water there, and which is why his sins all get cleansed, because that's what happens in a baptism. Or the other way you can think of this is baptism is the embodied ritual through which you personally encounter Christmas and Easter and remove it from the abstract lens of this is what these things are to this is what these things mean. Baptism is the chocolate wrapper, to reuse a metaphor from the start of the video, that holds the chocolate of what Christmas and Easter mean. Interestingly, we eat chocolate on Easter and Christmas, so I planned that all out. Trust me. I am a genius. All that said, and I mean not to explain away all of Gawain's flaws, but rather try and show to you that it's a trajectory, right? You can be at the very, very, very bottom where you have betrayed everything that you ostensibly believe in, for the sake of self-preservation, for instance, which is not a bad reason, all things considered, as the Green Knight himself points out, as Bertilac says to Gawain, it was for a love of life, so, I can forgive you for that. Even so, if you're at that very, very bottom, all you need is a trajectory, all you need is some inertia, let's say, movement in the right direction, that first step, that impetus, that breath, that fills the sails of your heart and grants you some kinetic energy, to refer to one of my favorite poems. As soon as you get a direction, it's that's where we're supposed to go, and then you can take the next step and the next step and the next step. And Gawain, like I said, Gawain, you're on your way, Gawain, and that's all it is. That's all we ever are. We're on our way. Do 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 do. Okay, now I'm mixing way too many different IP, so let's just focus. Come on. What I was trying to get at is that I actually respect Gawain's decisiveness on the issue of whether this Green Knight was actually Satan or not, and he just dives right into it and says, yes, he is. He must be to have entrapped me with this strange bargain, which I consented to entirely voluntarily. Because the knight is so foreign and so irrational and so incomprehensible, it's, I think, fair for Gawain to assume shortly before he might die, to think that the devil has tricked him into this. Should we accept Gawain's claim, or if we at least treat it as a suggestion from the author as something that we ought to consider as a possibility, what we can say is that within that rapid transformation from Satan to, the figure of Christ who literally gave Gawain complete and utter forgiveness in a Christ-like manner, what we can see is a presentation of the transformative capability of Christ, which we as mere mortals can only encounter one step at a time in that slow trajectory. The entire saint-like journey is encapsulated in the figure of the Green Knight, in that short duration pre-Bertilac reveal and post-Bertilac reveal, right? I don't think that this is accidental as a symbol of Christ's transformative power, because the Green Knight is transform. He has more than one form. He has the form as the Lord of the Castle and as the form of the Green Knight. He has that devilish aspect, but it is used by Christ, if you want to call it that, to call out Gawain onto this journey and radically change him too, even as it changes the Green Knight on a physical level, on a material level. And again, this reflects the sort of mythological perspective that Gawain is also gaining as we are, where, yeah, you know, the spiritual change is directly reflected by a physical change. For Gawain, it's a tiny scar because he has ultimately made only a very small change, only that first step. But for Bertilac, what once appeared to be alien and foreign and completely incomprehensible suddenly turns into that fat, jolly knight. Okay, maybe he wasn't fat, but it's nice to imagine him like that. That merry host of that beautiful castle. And so yes, the Green Knight is satanic, only as proof to the mythologically blind Gawain, and to us of the same condition, of the transformative power of Christ. There is no point at which you are too far from Christ, if you will. And Gawain, who has only just realized that, and that is the source of his spiritual pain, his newfound loneliness, and thereby his new individual identity apart from Camelot. That transformative power is what Gawain precisely needs now in the image of Christ. So to see it in the Green Knight is a great relief to him, at least. That's only if we think of him as Satan, which, good for Gawain, he did. But if we don't think of him as Satan, okay, now what happens? From a more emotionally distant perspective, let's say, of the reader, we can use the devil, El Diablo, Herr Teufel, as a point of contrast to who the Green Knight actually ends up being and what he actually ends up representing to reveal a lot of very interesting things. I don't know where I've picked this up, but I've gotten more and more the sentiments that much of Christianity is not about stopping you from doing the things that you believe in and telling you that there is no other way and it has to be this way, although that is, of course, a big part of it. Christ is the truth and the way. It's more about folding things in and saying, oh, actually, this thing that you've been doing all along, this thing that you've loved, that is actually a part of Christianity. It's just you viewed it in your own skewed way for so long that you've completely disassociated it from Christianity. This is Lewis's famous assertion that all the myths of the world have been pointing towards Christianity. And Christianity itself, a myth, is special because it is the one true myth, the one myth that actually happened, the story that embodies the mythic structure, that makes things come alive through that mythic imagination I was telling you about, but actually happened in real life as well. It actually happened in history. Lewis has another take on this in Narnia, where there's a character who follows the evil god Tash. And at the very last story, the seventh story, the last battle, this character, this follower of Tash, dies, of course. And there he meets Tash, and he realizes this is not actually the thing that I've been worshipping or following. And when he meets Aslan, he says, oh, that's the thing that I was trying to get some glimpse of in Tash, but was ultimately disappointed in. It was in those little glimpses of the true transcendent being of Aslan that I found something to worship in Tash. Now, we just happened to escape the gravitational pull of an idea like it, where we were talking about how the image of Christ was able to transform even this satanic figure into something good for Gawain. So as you can imagine, I actually think that this idea is very correct, especially when Christianity itself came from an anti-Christian world. The central idea of Christianity is that people rejected Christ and ultimately killed him for what he was saying. The Christian mechanism is one that sees the anti-Christian world and says, oh yeah, I can fix the things that you weep over. Oh yeah, and I will make glorious the things that you love. As far as I understand, Protestants really don't like that. Like Calvinists, I think, absolutely detest it or something. But I think that's more or less true. I think, first of all, it's more true than whatever the opposite is, like simply denying it and saying, no, you have to come to Christianity only through Christ and only through asserting your faith. And the question is, well, asserting your faith against what? Right? Like if you remove the totality of all anti-Christian elements, then you're not actually finding any use for your faith. Does that make sense? You're not actually wielding your faith as something that you can bring into the world. You're just perpetuating a directionless set of propositions that you can't actually nurture into something that will actually give you the strength to be a good person. And I think to a degree, that's basically what Camelot is, right? It is just a power structure to be able to assert the value of Christ without actually living it. And I think that power structure has been around since Arthur pulled the sword from the stone, because the sword obviously is a tool of force, right? It's a use of power. It's basically the same tool as the ring from Wagner. It doesn't actually allow you to escape into that world of love, which Christ perhaps imagined for us, and certainly Wagner had his protagonists escape into from this fallen, hellish facade of a world, to quote Norm MacDonald. And I think for that exact same reason, there's a cognate scene in Wagner of a sword being pulled from the trunk of a tree. And the music that is sung at that time, the melody that is sung, is exactly the same as the melody that Albrecht sings when he forswears love. Is the melody by which you can discard any notion of the recognition of the other and thus bend other people to your will, right? Once again, this is the third time I'm singing this melody just in this video, so you can imagine how important it is within Wagner's Ring. Heiligster meine höchste Not. And that's what he sings as he pulls the sword out. And even though it's a noble emotion that summons both Sigmund and Arthur to this tool of force, even so it is use of power, and it is ultimately corrupted by that. And so where do we return? Well, let's to Scruton, apparently. I'm going to reread a segment that I read before. The forging of the ring involves a universal restlessness, which can be overcome only in the individual soul, by regaining, though at a higher and more self-conscious level, the sense of oneness that was lost when the natural order was left behind. This higher unity occurs through love, which is, in Wagner, the symbol of every condition that can be understood and valued as an end in itself. The passage from nature through power to love therefore has the structure of Hegel's dialectic. It is a passage from innocent oneness and contentment through alienation and separation to a higher and freely chosen unity in which the experience of value is regained. We return to, in other words, the individual. We can no longer simply assert a principle without involving in some sense our subjective sense of what it means to be part of that principle, that is, without living it ourselves. And Gawain, I think, is the story that says you have to live it, and you have to live it as individuals. You cannot live it as part of this order. You cannot live it simply as a knight of the Round Table. You have to live it as Sir Gawain, who got this scar on this journey and learned this lesson. And although we have all the right in the world to integrate it, to celebrate that journey, we cannot co-opt it into an abstract principle of, I don't even know what the abstract principle of Gawain would be. Don't cut strangers' heads off, right? Or something like that. It doesn't make sense without, like I said right at the start, the correct jewel in the correct setting, cut in the proper way so that it illumines in the most beautiful way possible, which, to almost tie everything back together, is what Tolkien was trying to do also, by trying to translate it in as poetic a way as he could. Without that, the story dies. Then it fails to actually change anybody's lives for the better, and you end up like Gawain once again, beating himself over the head tyrannically and saying, this is what you should have done, this is what you should do, this is what you need to do. And your inability to do these things is what makes you the weakest, most pathetic, most useless knight in Camelot, and you'll never amount to any of those people, and you should just go get your head chopped off by a green knight. Forcibly making yourself follow an abstract idea that you don't even fully understand why it would be valuable to you, and ultimately end up transgressing against it, which is what Gawain did with adultery. All this is to say that what Gawain's solution is, I already talked about Siegfried's solution before, what Gawain's solution is to forcibly push your way into Siegfried's solution instead, is to return yourself to that state of loneliness. But in a healthy way, like I said, it is the healthy spiritual pain that allows you to recognize who you are, if only through your flaws, right? If only through your flaws, rather than be completely crushed out of an identity, as those who are oppressed by a tyranny always are. The problem, though, is that Siegfried's solution is agnostic, if you will, almost atheistic. He derives nearly all of it from a projection of his subconscious upon the natural world, so that it could be pagan almost. But we no longer have that luxury. Gawain isn't allowed to do that because there is nothing in the natural world that will actually allow you to escape from your sins, that will actually allow you to resolve that tension with your past, that actually has a breath to give you that kinetic energy. We see this in Siegfried's father, who has been cursed by the gods to be always rejected by society. The woman that he falls in love with, Siegfried's mother, she's also consumed by misery, but it's the misery of an unhappy marriage. And Siegfried's father actually starts an adulterous relationship with her in just the way that Gawain refused. But unlike Gawain, Siegfried's father did not have this option of, oh, it was just me tempting you and you are forgiven for your sins, but rather he is chased down by the husband, he is betrayed by the gods, and he is killed. There was no mechanism there for mercy or forgiveness or for leaving a scar, metaphorically speaking, that could have taught Siegfried's father the consequences of those wrong beliefs that he has inculcated in him by a god who is trying to create someone who is literally anti-social, right? He's trying to create a wrecking ball of a human being, and there is no way for Siegfried's father to have escaped from that. Not least because the divine forces in his world are themselves trying to remove any sense of mercy or forgiveness from him. What ultimately overcomes those divine forces, like I said before, is Brunhilde, and Brunhilde's sacrificial love, with which she saves Siglind's life, that's Siegfried's mother. And then, powered by her love of Siegfried, she immolates herself in order to undo the curse of the ring. And really, I think it's those two forces. It's our ability to undo the errors of our past in such a way that synthesizes all the suffering that those errors have caused, and also to devote ourselves to that transformation through love. And ultimately, that is all we have. Love and mercy, as the Brian Wilson song says. The reasons I got into blues and jazz and soul and all these other old American styles of music is because I read Brian Wilson's autobiography, which is a remarkable read, by the way. You guys should really check it out. And the movie that's based on that is also called Love and Mercy. Fantastic movie, and probably a good Christmas watch too. Anyway, yes, love and mercy, forgiveness. And you realize, without those things, we would be just like Siegfried's father if we willingly indulged in this kind of spiritual pain that Gawain now encounters, having recognized his flaws as a human being. Siegfried's father literally goes around calling himself Vewald, which means like woe walker. He's just that depressed and lonely. And that's basically what we have to be like if we accept the spiritual pain of being an individual, of forcibly extracting yourself from the ossified society in order to live out spiritual truths, in order to truly understand them without actually the principles of divine mercy and all-forgiving love. To tie this into our overreaching modern culture that is invading every part of our lives, the longer that overreach is, the stronger the tyranny that enforces itself upon you, the farther out you have to go, because everything is being constant. It's like a black hole, you know, everything gets pulled in and it gets harder and harder and harder to get out. It becomes a self-reinforcing mechanism that says this is the only thing that is worth valuing in your lives. And just as it pulls everything farther and further out into itself, so too do you have to continually go farther and farther out in order to escape it. And ultimately, and this is the one thing that is redeeming about these materialist societies that have no conception of the subject beyond the object, right? Of things that exist beyond what they're made of. The only outside that they can never actually fully grasp or contain is the divine, is the force that teaches you how to get out of it. And so you are forced into the realm of the transcendent. Even if you think it's a bit childish or weird or wish-fulfilling. It's there that we find the superstructure, not only that allows us to peaceably interact with one another, but also, even if that should fail, to return to peace after the matter through mercy and forgiveness. It is there that we find the truest and most beautiful longings of our hearts, which we can read in the natural world, or we used to be able to read, and we'd like to return to reading once again. Hopefully my reading Gawain has helped you in a little bit on that count. And in reading from the natural world, we hope to enliven our spiritual worlds to the same degree. It's there that we find an individual identity which we can slowly but passionately and meaningfully walk towards, and that journey ennobles our loneliness and consecrates it to the body and spirit of someone who wants to give you life as yourself and not as part of some other power structure, who genuinely loves you in a remarkable I-you relationship. There is only one person in the entire world who has managed to connect all of these very dense, complicated ideas and allows us to escape from them and not just perpetuate it within the modern world. and that is Christ. We don't really have a choice if we want to reconcile ourselves with human nature, except to follow his example. Because anyone who turns away from that is automatically going to bend towards the tyrannies once again, is going to bend towards value once again, is not going to view the person in the entirety of himself, right? Which is why it was necessary, as I keep bringing up in my videos, that the American Declaration of Independence had to say that the only way we can assure the equality of all people was in God's eyes, was in the eyes of the Creator. Any other constructed method of doing the same will eventually lead you to some structure that says people are equal only by a standard that I have defined. And as soon as you say that, you establish that tyranny once again, that places a price upon people, that isolates people and alienates them and destroys them both from within and from without. The answer, as we learn from Siegfried, to the emptiness within is to build up that cultural fundament from scratch, whether that means reforging your father's sword in your own clumsy way, or it means to brave the fiery mountains in order to wake up the people who are just as lonely as you are. And the way you rescue yourself from the emptiness without is, like Gawain, not seeking lessons to be learned from the wild, the way the hero's journey would have it, but to seek actually the spiritual pain that validates you as something present from the world and apart from it, something that sits at the edge and peers at it and tries to understand his place in it. And though that is a dangerous thing to do to yourself, if you know what you're looking for, you will also find him who teaches you how to escape from that spiritual pain, to transform it into peace and joy. For those of us who are content with hedonism and saying that we don't want spiritual pain because that stuff makes me feel bad, or we dismiss our spiritual pain as simply depression and, oh, I just have to take serotonin and it'll go away, we have to view Gawain as both the consequence of denying the realities of spiritual pain, as though it could never happen to you, and as the way to escape it. This is actually made explicit by the very last lines of the story. To his bliss us bring, who bore the crown of thorns on brow. Amen. Aren't we all just waiting to be brought up there? And until we do, to let him into our own lives. Aren't we, as I said before on this video, in a permanent state of Advent, waiting for the arrival of Christ, waiting for Christmas? O Little Town of Bethlehem, which is probably my favorite Christmas carol, has a verse that perfectly encapsulates this. It's also probably my favorite verse ever put to song. O Holy Child of Bethlehem, descend to us, we pray. Cast out our sin and enter in, be born in us today. We hear the Christmas angels the great glad tidings tell. Oh, come to us, abide with us, our Lord Emmanuel. To accept Christ, it's like the Eucharist again. It's not the weak statement that, to accept Christ is sort of to let, little things happen in your life to help you become a better person and you'll win the lottery. I don't know. Accepting Christ is changing your sorrow and your pain and your fear into joy and peace and love. Or the other way around. To turn your sorrow and pain and fear into joy, peace, and love is to accept Christ, is to accept the principles that he taught, is to accept his mercy and his love, and letting it transform our lives. Which is why, here at the end of the video, I can finally say to you, and maybe you'll take this as genuinely as I feel it, Merry Christmas, joy to you, and peace to men on earth. Hey, babe. I just finished. No. I made sure. But we can record your voice on loudspeaker if it's so important to you. No. Yeah, no, I got it. Okay, I got it. Lady, calm down. Well, I think it should work. I mean, they're only listening to half the conversation, but it should work. I think the conversation is pretty easy to follow. And I feel like I have that sort of asshole-ish quality that will make it pretty easy to believe. Also, moreover, you got me really good with the fucking thing about Pete. Oh, he thinks you're extraordinary, huh? Oh yeah? Okay. that was funny. And I think that helped me commit to the emotion, and really dive into the character that I was portraying there. So yeah, I think we'll get him good. Yeah. The music. Yeah, I don't know about that. Because I had a really good ending to the video, and I don't want to like drag it out. You know? Well, no, the other thing is, if I finish the music, then it's sort of like committing to the way it is, you know? And I feel like it could be better. So if it's just unfinished, then I can say, oh, yeah, it's not finished yet. I intend to make it so much better. And then I don't actually have to say that this is as good of music as I can make. Is that grammatically correct? Whatever. Yeah. That's a fair point. Yeah, Gawain. I mean, yeah, that is basically Gawain's story. You're right. But all right, fine. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll finish it. Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, that means that I have to record some more stuff. So I'll call you back when I'm done again. And yeah, bye-bye. 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 Oh, one more thing. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Hey. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I love you too. Bye-bye. Don't worry, baby. Everything will turn out alright. Bum, bum, bum. Don't worry, baby. Oh, I'm already recording. I have something cool to show you guys. In the effort to unify Wagner with Lord of the Rings, with now Gawain as well, I've decided to do something, and I came upon this idea sort of mid-November, on the 20th actually, so it's been about a week and a half. This is the me from December 1st. The idea was, because I was listening to so much Wagner, I kind of wanted to experiment with leitmotifs myself, but I didn't really know what story I wanted to tell, until my mind returned to this video, right, to Sir Gawain, and I was like, oh, I could do like a short little leitmotif thing for Sir Gawain. And moreover, because the text itself is structured into those 4 parts, I could sort of construct a leitmotif for each of them and then play with them throughout the course of the 4 parts, and one of them could call upon the other and then or harmonize with the others, etc. And I was like, oh yeah, this will be a fun endeavor. If I get like 4 minutes of music, i.e. if each part of music ends up being a minute long, then this will be like a miracle. We'll just have a certain maturity, I think, to be able to make music sustained over that period of time, and it's not just a single melody that I play over and over again or anything, that I can actually be proud of. It ended up being 15 minutes long, where each of the parts is just basically edging towards that 4-minute mark, which I thought would be a great milestone. Now, I don't know whether to be worried by this or whether to be cheered by it, because if it was just 4 minutes of music, then I'd say, yes, people can enjoy this. It'll be a nice little coda to this whole Gawain endeavor. When it's 15 minutes long, then it becomes a bit more of a commitment, both for you and for me. And I have to, it's just so much more to take care of and tailor, that's the word, tailor towards actually trying to make beautiful in a way that won't make me feel like a hypocrite for slagging off so much of popular music, right? It always comes to bite you in the ass. And I can't guarantee as easily or as well that it'll be to your delight and enjoyment. Also, the thing about it getting to 15 minutes is it's just getting to that point where you hit some interesting ideas and you're like, oh, I want to develop that. Oh, I want to expand on that. But then you realize, oh no, I also have to follow the story of Gawain here. I can't keep going forever. I can't make this like a 2-hour thing, right? Where I just go and I just keep iterating and playing around with ideas the way classical music tends to do. So on the one hand, it's like too long, but it's also too short. And a lot of the musical segments and new melodies that are introduced are immature, I guess. They resolve too quickly or they feel rushed. And so it's in that nice sweet spot of mediocrity, if you will. And so that is really worrying for me. On the other hand, this is the most fun I've ever had in my life. So, yeah, I mean, it's either one or the other. Either you are with me or you are against me. And I hope you're with me. I hope you genuinely find some great joy and fun in the music that I'm about to play to you, even though it is a bit challenging and weird. What happens is I tend to mimic the music that I've been listening to. If I listen to the Beach Boys, then I try and play like the Beach Boys. If I listen to the Beatles, then I start playing like the Beatles. If I listen to Taylor Swift, then I want to kill myself. That was completely unnecessary. It's not even true, so apologies, Swifties. No, but my lead up to this particular batch of music, I'd never listened to anything like Wagner before, let alone Wagner himself. And Wagner is completely alien within the language of music, right? His harmonies are, completely incomprehensible, but they sound so gorgeous and lush. The way he can so easily change between like keys and tonalities and the different instruments, it's so rigorous, but so fluent as well. So that has been an extra challenge, and what's ended up happening is I've had to resort to other kinds of music that are much more digestible, let's say, like Mozart, for example, of course, a perennial favorite. And so that has made me want to sort of be Mozart-esque, even though obviously I can't, because Mozart was a genius, and I, self-evidently, am not. Or like I'll listen to a Bach fugue and I'm like, I should do one of those. In fact, that's what I did. And about 20 minutes in, I was like, wait, why am I doing this? I don't even need a fugue in this fucking... So yeah, or like a Straussian waltz suddenly halfway through part 3 and I'm like, no, okay, I'm gonna delete that. So that's been my journey for the past week and a half. And would you believe me if I told you that 95% of the music that you're about to listen to, I've already completed. And it's only the 5% that remain. And I'll tell you this, I've finished. I'm basically done with the rest of the video. The only thing that is stopping me from publishing the video is that 5%. So between December 1st and whenever this video comes out, the only thing that is delaying me is the fact that I haven't completed that last 5%. So on the one hand, you see the utter engine of industry that my inspiration fuels me with. And on the other hand, you see the utter depravity of my sloth, that this is the duration that'll take me to finish that 5%. Granted, I don't actually know how long that'll take. The video might literally come out on December the 2nd, tomorrow, or it might come out on December the 31st. Either way, you will be able to gauge some part of my character through this count. Now, if it's a Wagnerian Symphonita is what I've been calling it, a little symphony, right? A Symphonita. If it's a Wagnerian Symphonita about Gawain, then how does Lord of the Rings come into this? The answer is, I wrote this in a MIDI format, obviously. And what I did was I turned it into an ABC file so that I can log onto Lord of the Rings Online and play the music with the instruments in-game. I think the Lord of the Rings Online sound font is basically the same as your average MIDI sound font, so it's not like it'll sound really cool or anything. I just like the idea of my Hobbit character actually playing the music and having the visual to go along with it. I haven't composed anything for like a decade now. I've written songs, which are small ideas that you can sing, and I've shared a couple on this channel, as you know. Nothing that is meant to be sort of orchestral in, if not in nature, then at least in intent. Not since I was, I guess, in my early teens. I'm a bit out of practice, as you can imagine. What I used to do was I'd give them to my friends as birthday gifts. Unfortunately, these days, I don't have any friends. But I do still want to continue the tradition, so if it happens to be anyone's birthday on the day this video comes out, whenever that ends up being, or today, December 1st, or on September 22nd, which is when I originally recorded the video. In fact, if you had a birthday in 2022, the song is for you. But actually, in all seriousness, if there's one person I wish I could gift this to, it'd be to Roger Scruton. Not because I think it's worth his attention, but in fact the opposite. I'd want to hear what he had to say to this travesty of music making. I think it'd be funny, at least. But unfortunately, I can't, because he died 2 years ago. Which just makes me think that I wish I'd read his book 2 years ago, and I wish I'd made this music 2 years ago to perhaps have shared it to him, but the opportunity now has passed. Just as a token of gratitude, I'd like to dedicate this opus in 4 movements to Sir Roger Scruton. Oh, there's one other thing. Something that I noticed about movies. Regardless of how good a movie is or how bad a movie is, the worst part of a movie is always the song that they play over the end credits. Even Blade Runner 2049, which will, in my opinion, be the best movie of the 21st century. The only bad part of that movie is the end credits music. And so I decided, at the end of my Gawain Symphonita, to make end credits music of equal, comparable, terrible quality. And that too was being played by Lord of the Rings Online instruments. Now, it just so happened that the music I actually ended up liking a lot. It sort of has like a Pet Sounds vibe that I really like. The lyrics, though, are where it's truly awful. I spent almost exactly 30 seconds on the lyrics, and they're about as bad as a Taylor Swift song. So yeah, you can tell me what you think of them. I am going to go read a book that has been staring me in the face. As I said, reading Lolita in Tehran, which I hope I like. I think it'll be good. If I like it, then I'll probably put a quote from it at the start of the video, so you probably already know whether I like it or not. And other than that, I have to go listen to even more versions of The Ring. There's a few ohne Wörter versions, which means without words, so it's purely a symphonic work. But also entire renditions of the full 15-hour cycle. There's one by Boulez, there's one by Barenboim, both of which were recorded at Bayreuth, which is tremendously exciting. And I have to go listen to both of those. So I am going to inflict you with this terrible music and depart. Thanks very much for watching. Don't be jump scared by death. And I shall return to delighting my soul with Wagner. Vergess ich alles, was du mir gabst. Von einer Lehre lass ich doch nie. Den ersten Trunk zu treuer Minne, Brünnhilde, bring ich dir. Golden night, don't you trust your own delight? You can say you're always right. Golden night, do I see you in some 7th century Celtic mythology, or are you in some part of my mind? Sure, it's all just fantasy and metaphors. Don't need to cut to the core. That's not why I'm always lagging behind. You golden night, child of light, don't give your heart to parasites. And it's a shame to lose your soul but earn your name. Old and brave Gawain, the candle flickers, keep the flame. And my lovers have divided carefully their hearts and loyalties between the masks I wear as my disguises. What's their passion but another tool for you? Their beauty just a view, indulged unite your appetites and vices. Golden night, your heavy heart and downcast sight, your good soul's night are nothing less than love's delight. Golden